Yellow. What's up? What's up, everyone? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. 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 Hi. Oops. I forgot to change that. Hello, chat. Good morning. Hello. Hi, Alex Destroy. What's up, Mr. Boo Boo? Chaotic, Sally, Doggo, The Draw. What's up, guys? Hi. I'm back. It's Sunday. Happy Sunday, everyone. I ordered breakfast just now, so my breakfast should be here soon. Let's play Solo Royale, though. Let's get in right in.
What?
Let's get into right away.
Loves this. It's kind of. I know.
All right. Who's in this?
Why?
I don't know anyone yet. Okay, we're good. I think we should win this. We should win. This should be an easy win. Hopefully. What's up, Kai? How the? Okay. What's up, Will the Hyde? What's up? Good morning. Good morning, chat. Hi, everyone. Hi, Orbit. What's up? Hi, Kai. What's up? Hi, Kai. Hi, everyone. Hello. Where's my hat layer at? Oh, you know what? I gotta put on the skin as well. I forgot. I need to put on the skin that they made me for the event day today. Chat, there's an event today that I'm playing, by the way. It is called Crown Quest. They made me a skin. But my head's so goddamn big. Save image as downloads. I'll just do it later. Can you pay out? It's option 2. Sure. Prediction. Is it the way did I lose yesterday? Choose outcome. It's second option. Option 2. Okay. There you go. There you go. There you go. Are you streaming? Yes, I will be streaming it. I'm streaming it on my main. Fuck it. I don't care. I'm streaming it on my main. Doesn't matter if I if anything happens. It's whatever. I'll stream it on my main. Oh shit. We spawned into snow biome. Lava right there, water right there, cave right there, tree right there. Okay, hold on. And iron right there. Hold on. Wait up. Wait a second. What's up, Chaotic Liz? How are you? Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Damn, it's like Chaotic's name, but spelled weird. Nice. What is Crown Quest? It's literally an event. You'll see like at 10, I think. 2 hours. It's 2 hours. Low key might be today a lot. Today might be a long stream because I woke up like at 6, but I was like trying to find my wallet all day today. Ended up finding it. I'm not gonna lie, I thought I threw it away for some reason. But no, it was. I found it. Like, why can't I find like spawns like this? You know what I mean? Crown Quest is really fun though. It's really fun. My team is Carter, Ember, and someone else. I already forgot their name. Fuck, I'm so fake. Right. Okay. Sorry, I'm like low-key botting out right now. Again, I haven't played Minecraft all day today, so forgive me, chat. It's my first game on in like since yesterday. Yesterday, as soon as I ended stream, I got off stream. You know what I mean? What did I even do yesterday after stream? Oh, I went to wait, where did I go after stream? Did I do anything after stream? Oh yeah, I had a recording with Kier and Dev. That's it. That was my day yesterday. What's up, Ellie? Good morning. What's up, Brianna? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I might be the first one here, low-key. It could be. I could be the first one here. We'll see. OMG leaked? Okay, shh. Okay, no. Yo, don't leak it, bruh. The video might come out tomorrow. But I'm not gonna say what it is, but the video comes out tomorrow. Question. Bro, why do I always spawn like a million blocks from him? That's my question. I always spawn so far from the bastion. Someone's probably already inside, I'll be honest. It's also it's bridge. No, it's just regular. It's double diagonal Leo. Oh, that's not a chest. That freaking. How many wins will I? How many wins, bro? How many wins? It's it's freaking bridge. Lodestone. It is bridge. Look at the chalice. Well, we have a guaranteed what's it called? Wait, can I get the whole chalice by myself? Wait, no way. Dude, low-key, I've been trying to I've been tempted to just queue up solo or trios, whatever it's called, Civ, and just get like a bunch of kills. I mean, that sounds pretty fun, no? Just queue up. I don't know. I'm tempted though. Is there another chest on here? Yo, Natalie Balls, thank you for the sub. How have you been, Natalie?
Natalie Balls just subscribed.
Hi, Natalie.
Hello.
Hi. Wait, long time no talk. Holy shit. How long has it been? It's been like ages, hasn't it? All right, Natalie. I really got everything I needed. What's up, Nepa? What is Crown Quest event? You'll see. It's an event that I got invited to last second. It's nothing. What's it called? Based on this server. So, yeah. Those of you guys are wondering, that's no. It's nothing about the server. It's like a whole different. If it's just an event, you know. Is there chests up here, guys? Anyone know? Does anyone know if the chests down or up, or are these the only chests that spawn in this bastion? Okay. I think this is the only chest, right? I already got that one. Got the lodestone. I really should look up how to loot these bastions. Can everyone join? No. No. It's invite only. Invite only. 3 in this one. Oh, okay. Well, I got everything then. And there's no backup gold either, so I'm out of here. Where did I come from, though? Where did I come from? Is there nothing down there? Why does it feel like there's something down there? Okay, so there's nothing else, right? Right, Witherhide? Right. What's up, Madness? How are you, man? Hello. Hi, Madness. Are you ready, Madness? Event's in 2 hours, right? Can you actually let me know when the event is? Please. Oh, I have a free. What is it? Me. Joiner. Whatever that is. I got one. I got a lodestone. But I don't have a magma cream. Fuck. Wait, there was no magma cream. I just realized that. I need a magma cream. Can I trade for magma cream or no? Oh, fuck. Hi, Jeremy. And that lover, bro. I'm not gonna. I haven't been in and out in shit. I don't even know how long. What's up, Wi-Fi? Wait, check. Can I trade for a magma cream? Actually, I don't want to go today. Damn. Fuck. I'm curious if I don't think I can. Fine. Wait. That means there's this bastion just sucks, right? Have an amazing thing. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. Yeah, I can't find another magma cream then, right? There's no more chests? Like what? There is stuff down there and stables and housing? Right, but not in... Fuck, I forget if you can trade for magma cream. I hope you can. No. So you can't make one. Okay, so lodestone's just useless then. Nice. Actually, let's find gunpowder. Look, how are you, Jeremy, though? Jeremy, why do you hate me? That's a mage, Jeremy. gonna ask you that every time until you answer. You go looter, you get a slime. Oh yeah, you're right. But I still need to get a blaze then. Yes, they do. They trade? Are you sure? I don't think so. I don't even know where I came from, by the way. I literally forgot where I came from. All right, looks like we're going 0-0. 0-0 portal it is. Are you sure it's they can? Are you sure? I swear I've never seen one drop one. No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you can. All right, well, looks like I'm training for a bit. Are you sure? I swear to God, if I'm getting debated right now. I swear to God. Yo, can you actually like stop being a doofus? Come on. Okay. Are you sure? Oh my God, bro. A snapshot. Well. Thanks, chat. W chat. W. I got debated once again, bro. Wow. W. I got debated. Oh, portals right here. Yeah, sorry, I got all the gold and I got all the gold. GG's. Why is there lava falling out of nowhere? Making it worse. I'm making it 10 times worse. What am I doing? Come on. There you go. How's everyone day, by the way, chat? Everyone having a good day so far? How are you, Ellie? Haven't seen you in like a bit. I have not seen you in a bit. The chance you don't get a magnet the chest is... Yeah. Wow. So I'm just really unlucky, pretty much, trying to tell me. Lovely. I love that. IVO. Or IVO. Someone's already said garbage nether. So true. Dude, what? It's so cloudy right now. Like, why is it so cloudy? Manicures uncommon? Oh, shit. Damn. I feel really, like, cheated out because of that, then. I feel like, I don't know. That feels... Why do I feel like I just went nether and got nothing again? I mean, I got the gold, I guess. That's pretty good, right? Now I just need 3... I need 2 diamonds, and I need 3 shuriken for enchants. I see a shuriken over there. Yeah, there's camp, no, for real. You're gonna do sims? Yeah, probably like later on today though, because I'm pretty like I have another busy day today. I have an event today, and then I want to keep streaming after. So yeah, and I'm not gonna go over to my alt account, by the way. I'm just gonna stay on here. So if you guys want to watch me play an event today, it's like in 2 hours. So yeah. I set the Switch clients as well. Omar Greninja. I think he's a Greninja fan. Yeah, this is pretty much a Fort Nether with no potions. Someone in this cave. Yeah. Don't kill me, please. What in the world? Okay, well. I need to get somewhere. Wait, I can't die. Oh my God. Yo, why are there so many cave spiders, bruh? Holy cave spiders. Oh my God, dude. Hello? Like, what's with all these cave spiders today? Just me. Fuck, I love Eden, bro. Oh my God. Eden, I hope you just come to California again, please. How are you? Wait, I read that already. What's up, Vortex? Good morning, Vortex. Hello. So I'm just really unlucky today. I went, bruh. Of course, the time where I spawned in like an amazing seed, where it's like lava there, water there, everything's fine for me. I just don't get it. I just don't get anything. Lovely. Unless you're still coming over at 8 p.m. No. chicken noodle soup. Actually, I'm getting a breakfast sandwich in a bit from Panera, I think. No, not from Panera. From Coffee Bean, what it's called. With Trapper Kit, Shipwrecks, and Insane. Really? I can make good chicken noodle soup. I'm allergic to chicken. Yeah. Is there? There's certainly people that are allergic to chicken, right, chat? I think there is. I got ocean entry. Wait, I got ocean every game with Trapper. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what? You got ocean every game? Is that what you're telling me right now? You give you another. What? How? How do you get ocean entry with Trapper? What? Dude, I'm not. Nah. I hate the freaking TNT minecart. What? I think the TNT minecart's also nerfed, right? Is what I heard before from someone. Someone told me that the nether is like, not the nether. The TNT minecart is like nerfed a little bit, so you won't be able to one-shot someone. Or can you one-shot someone? I don't know. You know more than me because you've done the shot already. Damn, someone's been here, bro. Fuck. Might need to make iron sword and just go up. I have I have a lot of gold and I can make like stuff. Okay. Oh, back to schoolwork I go. Go to school. Go to schoolwork. Go to schoolwork. I'll be here. I'll be here. I'll be here. Dude, I got no diamonds, bruh. What in the Minecraft? Okay. 30 plus heart direct. Goddamn. Okay. Jesus. Short bow. Short sword. Short king. Okay. I gotta go up. Gotta go up. Gotta go up and just bow spam people. Actually, I can make a healing. Okay. Well, I can also make a scythe, right? I just need amethyst. I just hope there's not like a sweaty in this game. I see someone right there. I think he saw me because he started shifting. Dude, I don't know why, but I just never get cobwebs, bro. I don't like cobwebs. Okay. I'm gonna get apples. My bit rate. Okay. Thank y'all for being here, by the way, chat. I appreciate y'all enjoying your Sunday with me. Might do a Thanksgiving stream, by the way. Since I mean, I have plans for like later on at night, so I'm gonna do a morning stream Thanksgiving. I think Friday is when I'll probably be live like, in the afternoon. Because I might be drinking on that Thursday. Okay, 14 gaps is fine for now. Yeah, we'll just do that for now. Okay. I see someone. They're fighting. Actually, no, they're not fighting. They're just doing not NPC things. Hi, Mesh. Good morning. I got 5 minutes worth of ads. Thank you for watching the ads. Where is he going? Yeah, I broke my ankle. That was me. Okay, is this guy? He's on 8. What? Okay, I got enchants. Why did he make a diamond pickaxe? I'm enchanted though. I guess it's chill. Do I gamble though? That's the real question. What the? What's that, compro? I'm getting shot at by someone. Why is he? Why is this guy shooting me? Hello? Okay. Bro wanted to shoot me just to shoot me. Right down. Didn't even pick up the gold. Okay. Oh, he's getting shot by an Artemis bow. I guess I can. No, I'm not making enchants. I mean, I really can't make enchants right now. Chat, what do I do with the 2 diamonds? What should I do with them? A water bucket. Also, how are you, Compro? Good morning. .com Hi, Marble. Good morning, Marble. Hello, hello. Sword or hoe? Then make a sword. All right, I make a sword for sure. I tried saying hoe and sword together. It just did not come out well. Oh my god, chest plate. Okay, what was that, KB? Okay, I actually need this kill. I can definitely out-heal him. Wait, why is he running? What? Show me. There's a guy coming. Dropped on my gaps. You stole my diamonds. Yeah, why are you running from me? We're clearly fighting. Dude, this guy's bow does like mass. Why are you trying to bow me still? I have infinite healing. How did I not hit him there? Fuck, he's on 10. I gotta get this kill. shots, bro. He has a power 4. The drain's crazy. Yeah. I mean, I have healing for it still, though. Is it worth it? I mean, probably. He's on 13. I have a chest plate off of this. This shit's annoying, man. This guy just doesn't want to lose. Nah, I don't care if I get my gaps on him now. Dude. He loves it. He just loves it. Look at that. I'm still gonna need more healing on you, buddy. And there's already a full diamond, bro. Just because you didn't want to fight me, man. Wait a second. My God, bro. Like, why, man? Like, nice, dude. I got the kill still. GG. Ah, damn, bro. Is so ass, bro. I'm just healing my healing on this guy. It's just annoying, bro. Like, nice, dude. That one piece is really good at the game. What's up, Rowan? Yeah, it's just like a GG's. Like, that one piece diamond just did not want to die. He played like so annoying. Meaning on my healing on this guy. I'm just running the border. Like, that actually just made me mad, bro. I'm running the border. I didn't jam. Nah, I'll just run border and just like border. Who was that guy, bro? That guy just did not want to die. Like, boy, I'm sorry. Yeah, and then he just jumped in water, and I don't know. I was running border. I can't be asked to like even give anyone a kill now. Yeah, it's just wraps. That guy drained you 12 gaps? Exactly. Like what? I've never met someone so annoying, bro. Like, what the f— Chris, come on. Back me up on here, Chris. What in the world is that, bro? It was actually 16, by the way. And 2 G heads. The Phoenix _ 2000. Okay. By the way, I'm full line with literally a diamond sword that's unenchanted. That's whatever. It's just like, it's just GG's. We go again.
Oh, wait, YouTube, or can I play
Message the... Wait, what?
Because I made it. Can I play the song?
Sure. What's the song, bro?
Okay, so, the song I made, it's called Days Passing By.
Okay.
And, I'm not that good at singing.
Oh my God, Chris Burger.
Oh, yo, what's up? Okay, yo, I'm about
Yeah,
to
go ahead, bro.
sing
Sing it. Yeah.
Cold
Go on.
morning in a Friday, get up,
Voluptuous.
Wait, before you be, is this your ukulele? What is this?
This is ukulele.
Oh shit, okay, go. Pop off.
Cold morning on a Friday, get up, get shit together, or you'll pay. Nothing good is coming out of this day. Got me feeling down, I don't want to hear a sound from you. Can we fucking leave? Yeah, I don't wanna wait for this. My whole life I've trained for this. Can you get away, please? I don't care what you think of me. Jeez, move on, stop, don't look past you get. No real fast, but now you're just a pain in my ass, but I can't stop coming back. Am I under attack? It's fuck back, I'm done dealing with your act. You're so cold, and you know you're psychopathic.
What the?
Who knows? And I've tried to take responsibility, but it only seems that you want to make up shit about me. I know how far you would go to see me crumple bit by bit. Is that what you want, piece of shit? Warm noon on a Saturday, feeling my zone, nowhere else to go. You need to stay inside, cause anywhere else just why. And I have tried, but the false shit won't just die. And I've been trying to hide, but I can't do shit but cry. I'm a bit tired tonight, I think I'ma start a fight. You're so cold, but you know you're psychopathic. But who knows? And I've tried to take responsibility, but it only seems that you want to make up shit about me. I know how far you go to see me crumble bit by bit. Is that what you want, piece of shit? Lonely evening on a Sunday, looking at my phone.
Yo!
I'm a bit alive, wishing I could die. I'll never try, I might be happy then, and I could fall asleep at night if I could fight my consciousness. So why should I put up with this when you just turn my like shit?
I would be honest. Do you want a rank or do you want $20?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to.
What do you want? Let me know. Message me. Friend me.
I'd probably go rank.
Dude, holy shit, bruh. Holy dude, that guy was so talented. What the fuck? Yo, chat. What? Chat. I'm buying this guy a rank. What was his name? I already forgot his name. I'll buy him a rank. What the fuck? Chris. Oh my god. Hi Chan, you ready to lose today? No, I'm gonna win.
Chandiggity Dog just
So Django,
subscribed.
what's up, bro?
Yo, ready to
Dude,
lose
what
today?
the fuck? Yo, what was that guy's name? Thank you for the sub, Chan. Appreciate it. Dude, this guy's performing a concert in Hoplite, bro. Yeah, I need to give this guy a rank. Holy shit. Bro is like talented for no reason. What the fuck? For exactly. I was like, that shit was like a concert, bro. Oh, Hoplite concert question mark? You know that the Travis Scott concert? They should have just a Hoplite concert. Oh my god, chat, I missed it, dude. Go back in the VOD. It's actually, what can you hear in the VOD? I think you can. Chat, it was so good, dude. It was really good. Oh my god, I felt like I was in a concert, bro. Astro World, nah. Literally, dude. Nah, dude. I gotta buy that kid a rank, dude. He was doing the ukulele himself too. It's insane. Wow. That's all I can say, chat. Wow. Wowie. Is that guy still the game? Chan, you're losing, by the way. You're gonna lose today, Chan. I hope you know that. You're losing today. 100% you're losing today, Chan. Chat, by the way, there is an event I'm in 2 hours ish. So yeah. So please watch my POV. In the water. Fuck. Wait, I forgot. Where was our water at? That's over here. Self-made. Yeah, he said self-made song. Dude, that was a crazy song, bro. Dude, oh my god. Okay, chat, can someone remind me to buy this kid a rank? Well, there's lava right there. Yo, Spookies. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, man. Is that enough lava? I hope it is. Oh my god. Okay, let me take out the blocks in that. As long as I don't mess it up, I think I have enough. If I take it for a manhunt, bro, low key. Low key. Why? Wait, he should make a YouTube channel. Like, I sung something in Hoplite. You know what I mean? I sung a concert in Hoplite Battle Royale. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's actually like a crazy video. Have someone edit like a win for him, you know? Oh, I sang for a win or so. Oh my, yo, the amount of like things you can do with that would be crazy. The amount of ideas I just thought of. Holy shit. I trapped this YouTuber. I mean, okay, I'm not sure about the trapping part. Oh, I'm spawning another work room. That's cool. Yeah, Obby. Oh, I think I'm literally at order. I got both the work rooms. Yeah, I forgot to update it. Actually, I'm not counting his last one. That was the first game on. We have a rule here. We don't count the first one. The first game. Well, I got both the war rooms. Bet. What's up, Bamboo? It's me, Mr. Cheese. What's up, Mr. Cheese? Hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, exactly what Vio's saying. So true, so true, so true. Chad, do I start singing for free wins or what? What's up, Boa? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Boa. I'm sorry about that game, bro. I was fighting that one piece that was running away, and the dude just decided to drain me 16 gaps, 2 G heads. And he just like ran into the portal, by the way. Yo, thanks for the follows. What's up, Zach Plays and Parkour Boy? It was just annoying, bro. I was just so mad after that game. I'll be honest. Did you win that game? I'm guessing you did. Is that just a logged out player? He's gonna break the thing, isn't he? Was fire? I know, right, Chen? Yeah, let me kill good shit. $5, I just don't get the thing here. I just don't get the head. Got it. Yeah, what's up?
Give me a flint and steel.
Huh?
Flint and steel, can you get it placed like a fire? Create a fire.
Why?
Oh,
Huh? Wait, why did you want me to light you on fire? Oh. Okay. Right. Okay. Yo, chat knows. Yo, what is happening? I look, I have everything I need. Oh, oops. I'm unmuted. Oops. How many wins you got? Good question. I'm at almost. This is my 50th. This should be my 50th game if I win this. All right. All right, bro. My bad. What's up, Bamboo? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. This should be my 50th win. Dude, I was on the leaderboard for like literally the first 4 days, and then I take a break, like a 2-day break, and I'm just not on the leaderboards anymore. Someone just started sweating on me, bro. I have my breakfast coming soon, so I want to eat that food. I think I just brew pots. How many points do you got, Boa? Right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, 40 wins is fire. Dude, oh my god, yesterday, chat? Let me explain to you guys. This guy named E-Rob's mother, okay? Let me just stat to you guys this guy first, okay? Oh, I think he got banned. Oh wait, no. This guy yesterday. Anyways, yeah, he told me to keep myself safe. Kind of crazy. Yeah, the toxic guy. Yeah, he was telling me to keep myself safe. Crazy mans. I still don't believe. I think like anything that's toxic wise should be like more than a mute. Like that kind of toxic is crazy, you know? That's like, yo, man, thank you for the raid. Yo, man, are we winning it tonight or what? Raiding Civ tonight or what? What's up, man? Thanks for the raid, bro. Do I need to follow you? Hold on. I don't want to die. Hold on. Thank you, bro, for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So, yes, that guy, E-Rob's mother. So, chat. If you guys encounter E-Rob's mother, kill him. Just kill him. I'm 7-11 on this day. Damn. Okay. Let's run it. But what time are you going to sleep? Because I have an event like in an hour ish. So I'll probably have to go for a bit. Like I'll be streaming it, but I'm down for after the event. I'm trying to run some Civ after this event I'm in. Chris Burger's in the Minecraft chat. What do you say? I'll ask him right now. I'll give him a rank right now. After the game. I need to buy gems, I'm pretty sure. In like how many hours? Like I don't even know. Like at 12 my time. Like 4 hours from now, if that's fine. Because the event doesn't start like in another, unless you want to run it right now, like after the solo game. You want to run it after this game? You probably get like a third. Probably get a pack seal. Yeah, but after this game, I'm down. I'll message you. Yeah, we chat. Yesterday we won yesterday. Yeah, I saw chat. Yeah, I saw. Yo, Mark, what's up, Marks? And Crab on Kick, what's up? I look at you just start brewing, huh? Yeah, I might just start brewing. I just need redstone. I can just full line rush as well. I have like no gold though. I won like 5 and lost 3. It was a midday yesterday. I'm not gonna lie, it was really mid. What am I doing? I gotta focus up. Chat, lock in. There's resting right here. Can maybe get boost for third? I can. Let me text this guy. Let me text this fraud. Or maybe Stu. I don't know. We'll see right now. I'll see right now who I can invite. I missed the Reddit days, bro. For real, dude. Ooh, diamonds. I remember playing on this server. It was called it was a French server, and I got admin like first day. I just being on the server. I don't know. That was crazy. UHC Reddit servers go crazy though. I can make enchants already and diamond sword. I have a diamond sword. Okay. What's up, Funette? Low. I have 2 heads. What am I saying? I have no healing. Oh, more diamonds. Okay. Bro's X-raying. Miss Gold. Oh shit, you're right. I keep thinking that I mined the that I got Bastion loot, but I just didn't. I'm just missing like all the gold. Alright, go back for this gold. Let me just do that real quick. But I'm also 1 piece diamond right now too. I already made a chance. The gold that. Am I tripping? How do I gain more watchers? Huh? Wait, what? What are you on about, bro? What is blood waffling about? Wait, where did I miss the goal? Oh, it's right there. Yo, Qndres, what's up, man? Hello. I gotta lock in, bro. If I want to be Feinberg and everyone, I gotta like lock in. I gotta lock the fuck in, chat. I gotta learn how to do faster portals. Is there any strats you recommend not using? Some you recommend to use for what? For this? Don't play Civ. If you're trying to, actually no, sorry. Don't play solos if you're new. I wouldn't recommend playing solos. I recommend playing Civ. My opinion. Yeah. Play with like people that know what they're doing. Because I don't know, I feel like if you have no idea how UHC works, you're just gonna be lost. Play Civ, play Civ. Get to learn the ins and outs of how to play UHC. Obviously, don't take damage. That's it. Like, you know, don't play like a noob. Yeah, literally. So just for now, just say, oh shit, hold on. This guy is like low-key right behind me. I probably should start brewing now. 8-minute strength. I'm gonna gamble one head. Maybe she can get sharp 3. Make a sharp 2 real quick. Yeah, don't play a Qndres. Fuck you. What's that, Fatal? Hello. Just play back and later high pixel. Well, yeah, because I mean, well, actually, I think some strats do transfer from Hypixel UHC to this server. In my opinion, some do. Only some, though. Not like every strat, obviously. Why is there so many diamonds? What? Why is it that I get diamonds when I want to go up already? Am I full D? I'm not. That's good, Boa, though. You said 7 and 11. That's good. 5 games lost. Not bad. Stretch requires speedrunning. Yeah. Like if you want to go for like extra ultimates, you gotta get used to speedrunning bastions. So I mean, I'm saying, just run Civ until you get like, you know, I guess like decent at PvP and stuff. Then like run Civ still. Keep running Civ. Keep running Civ still. But like start like, you know, this is gonna sound so shady, but like start being like useful for the team, you know, like ask the teammates for like you make an enchant or something, or just make sharp 3, learn how to make sharp 3 diamonds right away. It's pretty easy. I know it sounds like really like shitty to say it, but literally like become useful for your team. That's like another big one. What was he gonna make? Chat, what was I gonna make? I just bought it out. Oh, anvil. Anvil, then I'll make pots. I guess sharp 3, sharp 2, yeah. And then just make pots for now. I have those sand. Never mind. Alright, just go up then. The striker. Oh yeah, rush Timothy Enchanter. No, do not rush Timothy Enchanter on a trident. Do not do that. Do not listen to the guy. Yo, rushing Tim is crazy. Only that's Scotty's strat, bro. Scotty's crazy at the bow though. I think it was in this game, right? We were just like, he Tim rushed and just killed me. It was crazy. Wait, can you stack Tim rushes or no? Like, could you Tim rush 2 things at the same time? Oh, are you intentionally? I'm just waiting for it to get on top because I just want to get a sharp 2 because that goes in my cave, but looks like he's not next to me. So see that guy right there. I'll just enchant now, I guess. Getting chased though. That's fine. I'll just kill him right now. Hold on. Yeah, sometimes I just save levels, but Chris got slain. No, not Chris. I gotta save Chris now. All right. I make it with this? Wait, I already made one. What am I doing? Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I just bought it out. All right, cool. If you get impaling and loyalty, nope, that's not how you make pots. I was in a P box ahead, but I don't have enough things to do it with. My suicides are better a lot. Is that, yeah. I think I killed you one time. I was Nick though, Boa. You're like, it was like in a river. We're like fighting. You're pretty sure you don't remember, but yeah. Good morning, Carter. Carter, it's game day, bro. Lock in. Lock in, Carter. Offline's so boring for me. Wait, what? No way. You got YouTube rank to Nick? Yeah, I do. I do. But I like to do this. I can do links, so I can just do that. Yeah, I hit 30K on my my YouTube the other day. Like literally like 2 weeks ago. Right when the server came out, I hit 30K. And they're like super nice about it. Like they literally congratulated it. Like, dude, it's crazy because I got denied on Hypixel, but I instantly got accepted on Hoplite. Like, dude, these people are really nice, bro. I'm telling you. Shout out to Hoplite. First massive? Nah. Yo, Chan, what's up with the top 5 Hoplite plays of the week, huh? Chris. Thank you for the follow, bro. Yo, Chris, give me your IGN, bro. I need to buy your rank. I got you, Chris. Your singing was very, very like amazing, bro. I got you at the rank. Or if you want $20, anything you want, bro. That is crazy. I'm telling you, Chris, make a YouTube video, man. You should make a YouTube video. I need to throw this out already. All right, Chris. Stop for a while, yeah, bro. Get back into it, man. Get back into it. Start up YouTube, man. I encourage everyone to start YouTube, man. YouTube's really cool. All right, we'll just get the speed and wait. Who killed Chris? I got avenge the guy. A5GG bet. Just break that. All right, we're good. All right, chat. We just paw on the first person we see. This is like 8-6. It's like 24-minute long potions. If no one took this diamond, I can low-key be 2 force, but yeah, they took it. Oh, but I can take this though. Wait a second. What's up, Union? Sup, drone? Wait, hello? Oh my god, I thought just. Oh, that just scared me. Come on, please, Gamma, please. I mean, it's fine. I'm just drinking 3 potions, I guess. All right, bet. Better than a dead bush? I mean, true. Better than a dragon head. Yo, low key though, they should make like a crowd with that dragon head. If you somehow get that, imagine like a dragon helmet or something. Yeah, that'd be pretty sick, no? Yeah, region 1 is fuck. You know what I could have done actually? Got in glowstone, made this region 2s. Isn't it rare? Yeah, it's like a, it's supposed to be like a poop item apparently. But I mean, you know, making that poop item killing OP would be crazy. Oh, that would be pretty fire. A flamethrower, like a fire aspect, something. Fire aspect, be pretty fire actually. All right, I need to lock in. I need to lock in. My hands are cold though. Fuck. Union. What the fuck? Can't parkour. This Union guy, chat. Let me tell you guys about this Union guy. It was a bot. It was a flopper. I see someone. All right. I don't think he sees me. You saw me now. All right, Union. All right. You might need to be able to bypass. I haven't tested it though. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this Newbert. He's bowing me. He's bowing me. All right, they're bowing me. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There'll be water. Wait, no, he's trapping, right? Oh, it was just a 2-tap. Great. Okay. He had doors on him. Okay. No prot. Fuck. Okay. Bet. Take that bow though on his head. There we go. Throw that out. That out. Gotta go. Peace out, Sally. Peace out. Oh, my eye hurts, bro. What the fuck? I need those buckets. Why do I have doors in my inventory, bro? Do that. I'll get that. Wait, actually, hold on. Door PvP might be the meta. Wait, hold on, chat. Let me actually try killing someone with this. Have you guys ever door PvP'd before? For all my 1.8 players, have you guys played this before? What's your kill record? 18 in solos. Wait, none of you guys have never tried door PvP before. This is actually fun. Watch. Let me actually find someone that's like a full iron or something. Oh, redstone. I can gamble the head, but I want to find someone. Hold on. B. Yeah, I'm being serious. It's actually there's actually door PvP out there. Swear. Watch. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. You're not gonna believe it at first, but watch. Watch. If I can find someone, bro. Oh, I see someone here. Watch this. Watch. Ready. Watch. Oh, this is the guy that's killing everyone. Hold on. This guy could be good. Wait, Loki, this guy actually might be fire. Good water? You don't know about the strat. You don't know about the strat. Okay. Chat, doors help you like literally everywhere, by the way. This guy's gonna run, bro. Good lava. Okay, well that guy doesn't count because he didn't fight back, bro. Why don't what? Why didn't bro fight back? Wasn't this guy getting like tons of kills? I'm confused why he didn't fight back. Let me see his sword. Oh, he died with 4 gaps. There's a sharp one. Okay. Bro, I want to test out the door PvP. I have 2 diamonds. I have prot on my armor. I can rechant my leggings, I guess. I did it right now. Ooh, sharp. Alright, I still have some speed and strength, so I probably shouldn't. Wait, I didn't gamble the head. I love gambling, bro. Holy. Watch this. I'm about to get something crazy. I mean, is that crazy? Another potion? Alright, now give me 5 levels now. Wait, this guy dropped his... What's up, Sailor? Hello. How are you, Sailor? Yo, who is texting me up the storm, bro? Holy. What's Gamba? That right there. Gambling is like when you're gambling the your heads to get something OP. Okay, so pretty much you can use the heads as healing, or you know, yeah, you can gamble them and get something way better or way worse. Yeah, I just have an emo called Gamba. Yeah. Bro. Oh, right here. Okay. Surely this works. I just gotta eat some food. Yo. Let's door. Come on. Let's door PvP. Yes. Okay. Chat, watch this. Watch. Ready? Okay, he knows. He knows, chat. He knows about the door strats. I gotta pick those doors up. I'm not gonna lie. What is his book? Wait, hold on. He had a book in his inventory. Wait, bro knows about the door strats. Oh, sharp book again. Did he run out of doors? No, he didn't. What the fuck? Okay, well, bro has a punch too. I still have speed and strength. Oh my god, no way. We ain't tossed. Where is that? Oh, okay. Power 4 punch 2. I don't want the rod. I need it there. Oh, he had a bundle too. There we go. Give me back a crafting table. Bam. Bam. All right. I've completely gambled all my heads. Get doors? I know I will right now. Hold on. Bro, what? All right. What right there? I got 30 doors. Do that. Pull that out. Bet. Let's get it. What's up, Sunshit? How are you? Oh. Wait, he has 2 swords. Wait a second. Come here. Wait, I can make a sharp 3. All right, now come here. Door strat? Yeah. No one else had a door PvP, bro. Come on, door PvP me. Yeah. Bro, come on. Yes. Yo, come on, bro. Yo, let's fight, bro.
Bro, I have no gear for this, bro.
Bro, let me show you how to do door PvP real quick. Come on. Bro,
Nah.
Bro, it's door PvP, bro. What do you mean, nah? Are you scared of doors? Nah, that's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Bro. Come on, man. We door PvP now. We talk later. Come on.
I don't know about that.
Wait, do you know someone named Zach Plays AN?
Yeah, bro, I make thumbnails for him. What the fuck?
Well, he's in my chat right now. He says you're his thumbnail guy.
God damn it.
Bro.
No, kill him.
I got him. Okay, so can we... Chris. Oh. Yeah, okay, Chris. Holy shit. Okay. All right. Okay. Wait. I need. Wait. What? Yeah, Chris is right behind us, bro. Oh, who is texting me, bro? What's up, Duzum? Wow, this is not looking good for you. So true. I need this guy, Katana. This guy's gonna run forever, isn't he? What's up, Zach? All right, man. Well, let me actually lock it real quick. Let me kill this guy, Katana. Don't kill my thumbnail guy. I need him. I bet. Oh, there he is. Oh my god. He loves swimming. Wait, I'm catching up to him because I have speed. Look, we're back at the door PP area. Just start at. Why is it unenchanted, bruh? I wonder what the other dude has. I need. Oh, I threw out that sharp book from earlier. Fuck. Wait, did I throw it out? I did. Okay, well, this is bad. This isn't looking good, like Duzum said. Bruh. Fuck, what do I enchant? Fuck, what do I enchant? What do I enchant? Hi, hello, hello. What, like, what am I supposed to enchant here? Do I just enchant something random? Enchant books? Yeah. Oh, forehead. Or enchant books. Wait, I have 5 here. Wait, what am I doing? Yeah, way better than that. I'd rather make Prot 2 armor right now. Hold on. I forgot I had books in them, I'm not gonna lie. This is bad. My inventory is a fucking mess too. But I have like shit, this is actually looking tough. Chris has a fire sword. Is Chris really good? It's basically a netherite sword, and all. Oh, I could have pearl mid, right? Get diamonds. Make myself full diamond. Good comms, good comms, good comms, good comms, good comms. See, we'll see. Only a sharp 2, but I mean, should be able to do damage. It's also like bad. Perfect. Holy shit. His sword did like 4 hearts to me. Each hit. Or like 3 hearts to me each hit. On. You have 54 JP. Thanks for follow. I appreciate it. That sword is so annoying. Holy shit. Door strat? Hold on, I gotta like. Oh my god, Loki, this guy's boosting him. Dude, that sword just does so much damage, bro. God damn. Rip, bro. Damn, what was that sword, bro? It was also full diamond, which is crazy. Oh, how is your boy doing? Let's see. Wait, where is he at? Wait, is he dead? Oh, he's over here. He's just running around. Shard 3, fire? God damn, bro. And I'll have one piece prot 2. What was your gear? How many kills did he have to get fire spec? I don't know. Wait. Oh, prot 4. Prot 4! Wait, what did you rush? What? Did bro rush Grimoire? Wait, what did he rush? Prot 4 armor is crazy. What the fuck? It's like, let me get water real quick. City loot? What? Full prot 4, sharp 3, fire 2 is crazy. No, we just found the end city loot, I guess. Or the holy shit, bro got lucky. Damn, so I got 7 kills, I got like nothing to return. Well, I got like 2 pieces. Damn. One sec, let me get water. One sec. I forgot I ordered something. Well, let's play Madhouse. Let's play. Chat, I need a third. Who do I invite? Let's play. Wait, chat, who won? I had 0 healing. GG's, bro. GG's. Yeah, I don't know. I just did horribly there. It's Crown Quest Day? Yeah, I know, Ember. What time is it at, by the way? It's like in an hour, right? I'm not gonna lie. I low-key forgot I ordered coffee, so it's been sitting outside for like the past hour. It's bad. This. Now get to work, yo! Holy shit! I like shit, Chris. Wait, you had wait. How much? What was your gear? You said P4 gear. It's insane. I was had a spare notch. Oh. Holy shit, bro. Wait, I can maybe get one. Maybe. Let me ask Red if he wants to play. Actually, well, Red or Violet maybe? Well, if I mean, wait. I know who I can invite. Oh, he's offline. Never mind. Bro's playing Hoplite on the job. Yo, bro's getting fired. Wait. This person has their friend list. Yo. I got you. Wait, Chris, what's your here, I can just send it to you. Okay, one sec. Let me just ask boost for wake your ass up. Time to play Civ. Let me call him real quick. Hold on, let me call. Parties are on. Oh shit. Yeah, it's really broken. It's because you're nicked. So you have to unnick and then do it again. Yo, John C, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. One sec. Let me. One sec. Let me FaceTime this fraud. It's in an hour, but I'm preparing now. Bet. Yeah, because I have time to play it on Civ, right? Oh, he's sleeping. I don't want to wake him up actually. But why is he sleeping at 5 p.m. his time, bruh? Okay. Here, man, I'll call you real quick. This is you, right, from yesterday? Wait, we were in that group chat together, right? Right here. And then here, and then here, and then add it. Bet. I haven't eaten breakfast all day today, by the way. And I woke up at 6 a.m. So I have like breakfast. Yeah, it's cold as a mother. Oh my god. Wait, this is actually super cold. My booster woke up. I'm on a bus? Bro.
Yo.
Okay. What's that, bro? You need a third person.
Yeah.
Gotta find one. Hold on.
I got nobody on, bro.
Everyone's offline?
Yeah.
Let's see. I probably play one, by the way, because my event starts in like, yeah, an hour-ish.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which sea lovers? Feinberg. Will come play. I just asked someone. I think Chris is one. Oh, I guess I can invite Chris. Yeah, here. I got you, Chris. I got you. Wait, friend me, Chris. What's up, audio? Oh. Wait. Wait, Chris, you're on the leaderboards, right, Chris? This guy's a leaderboard player, too. Oh, never mind. It's not a leaderboard player. Not anymore. You were, though, right? On what? Steam or Civ? Wait, what? Party, invite. All right, get in, Chris. But let's get it. Let's get a W.
All right. What the fuck is this?
What happened?
Nah, people was just screaming in the voice
Oh,
chat
yeah.
thingy.
That's normal.
Yeah. Bro.
I will gift them. I will gift them. I will gift them. I will indeed gift them, person. Just yo,
All right.
Chris.
And by the way, this is my first game today, so just
Okay.
so letting you guys know.
Oh good. Oh good. Wait. Chris, add my Discord. Let me just think you think. I'm gonna rush nether here. I can find lava right there. Trees. Need water though. Alright, see water right there. See how fast we get this.
Oh, somebody already looted it. Crap.
We loot what? Is there like a temple?
Yeah.
That.
Because there's multiple dragons, right?
There's multiple what?
Multiple
Sure.
dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, by the way, I'm eating breakfast, so I'm like, I won't be able to talk.
Nah, you're good.
Alright, go. Water bucket. Yeah, if you guys are honestly, chat, it's worth buying a rank. Just buy a rank. Buy a rank right now, and yeah, you're in. Insta in, baby. You can be addicted just like me. I'm very addicted to Hoplite. Very much. Water over there. Oh, that way. Thank you. Second an hour. Civ isn't not Civ. What? I still gotta put my skin on too. So wait, okay, I can just go down. Yeah. Wait, Chris, I'm gonna go nether, okay? Hopefully we can get a... Wait, Chris, add me on Discord. We want to get added or not? To the call? Sure. Add me on Discord. It literally is Q... It's like literally my IGN is my Discord. I got your boa. What's a lie? Wait, what's a lie? Gonna get food and boba? W. Respect. Chat, everyone add me on Discord. Are you Garfield? Oh, I'm gonna add our teammate to the call, by the way.
Yeah, sounds good.
Or Chris. There you go. Oh, I just love it making so many random Discord calls. It's amazing.
Bro, I need to close caves, bro. I hate this.
I want diamonds. I want 2 diamonds.
Nice.
I'm going another. Yo, Chris, is there anyone that we should worry about this game? Hyper? Okay, bet. But then again, he's like a drop, you know what I mean? Oh, it's fucking Fortress, damn it. Or it could be Bastion, actually. Actually, it might be Treasure Bastion if you want to come in. It's actually Fortress, never mind. Ah, damn it. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. Mm-mm. Wait, how many more games did you play yesterday, by the way, man, huh? After,
Yesterday.
mm,
Bro,
after
I played
left.
a lot, man. I got
Really?
like two. I think I got 3 more Civ wins after that.
Damn, okay, okay.
So. Yeah, I mean, for me that's a lot, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. No, and it is a lot though, because it's like 3 hours worth of games.
Yeah.
Each Civ game is like around an hour.
Yeah, it takes a lot,
Yeah.
a long time.
That's crazy that you got like 3 already. Goddamn. What are you
Yeah.
playing with?
I was playing solo and then I met people with that game and I was like, let's run it. So
Okay, it's like a snowball effect pretty much. You just start running with
sure.
people.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah.
Work-wise, what do you go for? Enchant. I'll be honest, enchant's kind of needed. I go for enchants. I think everyone's different. I find War Room, by the way. Chris.
Wait, so
Okay.
did you start playing Hoplite like as soon as it got out, like was out?
I played it in beta. Because yeah, played in beta, and then, but like everything was. I didn't really get any wins though when it was in beta, because everyone already had strats to win. But then once it came to like out closed beta or out of closed beta, whatever it's called, I played a lot more and I started winning every game. So yeah, I was a leaderboard player for like the longest time, but then like I took like a break, so I was just like too addicted to the game. And then,
dude, I feel that. I think I am right now.
no, I was like doing like just, I would stream for like 13 hours and then like still play more after those 13 hours. Is crazy.
Yeah.
It was not, yeah. So I was like, damn, I gotta take a break. So I did. And then
during the beta, did the stats count during the beta?
No, well, closed beta, no. Once server came out is what I meant. Server came out and I started just sweating.
I see. I found a head. Somebody just died.
Yeah, get the head. I got one more rod. That's only, yeah. I have 4 diamonds, by the way. Chill. This was the open beta phase. Oh yeah, I guess this is technically still the open beta, yeah. But it's like released though, you know, it's like released to the public type of deal. So I guess like when I was playing was closed beta. You know how to brew potions? Like strength and speed?
I did it yesterday, yeah. Kind of. It was my first time, so.
Bet. Yeah, well I got pots frozen then.
Alright. This is a terrible cave, bro.
I want to give away like VIP ranks, but if only there was I could use like a code or something with YouTube rank. That'd be pretty cool.
Probably would do that in the future.
I know, right?
Sure.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I guess right now it's like they kind of just need the money to like you know, support their servers and stuff.
Right. So yeah, they need it more than ever right now.
Yeah. Fuck, I need to get out of here.
No, they're doing good for very new server.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, really good. 3,000 players almost. Sheesh. How much has it broken? 4,000 yet or no? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Chat, what are my chords? You guys know? Fuck. Wait, 600 players, bro. Just, I don't know. Just buy rank. Just support the server. I mean, you know that server is like not a sketchy server. You know, it's actually the money's actually going to like good people that actually care about the community. You know. Fuck, I don't know the chords back home.
But it's crazy. Sometimes you never find a single chicken. Now I have like a bunch just waiting for me.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my god, bro. I can't find my way back home. Wait, Chris, can you come and get me out of here? I don't know how to get out of here. Please, thanks. Yeah, exactly. I hope for open beta they're not open, when they just fully release, I hope it's like amazing, more amazing. Because their dual servers is coming out in December, so that's pretty cool.
Oh wait, oh nice.
And I already like it's really well. Like, have you played Legacy before?
Yeah.
What's like 10 times better than that? Yo, Cox, thanks for following. Appreciate it.
Has anybody tried the beta yet for the duels?
No, only like a handful of people. I'm pretty sure have tried it. Pretty good.
Oh, I see.
Oh, just found a random chest with Nether War and everything in. Okay, cool. 91, 17. Okay.
Wait, anybody got Obby for enchant?
No, we probably get it though. Chris could probably get it.
I can get it.
Bet. This way. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it, bro. Thanks for coming in. That's crazy though, Chris. You found a fucking P4 buck, bro. You were 2-force P4 and a shark. Oh my god, bro. Yeah,
It's crazy, bro. He wasn't taking damage at all.
I know. I was like, he was on 30 constantly. Oh my.
Yeah.
It's all good. I guess like the only thing that pissed me off is that my first game, I would have won. Or not would have won. Well, I would have gotten far, but a guy just did not want to die, and he just like kept running and bowing and just being really annoying. So, and he died. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna start. Might start brewing pots right now, actually. Or I can just get myself full line first. I'll do that. I'm getting stocked. Fuck.
Oh, my teammate's with me.
Nice. Alright, we'll see what we can do here. Are you a partner? What do you mean, Snoofler? My partner on what? On Twitch? No. Soon, though.
Apples.
I'm trying to grind for... we can just get some apples later, Loki, because I have 5 gold. Yeah, we could just get some apples later. 5 diamonds. I have 2 for enchants and 3 spare, or I guess 2 for me for diamond sword. And then if you have 1 diamond, we can make you a diamond sword. I know.
I don't.
Okay, I could try to look for one real quick. Yes, I am grinding for partner, though, Snuffler. I am grinding. I'm grinding. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I just on diamonds.
Nice.
I'm gonna go this way.
I'll get his books.
Bet. Yeah, that's huge. Please. Did you get Obby already?
Yeah.
Bet. W teammate. Goddamn. Okay.
Hey, that's not bad. I'm bad in everything else, but in this I can be good.
Dude, what do you mean? You were hitting your archer shots yesterday, bruh. Hello?
Yeah, I
Bro,
think it was
you're an
just
archer.
yesterday.
Nah. What do you mean, bruh? You play Bedwars, like, how did that sword turn into a bow? Like, goddamn. Jesus.
Sure, I don't know.
I know they're talking about adding Bedwars to the server, like 1.19 Bedwars, but I don't know. I think
1.9. I don't know about that.
yeah, I know, because I think Tubnet tried to do that, and it just like didn't go well for them with that crystal thing, the crystal rush. But
I didn't play it.
You didn't play it?
No.
Yeah, then it just didn't do well. But I mean, maybe if it was like approached another way, maybe. But I don't know. I feel like that was like the best way it could really be approached. Elytras and totems and everything. I don't know. I feel like Bedwars should just be a 1.8 game mode.
Yeah, it is. I don't think anything else can beat Bedwars. I mean, any like Bedwars in any other mode can beat 1.8.
Is Bedwars still like filling up? Like, is it a constant 1,000 players or something?
I think it's constantly. I don't think it's gone below 2,000.
Damn.
But
Holy shit.
yeah.
That's really good.
I mean, compared to what it was, not really. But
What was it before? Was it like 10,000 or
That's fine.
something?
Bro, it was like maxed out like 32,000, I think.
Yo,
something.
Molly J,
just
thank you for the
betters.
raid. Oh my god, thank you everyone for Molly's
Oh, yeah.
stream. Hello. Where are you guys playing? Hoplite, Molly? Or what are you guys playing? Yo, Molly, you're big. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you for the raid. Holy. Huge raid. Hello, everyone. Molly is a speedrunner. Hi, Molly. How are you, Molly? Molly, if you ever want to play, bro, hit me up. Gotcha, Molly. We can play sometime. I'm trying to play with everyone. Wait, vote. Vote offense is Iron Sword.
Yeah.
Vote vote me. There you go. Alright, I'm coming up. I'll start bringing a bit. Go. Thanks for the raid again, Molly. Appreciate it, man.
I just need a couple.
I'll just stream.
Anybody got a string?
You probably shear from some sheep. I'll
Yeah.
throw that out. What server is this? This is how do I say Hypixel? This is Hoplite. Perfect. Bet. I'm coming up already. Oh, I'm a basically. I need. Okay, hold on. Gotta make bots. Okay, I'm gonna get to you guys real quick because I am in a. Oh, I'm far as well. Goddamn. Oh yeah. Okay, hold on.
All right.
I'm like 1,000 blocks to you guys, but I'm coming. Okay. I just hope I don't get team here. That's gonna be bad.
Wait, Chris, you can come to me, and then I'm going sort of towards Qndres. Wait.
Was Molly playing Hoplite? Is it a modded server? No, it's a survival. It's a UHC server. It's a civilization server. It's a battle royale server. Yeah,
No sheep, bro. What is this?
3, hold on, 3, 6, 12, it's 18. Okay. But, okay, I have everything for the pots. I just gotta get to you guys now. Yeah, the server is like Fortnite. Exactly. Yeah. Fortnite, but Minecraft.
Fortnite and Minecraft.
I'm pretty sure Hypixel had that game mode one time, and then they just removed it for some reason. I don't know what they're thinking. Just removing the game mode.
The battle royale. It was actually not bad.
I mean, it was really good.
Wasn't. Yeah,
But then they added guns,
it wasn't
and it
like
started being
this
weird.
one though. It was like just you spawn just like you spawn in here, but then you pick up chests. Basically like here, but you not the UHC part.
Yeah. Clear comments real quick. What the f am I witnessing right now?
What's going on? I'm here. What?
There's a stronghold right here in front of me. Well, this guy right here is. I don't think he knows what he's doing. Huh? Oh, you know what? Are they fighting down there? Run. Go to Chris. Why is there is there books on here?
Oh.
They got the books.
You can try to enchant in here, to be honest.
Oh, we can't get. Oh my god! Wait, you're actually. Wait, hold on. You're cooking.
Yeah.
We can level 30 in here. Hey, just go to Chris. We can make pots with Chris. Hold on.
People come. Oh wait, never mind.
That's Chris. Yeah.
I think they want to come. Yeah, there.
Yeah. Here. I'm gonna be like right here in the top of this tree. You have inch table, Chris? You have obby? Here, come with me.
Oh, they're coming. They're coming.
You're coming? Fuck. Wait. Give me the obby. You know. Okay. Well, I have the diamonds for enchants.
Watch out! Behind you.
Oh fuck, this isn't good. Loki, I think we run. Okay, I can make potions. Yeah, let's just run. If they chase us, we just fight, I guess. But I mean, I have potions. Oh, they're chasing. Fuck. You want to fight this, Chris, or what? To our team? I bet.
You can try Loki.
Oh yeah, our team's over here. Team's over here.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Wait. Oh my god. Okay. Yo, team. You guys have enchants?
Yo,
Enchants?
Yo.
Yeah,
We have a
enchants.
table. We have a table.
Okay, yo.
You was nether. You was nether, right? You was
Yes,
I think
nether.
I'm
yes,
sense or
I
no?
was nether, bro. Okay,
What did you
okay.
get? What did you get?
This, okay.
Up here.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. Nice.
Yo, you're stressing me out,
Get
bro.
water, but-
Where's the enchant table, bro? Okay, thank you. Okay, I need lapis.
Lapis, yeah,
Dude,
take
you're
it,
stressing
take
me
it.
out, bro. You okay?
Okay.
Dude, holy. Okay. Okay, can you put your crafting table?
You in the party with Mino?
Right here.
With Mino?
Okay, thank you. Dude.
Are you on
Oh, you try on him.
Yes. I am party with Mano. Yes.
Oh, nice. Okay.
What?
Nice. I said nice.
You need a book?
Yeah, here.
Oh, thing here.
What, do you have diamonds for diamond sword, Mano?
No.
Take this,
I need
Mano.
diamonds,
Mano, take that.
diamonds,
There you go. 4 diamonds, can I have 3?
Oh.
Bro, I need to put them. Okay.
I need 2 diamonds as well.
Okay, no one take this, by the way, okay?
Player.
Oh, enemy.
already used my book.
Guys, let's fight.
Nah,
Let's fight.
they're running.
We need it.
Wait, hold on, let me make potions, bro. You guys
Yeah,
chase, I'm gonna make potions.
Oh, can I get potions? You have more bottles?
after
You have more
everyone.
bottles?
More level? Here.
You have
Wait, what
bottles.
this-
I need bottles.
I'm gonna kill something here.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
show
got
me,
level.
Mano.
Oh yeah, here.
Oh,
here,
someone
I got-
died next to us. Someone
Thank you.
died.
Wait, don't take that, bro. This teammate got. Please don't
I
take
heard
the
the
teammate.
kill effect next to us.
Yeah, it's fine. We can just rush him right now. We have sharp
Alright.
3s, we can.
Could have had sharp
You're
3,
so
bro. I
cool.
used the
Damn.
book already on the fucking iron.
It's fine, don't worry. Don't
Oh,
take.
yeah,
Just
I'm not
back
taking.
up.
I'm not
Okay,
taking.
okay.
I
Yeah.
think he might be dead.
We need
Who?
strength 2. I'm not gonna take.
No, because.
No, not strength 2, not
You
strength
have
2.
you have
Strength 1.
bottle for me. You have bottle for me.
No, I don't. I'll have for my teammates only. Here,
Yo,
Chris, where you at?
players,
Uh-oh.
Coming, they're coming. Midas.
Midas, we take it.
Okay, be
We
careful.
need the Midas. We need the Midas. Yo,
Hello, sir.
this team is massive, bro.
Oh my god, I see that.
We got even have.
Oh, the server. Fuck no, please. Oh my god, the server's
Don't-
lagging.
Don't take.
Get-
We got this.
Come
Oh
back,
my god, server's lacking.
Come back.
Several lagging.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
several
Nicholas
lagging.
King, get jumped.
Oh shit.
Wait. I
Behind
can't
us,
find.
behind us.
Retake the enchantment table, maybe.
I'm getting
Jump
jumped here
in.
with 2 people.
I got someone.
Nice. Just take the boat. Yeah. Got one guy on me.
What's good, Qndres?
Get Midas.
Union, I don't think you chased me here, man. I'll be honest. This is a rain for you.
Yeah. I'm behind us. Behind.
Union?
No.
Good. Why is
I
server
can
lagging?
ATG
What?
it. I can ATG it.
That's facts.
I
My
could
kill,
just-
bro.
Shit's annoying. Why is he? Yo, why is the server lagging? Holy.
Yeah, bro, it's so annoying, bro.
Thanks, Chris. We got like 3 guys on us, Chris. I can heal to full. I can take here. Come help me, Chris. Nice, good shit, Chris. Kill them all, Chris. Kill them all.
I'm low.
I just wanted to brew, bro. Passing you jihad. Passing you
So
header.
they had protection 3. They
I've
had-
had
Oh, nice.
yeah.
Yeah, protection 3. W.
Yeah, I got from the loot in here.
Got
Okay,
better.
cool.
I killed one.
Hey, Union.
Yeah, we killed those.
Union, why are you running now, bro?
I have 0 healing, guys.
Oh, Union. Union, what are you doing? You're waffling, Union.
Yo, shut up, bro.
Union, what's up? Union, what's up, bro?
Shut up,
Wait,
bro.
Union,
No.
why are you running, bro? Uh-oh, Union. Union. Uh-oh.
Bro, you're chatting, bro.
Another guy.
Yo.
Stop chatting, bro.
Oh, is this your teammate too? Is this your teammate? Oh, where's your teammate? He's about to die too. This guy, okay, he's just gonna keep running. Is Union dead? Oh, Union's dead. Ooh, rough.
Oh shit.
Good stuff,
Bro,
good stuff,
I
team.
turned on the narrator thing. Holy shit, so
Yo,
annoying.
bro.
You killed him?
We have
Good shit.
pushed 3 armor. Yeah, we got
Yeah,
we got
bro.
3
Take the armor.
armor.
Take the armor. The
Yeah,
armor is mad good, bro.
yeah.
Okay, bet.
Exactly.
Okay, wait, that's your
Oh,
instrument.
he table in here.
Wait, what happened to our potions? Did
Oh, wait,
they
I
get
need
broken? Oh, wait. There's a whole other team.
Anyone have apples? Anyone have apples?
No, I'm
Oh, 115. I need to run. I have no HP.
Chris on us, by the way. It's a whole other team.
I'm running.
Yeah.
These are bots actually. I'm dead, bro.
I still have this.
Wait, what? I can respawn you. Hold on.
Where?
Right here. There's a whole team right here.
תעזרי שאני אוכל הד. שאני אוכל הד.
Right. Shit. This is really bad. Okay. Nice. I can hit shots. If he's on 36. Gotta focus up.
Do you need that? I have a diamond if you need to revive.
Yeah, we can, yeah. I need that. Alright, cool.
Wait, where are you guys at?
I'm coming back up. I can revive Chris though. Damn, that sucks. Now we have no potions now, unless our thing is still there somewhere. It's like I can revive Chris in like 2 seconds. Wait, no. There we go.
You have extra diamonds. Qndres.
No.
You have extra diamonds.
For what? For what? For what? For what?
Oh, diamond sword. Sword. I need 2 diamonds. For sword.
Wait, Chris, did our engine table get
I
broken?
still have Insta shop.
No,
I still
I
have
have
Insta shop.
patience on it.
Oh, there's a player. There's a player.
Okay, dude.
There's a player.
I'll be honest with you. Our teammates are just like yapping. Okay.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the guy that got
Well, we have no pots now, so just.
Go getting
Oh,
Okay, Chris. Like.
yo.
What?
I got a sharp 2 for you, Chris, if you need.
What was that, bro? What the fuck?
Where's he at?
Right there.
Here.
You
Oh,
literally got
I have
one.
any protection 3 boots you want?
Pass. Yeah,
Yeah,
pass.
I
Pass
need
over
it.
here.
Oh,
I gave it to him, sorry.
Oh, it's all
what
good,
is
man.
You can take it,
inventory?
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
No, wait. Pass me it. Pass to the boots. No, I want the boots. I
I
want
have
the
a lot of
boots.
books if anybody needs.
Okay, take it. I need my stuff.
הנה, יש לי פה בוטס, יש לי פה בוטס.
Holy
Anybody
fuck,
got
he's crazy.
I need to make arrows.
We have flame?
No, flint.
I need
Oh,
2
flint?
diamonds.
I have 1. That's it.
Wait, you have 3 gold. You have 3 gold.
Wait, our broodstat's still here. Wait, I can still make pots. Wait, perfect. Wait, this is
Okay,
huge.
wait.
Don't take my
You
pots,
have
bruh.
3 gold. I need 3 gold. I need 3 gold.
No, I don't have 3 gold. Sorry, man. I don't have 3 gold.
Someone needs the table.
Dude, the server is so laggy. What is it, bro? I put everything in my bundle and it brings it back.
Hold up. I think I need.
Don't take.
I have book of sharp one. I can make one.
Oh,
We're getting
my
shot
God,
from
people.
somewhere again?
People.
Like, what's with everyone being here at this border?
Artemis.
I'm taking.
Like, yo, Chris, get ready to get these pots, Chris. Like, get like 2, Chris.
You guys are alone.
Actually, I need redstone. Yeah, we're making pots right
Wait,
now.
was
Hold on.
there 2 union? One with an O, one with an X?
I have no idea. Oh, we got respawned. You got respawned.
I will love you.
Oh.
But I
Oh,
need
you got
diamond
respawned.
sword though.
You need book of sharp.
I need 2 diamonds. So
Bro,
that-
who took the string, bruh? Oh my
Yeah.
god. Bruh.
I'm not giving.
We're just... Okay. Oh.
Everybody just like not here.
Yeah, I know, bro. Go help him, go help him. I'm making pots. Go help him, go help.
Alright. There's
He's
a
dead.
table here.
Yeah, sure, Kane. Okay. Oh my god,
Bro, what the
Union.
fuck?
It's you again.
Leave me alone.
Nah, bro. Keep running away from me. Bruh, I need shuriken. Are you good, Chris?
Don't think I have 2 sugar cane
Okay, just get to me if you can.
coming.
Balls. Yes. Here, these are for you by the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and make that. After I make mine, hold on. Let me just make my speed.
I have a bunch of shit. 1 sec.
Yeah. We can just do one after mine, yeah.
Alright.
I've been trying to brew for like the past like I don't even know how long. Still have 0 kills. This is crazy. Alright, make my red drink 2 now.
Well, anyone wants, bro. I have 24 string.
Wait.
Chris,
So I'm gonna
have
Nether War
strength,
and
I
then
took the
Blaze
strength.
Powder.
maybe?
I see.
I have 24 string. I have 24.
Wait, so I need redstone and then what else do I need?
Strength. Do you have a
Yeah, I have 24. I
here?
have
So
24.
put the put the bottles in there, and then the water bottles at least, and then put the nether wart, and then after the nether wart, it's the sugar or the blaze powder, and then it's the redstone. Make it 8 minutes long, or here, make it 8 minutes first. Put water.
Nether Wart.
Yeah, but put water in the glass
Oh, wait.
bottles
Oh
first.
shit! Oh. Alright, listen, bro. Listen. Listen. Wait.
Bro wanted to make nothing bottles. Nice.
Listen, bro.
There's water right here too, bro.
Oh, wait, I didn't look. Okay. Alright, listen, man. I'm a noob at making pots, alright?
No, you're good. I'm throwing some stuff away. I don't need that.
So wait. Can you say that again? After Nether Wart,
After Nether Wart,
Blaze
it's
Powder?
Yeah, and then it's the redstone. And you should have like 8 minute long strength. Where's
Okay,
Chris
perfect.
at? Oh, Chris is over here. Just I have diamonds. Yo, teammates, do you have diamonds? Can you toss me diamonds, teammates?
I think it's being chased. Not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
maybe. It looks like it.
He's on 30, bro. I don't think he's being chased.
Nah, actually.
Yo, jackass! Wait, hold on. Yo, thanks for the raid, bro. Appreciate it. How was your stream, man? We're currently playing a Hoplite, and then I'm doing an event after this. I'm doing Crown Quest 6. So yeah, if you guys like events, I mean, I think you guys do like events. So I'll be in an event like 30 minutes from now. W. Yep. Thanks for the raid once again, man. Appreciate it. I'm hot miking.
Alright.
I'm so sorry, guys.
For the speed,
man,
wait, how
can I
do you
get-
make the speed again?
It's
The
speed. It's
gunpowder, right?
yeah. No. Sugarcane. Sugar.
I don't have sugar.
You don't have sugar? I tossed some out somewhere. Try here. Have sugar here. Just pick up your strength. Make sure no one teammate doesn't take it.
Wait, where is it?
Wait, everyone's picking your strength up. Wait, did you get your strength?
Bro,
Who got
it's
the
okay.
strength?
I got one though.
think
bro.
Bro, who got the strength, bro? Put the strength back, bro.
Me.
Give it to for Manhole. It's Manhole's not yours, bro.
Okay.
Who got the strength?
Me. I give it to him.
Wait, you got both of them? Both of them already?
Yeah. I give
Okay.
it to
I
him.
got
No, you have
two.
strength?
Somebody dropped me. Yeah.
Okay, so you have 3 now?
I have 2. It's fine. 2 is fine.
Okay, it's fine. 2 is fine. Yeah, it's fine. 2 is fine. Thanks again for the raid, though, Jackass. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're gonna have to lock in a bit.
Okay, I'm making iron, so.
Okay, I need another blaze powder, but
Yeah, I
we
don't
can
have
make
another
more
place for.
strength.
Yeah.
Alright.
Chris, are you good? Oh, I forget. Get out of there.
We can make speed.
Wait,
Make
give me
speed.
sugar, someone.
Wait,
Here, I have sugar for you,
you have
man.
sugar?
Where you
Right
at?
here, right behind you, right here. Look at that. Boom, right there, sugar. And craft it.
No, let's make it ready now.
Let them
I need blocks. I need food, actually. That's what I need.
I don't have enough 3 gold.
I have steak. How much steak?
I dropped the internet.
I don't have any. So.
Okay, like, this guy's literally just griefing. He's been taking our strength and everything. If you want to kill him, Chris, you can go for it. It's a team griefer. You're allowed to kill team griefers, I'm pretty sure.
Wait, really? Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I mean, like, if they're just griefing the whole time, you know? That grass seems to be scary to fight.
The server's kind of laggy right now.
Yeah. Take your speed and let's start going.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go. Here, if one, can you give speed, Chris, to speed to
Go.
Chris? 1 speed.
Here, speed.
I have 41 blocks. I'm just gonna do my inventory out.
We have 27 minutes. Wait,
Oh, really? Thanks, man. All right, I'm just gonna meet up. Damn. Thanks to follow RRZ. Hello. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, how was your stream though, Jackass? What are you guys playing? You guys playing MCCI or Hoplite? Still a team of 9? Oh, I know, bro. It's fine. It's fine. We just gotta lock in. It sucks, dude. It sucks that our teammates like literally just trolling.
Yeah, keep stealing.
Yeah, it's. I hate teammates like that, bro. You should be able to lock your damn potion or something. A way to like prevent people like that from just griefing your stuff.
That's a good idea.
Actually, I might recommend that, locking like potion brewing, because it's annoying that people can just do that.
Yeah, it should be like maybe you should write on it placed by and then the name of the player.
Yeah, like oh, people are here in front of us. It's one guy at least, 2 guys. Oh, people. It's 3 people, 4 people. Fuck, we need a whole team here. Yo, people over here, guys. Get ready to speed and strength, by the way. Noob City, bet. Let's get it. Run, Chris.
Nice.
Okay.
Guys, fire. Literally a noob though. Noob with fire aspect.
Oh my god.
Fuck, he didn't get knocked down. No, 17.
I have 1 HP.
No, leave me alone.
Let me down.
Good shit.
Back up.
Don't push in.
Bro, can
Don't
this guy
push
leave
in.
me alone? Holy crap. The guy with fire aspect keeps going off.
Guys,
me.
calm down, guys. Calm
Yeah, calm down.
Oh, he's dead, bro. He doesn't like. No, he's dead. Our teammate's dead, bro, right?
Don't go help. Don't go help.
Yeah.
Actually, these guys are kind of running.
Yeah, they are running.
They're really low. I throwed a couple of them.
Nah, we're not low.
Oh, Qndres.
Nah. With our careful, man.
Power 1.
Okay, I need to back
I like
off.
chasing.
Yo, teammates.
Oh
bro.
shit, wait, there's another team.
Yeah,
I
there's a
need
whole other
help.
team at home. Yep, I'm coming back.
21.
30.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
He's after me.
Why is this guy still going after us? Like what?
Don't go
Oh,
too
server
aggro.
lag again.
Dude, the server.
Yeah, nice. Wait, someone has a flame bow? Yo.
Yeah.
W.
I'm
Kill
dead,
this guy.
I'm
He's
dead.
turning.
Oh my god, the grapple didn't fucking work.
I'm gonna try to go back for you right now.
Nice jihad. Nice jihad. That's good.
Midas sword versus Midas sword. Oh, I need that fire. Bro, this guy been targeting me the whole time. Come here, bro. You're on 4. Oh my god.
Another one.
Whoa. They just killed someone on our team.
We'll hide.
Got the fire. Midas.
Okay. I have 3 guys on me right now. I'm good though. I can shoot a jihad. I can shoot a head. Who's the head on?
Brought 4 leggings.
Holy
Stop
shit.
using the bow. Stop it. Stop. No means no. Stop. You're just gonna get
Sharp
bowed
too, bro.
more than me, and then you're gonna die.
No, Chris. I mean, no, Willard. No. I'm not on 30.
Bro,
What are you
Oh.
talking about?
We kinda need to kill, man. You know, we're a little bit low on healing. You know, it would be nice.
Oh,
to get
you're
some,
low on what now? Say it again.
Healing, bro. Healing.
Oh, okay.
So if you could, yeah. Oh, you missed those. You need to hit those shots.
I did miss that. I missed it. I missed that one. I missed that one
Oh,
too.
you missed that one too.
I need your diamond chestplate, not gonna lie.
Yeah, the diamond chestplate, bro. Oh, that was almost a good water. Almost a good one.
Almost a good
I
water.
placed the block just in time. Yeah. Oh,
Hit that
okay,
one.
that was a good shot. Good shot.
Hit that one too. Yep.
Thank you.
Ooh, the flame bow's kind of crazy.
I ate ahead.
Mykar37 just subscribed.
Our guy with the
Hi.
flame bow's pulling up, dude. It's not looking too good. You gotta turn on me.
World
good.
order, bro. Watch out. Watch
It's
out.
not a world, bro.
Watch out.
Is that strength?
I need help, guys. I need help.
Where
Chris,
you
I
at?
need
Where
help.
you at?
I'm at 150,
Where you at?
350. 150, 350. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Mika. Hi, Mika. Sorry, I'm running away from people right now. Sorry. Thanks for the jihad. Appreciate it. Well, guys on 12, by the way, if you can get to me.
Coming. 200 blocks away, by the way.
Okay. Oh, it's just annoying. The flame bow is annoying as hell. We can drop with right here, but it's gonna be hard because I'm trying to run as well. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god.
I got healing for you if you come.
Okay.
150.
Oh. Okay. I can't do you guys.
I see you.
Data jihad on me. But it's fine. They can't hit their bow shots. I just need a. Oh god, he's right behind me, bro.
I'm to your left.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Yeah, I can cut off through here now. I can make a jihad still. These people are here just doing nothing. What the hell? Hey, Willeride, I don't think your team is next to you, by the way.
Bro, my team is literally right next to
Behind you, dude.
Run. I have a jihad here.
Come here.
They're low, bro. They're low.
Yeah, they are.
Oh my god. Water, bro.
30.
Just get mana. At least get mana.
Mana, he told me.
Hello.
What the fuck?
Is that your whole team, bro?
Oh my god. Oh no.
Arrows?
Bro,
Drop
deal
arrows,
it up,
drop
no?
arrows.
I'm going for this guy.
When did you? I'm gonna.
Bro, they
curse.
keep hitting my.
He's 19.
Yo, anyone have a gap?
Yo, I have a question.
You drop a gap?
I have a question. Is this gonna be in a video, man? Anyways, I'm just gonna.
Watch out, more teammates are
What kind
coming
of
here.
spot?
Bro,
There's a
I
guy on
can't
me.
engage, dude.
I'm gonna lure him away from his team and I'm
I
gonna kill him.
think
Yeah.
you just gotta run.
They're
Steve's
chasing
still
you, by the way.
following, bro.
Yeah, good. Can you cut? You
Yeah.
kill left actually here. We're gonna kill people here. Just be careful. Yeah, I can eat a jihad for you, by the way. Let me know if you want to eat a jihad.
Should I eat it?
No, I have one. Let me eat it first. Just call it out, okay? Just like, eat a jihad and I'll eat it.
I have 2 jihads, by the way. Don't worry.
Oh, okay, bet.
Yeah, I have
They're chasing you, by the way, but I'm just bowing them. You have a 1v1 right now if you want to try to do that.
Oh my god, this guy
Wait.
can't hit it.
Wait, low-key, we can 2v1 them. Wait, hold on. Wait, jihad. Is it 11? Is it on 9?
Guys, hit him.
Is it on 6? 3? Dead? Nice. One guy above him.
Check.
Careful.
Wait, where?
There. Nice. We are like in that.
Get him. He's
Ben?
dead. Almost.
Oh, I have no healing. Shit. Oi. Okay. Well.
Oh,
this
I have a
is-
whole team behind me, guys.
Yeah, I have one guy on me too. I just have no crafting table, bro. Hold on.
Guy dropped in a fucking cave. I can go down behind him. Like, I want him. They want me, bro.
Yeah, they're fans. I'm coming, by the way. I can see everyone. I see where they're hiding.
Oh my god, there's like, bro, I have like
Yeah,
3
you have,
people
like-
on me.
You have so many people on you.
Boy, I got you. You should need.
Yeah, eat the jihad. Eat the jihad for a teammate. Eat the jihad for a teammate.
Yeah. Eat,
Oh wait,
eat,
too late.
eat.
Fuck. Sorry, I'm not you. I was talking to a teammate. My hell, bad.
Oh fuck, no. Oh, I'm dead. Oh fuck.
I see you.
Behind you. To the right.
Yeah.
Go to the right.
Holy, why do they want me, bro? Leave me alone.
We win.
I'm down to go cross.
Oh my god, it's not looking good for me.
No, go manhole. He's 17.
All I hear is just manhole, bro. Please.
Okay, they are actually killing me.
Behind you. Wait, it's behind you.
There's like 3 people.
Where are you guys at?
How many
I'm fighting
people
right now,
are
Freddy.
here, bro?
Right now, 15.
Get Freddy.
Oh.
Freddy, dito ba? Ah, ulap. Ito.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Freddy,
back up a
dito
little
ba?
bit. They're moving
Get
towards
Freddy,
us.
get Freddy.
Alright, there's teams of 6, team of 6, by the way, if you wanna, you know.
I know.
I'm keeping.
Well, I don't got kills, man. You know, I'm grinding it out.
Yo, get him.
No, 15.
Let it
Yeah,
go,
he's
let it
healing.
go. Let it go.
Hoping for some heads towards the end.
Oh,
Wait, we killed this teammate here.
Go for ninja. I can drop this guy.
Till 9.
Hit him with the
no,
flambow.
this guy has a boat.
I got him a flame.
Hey guys, help, Freddy, help.
It's not very low.
We're stuck engaging, bro. Hey,
Bro,
Oh my
what?
gosh, it's annoying.
for the freaking mute does. We don't have any power.
I'm just up.
He's dead.
The prey.
I'm just up.
I'm
Oh,
crippling.
dude, I'm not running. Dead.
Yo, you good?
Dropped him.
No, I'm
Dead.
dead.
Come on, kill
Good.
them.
Go back. We have to go back. Kill the one behind us. Go for the one.
This guy's annoying, bro. Freddy, you're gonna die in deathmatch, bro.
Where to the head?
Oh, that's. Fuck, he has any gold? Healing? No, I have one head. That's it. It's healing. Guy's annoying as shit, dude. I have no arrows. I'm trying to pick up the gold nuggets. I got the gold nuggets. I can't. Maybe I can craft more jihad.
I don't know.
You have a craft
I don't know,
table?
but-
I can craft a jihad here.
Holy crap, bro. They're annoying with the bow.
They're so annoying, dude. Can you put a craft table, Chris?
Oh my god. I'm getting low, bro. Holy crap, I'm on 3. Okay. Gonna drink this pot.
Oh shit, you're nice. You're back on full. Nice.
Yeah.
This is gonna be bad. I have one strength, one speed. I have only one jihad as a craft. Power 3. Oh my god. Okay. Just
Wait,
try
who
to-
wants a fire aspect iron sword?
I'll take it. If you want to drop it to the right.
Here, I dropped it to the left. To left.
Okay, I got it. I have a speed for someone.
Okay.
No, I can get you a gap. I can get you a gap.
Need
wood.
wood.
I
need wood. I'm
Here.
myself.
Here,
Please.
take my wood.
Yeah.
Bro. Please, please. Craft, quick.
Here.
I got 4
Okay,
gaps. 4 gaps.
Blow ahead.
Don't go for that team, by the way. Stick together, man. No, wait, no, come here. We gotta stick together with our teammate over here. This
Yo,
dude,
Chris.
you're so annoying, bro.
How am I annoying, bro? Okay, we can. This is just bow spamming me, bro.
Yo, help, mate.
I can't. This is bow spamming the punch.
Low, I'm low.
Shit, Chris.
Chop.
Curse is 14. Curse is 14. Curse is 11.
Qndres is low. Like, holy, bro, you're a fan.
Bro, what the hell is going on? They're low.
I'm ahead.
Yeah, you eat it. Got him, dropped him. I dropped his teammate. L, dude, your teammate just died because you're not with them, bro. Holy, bro. Don't boost him, Chris. I'm so low.
No way, dude.
Yeah, you just dropped.
Kids, you're gonna get on me.
GG! Uh-oh.
I dropped this kid.
Nice.
Dude, I can't even pick up water.
Oh. He really wants me dead, bro.
Yeah. I mean, what can I do? Business on full.
Look, I have no healing. What you healing, man, huh?
I'm making some gaps right now.
Can I get one?
Yeah,
I'm like
yeah.
on 1 HP.
Come here.
Also,
Where you at? Where you at?
Right here. Thank you. Hey, water. I need a water bucket. Oh my god. Fuck.
I think I have. Wait.
Extra spare.
Here.
Thank you. I have one gap on me. I can make healing the craft table. Come on. I need arrows.
There.
You have arrows?
Here's some. I dropped.
Here, take this, Chris.
Wait, I'm gonna make some. I have a bunch of heads. Wait. Wait, don't let them take my thing. The just aerospace thing. Iron, bro.
Get those leggings up. Brought 3 leggings. Sam, thanks for the sub. Man, what's your okay? You're okay.
I got more gear. Here.
Just subscribed. Carry Qndres to victory.
I got more gaps. I just got gold.
Nice. Good
Nice,
shit.
good shit, good shit.
Another
Here,
head, another head.
here's some gold. Here's some apples. I mean, I dropped.
Okay.
Oh wait, I'm gonna
Emerald
make some
sword?
more.
I already have a sharp 3 diamond.
Oh, I can't anymore.
What's your healing, Chris? What? Look at what? Look at what? Look at what?
I have 3 heads if anybody needs.
Sword? It's emerald sword. What about it? Oh! Oh!
Wait, what? What sharp?
Like sharp a
Sharp
million?
11? What?
Sharp 13.
What?
What the fuck?
But there's some diamond boost for you, Chris, if you need there.
They're gonna camp a tree.
Sharp 13. How did you get that? What? We can just don't waste your arrows, I'd say, bro. Just wait. Honestly.
Yeah. They're low. They're on 6 and. Oh
Yeah.
my god! Wait, who had this on them?
That's
Oh
insane.
my god!
Sharp 13, bro. What? How is that even possible, dude?
The Freddy guy? Yeah, no wonder he was mad that we dropped him. Oh my god, dude! I dropped his teammate, by the way. His fault. A's bad, dude. Oh my god! Careful, Chris. Wait, Chris. Yeah, I guess you can go. I'm full P3, by the way, or I guess P2 boots.
Up P4.
Yo, well, guess what I have, bro?
Guns.
Bro, you have Artemis, Contour.
You should see my sword.
Sharp 3! Sharp 3! Sharp 3! Sharp 5!
It's more like sharp 11.
Sharp 11! What?
Yeah,
oh wait,
11's crazy.
you're
Oh, you're
wait,
fine.
I
Don't
stole
worry.
that from you.
You're good. Don't worry. Dude, what is this sword? Look at this sword.
Yo.
16. I got him. I'll get him, Chris. Yeah, just fire him.
Get me, dog.
Oh,
GG.
Sharpness 11, dude.
That's insane.
What? GG's, chat. GG's. Oh my god. Holy. What the f?
How did he get that? Wait, how does the emerald sword work? Does it get a kill every?
No,
sharp?
so it works off of emeralds. So every like 32
Oh.
emeralds, it gets +1 sharpness. But you can put emerald blocks. I didn't know you could put emerald blocks in there. So someone had 32 emerald blocks and like, yeah, it's crazy. Holy shit, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea how he won that, by the way. Like, oh, dude. What the fuck?
It's just insane, dude.
Yeah, dude, that's a GG's though. Oh my god, man.
Wait, you could clip that from the VOD, make it into a video, to be honest.
No, yeah, for sure. I had 5 kills, but I can still make that a video. Jesus, dude. Holy shit, man. Well, GG's, man, huh? GG's, bro.
GG's.
If you're up to
Alright,
play
bro.
later on, I'm down, but I have to go to an event now. All right?
All right, sounds good. Just let me know.
Bro. Yeah, for sure. You too, Chris.
All right, peace.
All right, later, bye. Later, guys. Peace. Chat. Holy shit, bruh. Holy, bro. My god. I'm down to play later. All right, chat. So now I think it's event time, chat. It's literally event time. It's event time. It's event time. Mod, do you guys want to change the title to like Crown Quest event? Really amazing. Hello, hello. I'm streaming, guys. Hi. I'm streaming. Hi, guys.
Are you
I'm streaming on main. No, well, I was, yeah.
Me and we're all warming up on island right now because we don't want to bother with the queue.
Oh, wait.
What's up?
What's it called? I was gonna say. Oh, it's events like 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bet. Oh god. Yeah, today's been a good day so far, guys. I'll tell you that much. Wow, hey, everyone say hi to my chat.
Hi, chat.
Are you guys all streaming, by the way, or are you guys gonna record? What are you guys doing?
I am about to stream.
We're all forced to stream the event. We're
all forced streaming? Bet. Okay, bet. Let me get
We
on.
all love.
I'm streaming in like a bit. Oh.
Let me just load up my Minecraft real quick.
El Carter, you died. El Carter, you died.
I'll be back though. All right, chat. So if you guys don't know, Crown Quest is an event. It's a pretty fun event, actually. You guys should watch it. How can I join? You guys can't join. It's a invite only event. You guys will see how it works. It's pretty cool. Dude, Chris, that was insane, bro. What? Dude, Willhide. I'm not gonna, dude, what happened that game? I was like, okay, so we go into that game and there's just like everyone on us already, right? There's a whole team on us already. Okay, so like picture that. I had strength pots. I was brewing already, but we were getting rushed. So I had to like take one and drink that. I was getting dropped, and then I didn't drop, and then I killed someone. I respawned for Chris. For Chris comes in, one taps someone. Dude, what happened? Dude, we were like taking 1v20s. Yeah, and then the Freddy guy was just, Qndres is low. Manhole is low. Qndres is low. Qndres 17. Qndres 12. Dead. Qndres. Dude, oh my god. You almost dropped? You did, exactly, yeah. And then, like, what happened there, bro? Also, hi, Mika's. How are you, Mika? Also, thank you, Sandra, for the sub. Holy shit, bro. But yeah, chat. It's event day right now. I had to probably log on the server. I think my FPS should be fine. I'm not allowed this on the server. I don't want to. I also don't want to leak the server. So let me. Yeah, let me Crown Quest. Starting in 30 minutes. Okay, so we have 30 minutes to practice or like to mess around and stuff. Holy shit. By the way, chat, I'm still gonna stream after the server, after this event. So yeah, just stay here. Don't leave. Just literally AFK, please. Thank you. I'm trying to go for that Discord partner. Or Discord. I already have Discord partner. I'm going for that Twitch partner. So every view counts, guys. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys just sticking here and just talking with me and stuff. I think we're low-key just, I mean, we hit every other count but the viewer count, and we just need 75 average now, and I think right now we're at 62 average, so I think we're just like, we're 10 off, we're 13 off. So I mean, if you guys got nothing to do and you guys got to leave soon, just leave the stream on. Do me a favor, right? Leave the stream on and just go do whatever you want. Thank you, Joker. Hi, Joker, by the way. I'm exhausted and in debt. Classic college. Oh no. I'll be here next week though. Thanksgiving break. Bet. Partner before Christmas. I mean, that would be an amazing partner gift, low key. I would love to be partnered before Christmas. I really would. So listen, right now I'm just focusing on two things: is content and my YouTube. Or I guess they both are the same thing. But I think my only goal was this year, besides hitting 30K on YouTube, which by the way, this year I started with like, I think I started this year off with like 8K subs on YouTube, and now I'm at 31K. So that's amazing. That's 29,000 subs already, you know? And then my other goal was partner on Twitch. So I mean, I might actually just hit that this year. We'll see. I don't know. I gotta keep grinding though. I gotta keep grinding. But yeah. Boredom, I think. Thanks for following. Skep Kiwis, what's up? And A is bad. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the follows. Let me actually follow Molly. Dude, shout out to Molly, bro. Molly rated me. Huge. Also, Jackass also followed me. I appreciate you guys that. I appreciate all the content creators that have been showing me love recently. I appreciate you guys a lot. Let me follow them back on Twitter. Let me follow them on Twitter and thank them. Follow. And then Jackass. Wait, Jackass. It's a crazy name. I got Duncan. I ate Duncan the other day. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, again, content. Crown Quest is in 30 minutes, chat. So stick for the event. It's gonna be really cool to watch. It's actually like, I don't know if you guys are like, how do I explain it? It's just watch the event. Just watch the event. You guys will see it. It's not like MCC. It's like it's not like MCC where it's like two teams that are top two will go to the final. Everyone goes to the final, but it's based on individual points. And with those individual points you get to buy stuff from shops. So you can be full diamond if you do really good, or you can be like full leather if you do really bad in the event. So yeah, you guys will see in a bit. We will be watching you. Thank you, Joker. I appreciate you so much, man. Honestly, I need to give up. Okay, and Chris, Chris, if you're still here, bro, I got you at the rank. Okay, Chris, not for Chris, but the Chris, the very talented. I got you, Chris. When can I play you another song, bro? If you're up for later on, bro. If you're on later on, I'm down. Wait, Did you make that whole song by yourself, Chris? I need to follow you on Twitter, bro. You're really, really talented, man. Good stuff, bro. Keep it up. Keep it up. Let me follow you on Twitter. You have Twitter, Chris? What's your Twitter, Chris? Yeah, I made it. Holy shit, bro. You're really talented, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Keep it up, man. Me go here. Let me go to oh, I can't message him. Well, hope I hope I can message him soon. At Chris Burger. Rich. At Chris Burger. Wait, you follow me on your alt account. Chris. I think you do. Wait, what? AR Burger. Chris Burger Uke. Oh, wait, you don't follow me on your account. Wait, what the heck? What do you want to follow you back on, bro? I got you. I got you to follow. Would you rather me follow you on your private or on your main? Probably I don't mean to be that guy, but that's pronounced Crease. Oh, Crease Burger. Gotcha. Okay. All good. I'll get you on your both. Okay, I'm not gonna follow him on this both. I'll follow him one. Wait, is this you? Hold on. Dude, how are you? Dude, holy shit, bro. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. Oh, is this a fruitcake? I have not. No. Who is that by Joker? What is there? Someone said embarrassing. Oh, this guy. Okay. That's one of a gang, bro. You're still really good, though. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. Keep it up. What time is it? It's already 10:30, bro. Holy shit. Sabrina Carpenter. You know, I was about to leak something, but I don't want to leak yet. It's actually a random fun fact. I think. Let me see. Let me see. Wait, no. I'm thinking of someone else. Someone else. Wait, what? Leak? It's only illegal. No. Event's 20 minutes, chat. 20 minutes to the event. Let me ask. Yo, Carter, could you ask RVM if I can get wireless to the server, to the practice server, so I can just like go around and just parkour or something?
In a bit.
Thank you.
Busy right now?
You're good. Whenever. Wait, actually, I can get whitelisted to the practice server. There you go. I messaged him. All right. Hopefully we can get whitelisted. Please. I want to get whitelisted, man. I guess I can just jump around the hoplite while I just wait. Is creative event? No. It's a yeah, it's a creative. Well, it's like, how do I explain? It's a micro event. It's a, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. It's a micro event though. You'll see right now. I'm not allowed to use Fulbright. It's like a micro event. I don't know how to explain it. OMG, it's Qndres. Who's the host? Well, it's not on Hoplite. Okay, it's not a Hoplite event. It's called Crown Quest. Yeah, I can give you guys the Twitter at. It's like a micro event. You know, like a, yeah. Okay, maybe, yo, mods, can you guys change the title to like just Crown Quest? Because I think people are getting like debated. Why are we back on Hoplite? I'm waiting for them to wireless me to the server. Yeah, because I think people are like confused. I think they genuinely think that I'm it's like a Hoplite tournament, but it's not. It's literally just it's its own event. You'll see right now. You see how it works, chat. You'll see how it works. Okay. Am I getting withered? Okay. Thank you, VO. I just die in lava here. Oh, or not. There you go. I've done it so many times. It's funny. Wait, what is? Okay, sounds are so high. There you go. My teammates are. Wait, everyone's streaming, so I guess I can just put them in the title. Here. Was it like MCC? Yes, it's like MCC. Yes. Chill and toast. Yes. Literally, it's like MCC. It's an event, you know? It's like MCC. Yeah. MCC or like Block Wars, but it's its own thing, you know? It's Crown Quest. I'll show you what. There's like a lot of games. I'm not sure if you guys were here whoever was here last time. There was, yeah, you'll see. Wait, I followed him on Twitter, bet. Yeah, the first one is Ember. The second one's a Carter. And then the third one is here. I'll give you guys their ats. Here. Carter, Ember, and Madness. That's their names. Thank you. And here, yeah, Ember is she's a musician. Bubbles, yeah, I got you. I got you with the bubbles. Discord bubbles. I got. Thanks for letting me know. Actually. All right, I'm going to MCCI. Can't wait to sell 500 Q right now. Wait, MCCI, you're in Q already? Take 10 minutes to go. Where is it at? Crown Quest player. Amethyst VC. There we go. And then just copy. For speaking users only. Copy. Just do it. Home. Browser. Crown Quest. Then I'll just take this. Okay, great. There you go. Oh my god, Venu. W moderator. Holy shit, Venu. Thank you so much. But yeah, like I said, I'm trying to partner this year. Hopefully I can hit it. Why is this person's head? Oh, I got it. Oh my god. That reminds me. I got it. Why is everyone's head like crooked? What am I watching? Let me change my skin real quick. I gotta change my skin. I have my skin right here. Mojang. How do I change the skin again? Wait, chat, I was gonna ask you guys, what like content creators would you guys like to see me team with in on Hoplite? I love playing with everyone, bro. Like everyone's just so chill on Hoplite. Like, I don't know. I know Fivo said he wanted to play. He wants to like, you know, dabble his feet in it a little bit. I also want to get Kieran and Dev to play, but they're extremely busy though. Prove. Here we go. Shatter and Stewart. A little Shatter Stew action. I can do that. We can 100% do that. Kyle F. Ooh, Kyle F. And who else? Radoons? Oh, I think we did that though. What was that on stream when we played with the Radoons and Kyle F? That was really cool. I like Kyle. We're both the same age. This is really amazing. Hell yeah. W same age. Okay. There, I think I can change my skin. Hi, Qndres. Hi. Oh, what the? Chat signing request. What is this? Hi. Okay. Booster still says my name wrong? Bro. This booster guy, huh? Oh, one. Is that it? Is that it? Come on. Yo. Get in here. Let's go. This guy seems like a good person to team with. Okay. Jeez. Whew. Oh my. Okay. 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 I like that. I like that so far. Wait, can I use a texture pack for better? Wait. Can I use a low fire TP question mark? Am I allowed to use a low fire texture pack? No. Damn. Rip. Never mind. How about I stream where you compete with your teammates for most kills? Ooh. But then again, like, I mean, that sounds fire. I could do that. Like with Stu and Shatter, I could do that actually. How about we like, we could actually do that. Because I still want to go back to my original idea of where I invite like old UHC. You got Weatherston? Bet. Yeah, I did. Thanks so hard. Appreciate it. What server is this? It's a event. This is not a server. It's just an event. What was talking about again? Oh my Vanu! Oh my god! Holy Giga Chat moderator! Oh my. Okay, Vanu. Okay, I see you, Vanu. I see you. I see you. Joker only has good ideas. We ignore when I made scrambled eggs disappear by accident. Wait, what? Wait, how do you make your eggs disappear? Wait, what? Oh, dude. There was this one time, Joker, well, I cooked some eggs on stream and my chat was yelling at me because I didn't put salt and pepper on my eggs. Can you believe this, guys? I made a breakfast burrito. My chat was yelling at me to put pepper on my eggs and I didn't do it. Should I do another cooking stream? That was fun. Dude, because there was butter on my eggs, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? But I feel like butter already has salt, no? I mean, isn't pepper spicy? Isn't pepper literally spicy? Like, technically pepper is spicy, no? Like, the taste of pepper is spicy. You're literally Mexican? Yeah, but Mexicans love salt. Not pepper. I guess we like pepper too, but... You know what I mean? We're mostly just a salt people. What's something that's salty that I wouldn't think salty? Let's see, like fuck. Some people say like tacos can be salty. Like, no, what? You just put lemon. It's a good balance. Easy. It's honestly, I'm Mexican, yeah. I'm Mexican American. You're whiter than I am? Wait, I'm literally Mexican. Like, what do you mean? I am half I was born in America, but both my parents are Mexican. Dude, by the way, okay, yo, my parents want to stream, bro. They want to stream on my account. Because I told them one time, I think it was during the subathon this year, where I was like, yo, if you guys stream, I'll give you guys any of the, like any subs or bits that I get that you can have. Thoughts? I'm Spanish, W. Well, you're also Filipino, right, Mika? You owe us a mom stream? I do owe you guys a mom stream. But chat, dude. What do you guys want to see her play? Hoplite? No. I am not unmuting for that. I'm making sure that I don't do a what's it called? Yeah. Dude, they've never touched Minecraft in their life, bro. Willerhide? No, I am not. No, Willerhide, no. I'm just not letting Willerhide play with my mom, dude. No. Willerhide carry. No. I was gonna get TNT minecarded by Willerhide. Yo, the FOD. Wait, what? I said, yeah, I mean, I saw you guys that. I said, no, because my chat was saying, because I owe my chat a mom stream. My chat was saying like, oh yeah, just do a Hoplite stream with Willerhide with your mom. I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, this is not gonna happen. No, we're just not, that's just not, no. You are not talking to my mother, Willerhide, no. This is actually really good. I hope the event does. The event got upgraded to 1.20, so this is gonna be amazing. I'm also gonna pop off, bro. I'm gonna pop off this event, bro. I don't care. We have like, oh shit, it's not literally in 9 minutes. I gotta focus up. Announcements. Start hopping on the server. Event at Crown Quest. Yep. Let's see server IP. Yep. Event data. The event Crown Quest Discord server. Okay. Let me black out my screen. I want to leak the IP. One sec, chat. Let me put the IP on real quick. All right, there you go. All right, cool. Oh shit, they're waiting for me. Monkus. Yes. Hi, Chan. Oh my god. Hi, Chan. You look good. Okay, I'm going to my team. That's not my team. This is my team. Dude, I look so snazzy. Holy shit. Hold on. Okay. Do I slash sit now? Perfect. Hello. Oh, let me join the VC real quick. Starting in 17 minutes. Wait, what? Well, Qndres, why? No. Well, Qndres plays top 10. No. And this prediction. Wait, no. Will I end up top 10? Top 10. Will I be top 10 this event? That's seriously? No. Put top 10. Fine, top 8. Put top 8. Who is hitting me? Who just hit me? Dude, look at my glasses, bruh. Holy shit, looks so good. Wait, how sweet? It's really, well. Wait, did I just turn on? Hold on. Oh, it's because of this, making me like, go. Okay, I'm just making sure that I don't like, my FPS don't lag. I think it's fine though. I think we're literally chilling. Slash sit. Perfect. Dolphin Man? Yeah, Dolphin Man's in here. It's Chan, Dolphin Man. Yep, there's people here. There's a lot of sweaty people. Get me up there. There you go. That's perfect. Perfect prediction. Everyone predictions, please. Everyone prediction. Hi, Qndres. Hi. My name is Qndres. Qndres, not Qndres. Wait, I want to go up there. Wait, let me be up there. Get me up there. How do I get up there? Can I parkour up there? Wait, surely I can parkour up. Wait. I can't parkour. Damn it. I don't gamba for events. Come on. Gamba. Closing everyone's seat down. I'm so toxic. I'm closing everyone's seat. Yes. Yep. Let's go! Wait, there's still one up here. Perfect. Hey. Leave him down. No. Oh, it's literally aim training. Oh my god. Move. Perfect. Are they down? Hey! No. Leave him down. Oh my god. No. Leave him down. Bro. Who is putting him up? Oh my god. Leave him down. God. Well, I'm on yours. Dude, holy shit. Who just went all in, bruh? My prediction is that Qndres will break his Qndres keyboard will break. Stop. Whew. Okay. Let me turn my AC on. This event's might be really sweaty. Don't lose, I won't. Wait, chat, what are you guys getting me for Black Friday? Are you guys buying me anything, chat? I want to do a stream where I like... Oh, wait, join comp VC, but... Chat, everyone, clear comms. Wait, I gotta mute my music. Clear comms.
Oh my gosh. All right, people.
All right,
Some things to say real quick while everyone's joining. If you want to hear the music, turn up your jukebox and record music.
Wait, where?
Everyone get in your seats. Let's begin. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Wait.
Everyone hop in your seats. Who are we waiting for? All right, we're waiting for Carter. We are waiting for Carter. And we're waiting for Carter. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, is that what? Is that everybody on time?
Dude, chat, last time I was really late. I was really late last time.
Let's go. You guys are getting so good at this. I love it. A Sunday at 2 p.m. EST. You're all here on time. And we only had 2 subs. Oh my gosh. Again, thank you, Qndres and WubDub for the sub. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
You'll see we got a little different setup in the stage now. Everything looks a little cleaner.
Chat, is this person like really
little
good?
cleaner. All right, everyone seat. Take a seat. I don't know why people are hitting each other. Everyone take a seat. Let's all relax over there. Let's relax. All right.
I'm on my seat.
No hitting people, please. No hitting people. All right. So a few things before I start my little speech. All of the staff members. Oh, is everyone in VC? Who are we missing? Oh no. Amethyst, join comp chat.
Go on.
I am not a Leo. I am a Libra.
Shh. Fuck.
Ew. What? I can't have nothing these days.
Carter,
my chat was curious.
Carter.
Alrighty, so a few things before we start the event. A lot of the main coders and developers are currently playing. So if something does go wrong, just be patient. We're going to try and fix it while still competing.
Hello.
I don't think there's anything that goes wrong. You never know. It's a Crown Quest. Anything could happen. So we're going to try and make sure it gets fixed. If there is a problem, we'll make sure it's fair for all of you. You don't have to worry about it. Just be patient with us. We're all just here to have fun. We're all here to just, party it up. All righty. We're going to start this. Everyone here? Okay, so a big thing is try not to relog too much. If you do relog, try and do it during a quest period, like at the start of it, or if your team finishes with like 7 minutes left, do that. Or
bro.
Tag me, be like, hey, RVM3, I'm going to relog real quick. Just try not to relog.
This really fun, bro.
I know some people do this. It causes significant issues with how everything works. Please do not leave during the intro scene as the meme when you get teleported into the front of the stage.
Damn it.
Please do not leave the server because it doesn't give you it messes with things and it will basically not count a lot of your stuff.
What's wrong with you?
So don't leave. Just meme around on the server without leaving, please and thank you. All right. Ready. Let's get it. Digis and Pogs are going to be here to help you. We have our amazing commentators, Kokiri's and KairoCat, and the Fox 580 who will be joining later on.
Wait, chat, what's my sensitivity?
Make sure that Fox 580 is all good. You guys all look so dapper in your skins. You guys look great. The Lorax onesies. Gosh, you guys all look so good. Dovey did so good on the Amethyst skins. You guys look great. You all look so good. Oh, I am so excited to be competing again. So, with that being said,
I have a big head.
Hi everybody, I'm RVM3 and welcome to Crown Quest Titans! Woo! Woo, woo. We're so excited for you all to be here. We hope you all have as much fun playing this event as the staff did making the event. Now we have a lot of change from the last event, as well as some things to say regarding event etiquette. If you have any questions during the game, please message Digis or PogSpy with the /message command. They'll try to help you as fast as possible. Please try not to say mean things to each other in public message or be rude to staff. We're all here to have fun, and if you see a huge problem, we probably see it too. We want chat to be PG as well, as there's many different types of content creators here today.
Yeah,
we don't want to
chat,
jeopardize anyone's content. Remember, there's a constant individual leaderboard you can see after games, during quest periods, and on your screen. Quests are individual, so you can do all the quests yourself, but if you want to work with your team, you can do that too. Or you can just take a break, get some water, talk to your chat. Quests do not count towards your individual score. They only help you get a few extra coins to spend on gear in the final Coliseum. The staff is amazing. I want to give an appreciation message to everybody who helped out today, especially the commentators for being here today. Crown Quest would be non-existent without all of you, so I want to thank you guys so much for being here and for your help throughout it all. We hope you guys have a ton of fun and enjoy all the games that are up this season. Again, I'm RVM3, and welcome to Crown Quest Titans! Go back to your team VCs! Hey, go to your team VCs!
Okay, wait, Team VC. Let's go, guys. Let's get it. This is winnable, guys. This is winnable.
You know what we think? You know what we think about this? You know what we think?
What, Ember? What?
We're gonna funk it up, boy. We're gonna funk it up.
I don't.
We are. What are we gonna do for team introduction?
Wait, what in this? I don't know. Can you just everyone look at me?
Okay.
I'm looking at you.
Okay, not now.
Yep. We're looking at you. Please, Andres, give us ideas.
Everyone look at Andres. Everyone look at Andres.
Wait, this music is so damn loud.
It is.
Wait, everyone shift and look at me. Surround me, okay? Surround me and look at me. Surround me and look at me.
Yeah.
Okay, not now, bro.
Wait, no, we're practicing. We're practicing.
Bro, Andres, bro thinks he's the king. What are we doing?
I am the king.
Let's just walk out. Let's just walk out.
I'm the king, baby.
Let's walk away from Andres. Let's just walk away from Andres.
Let's just look away.
Yeah.
I'm gone. Bye. I'm going away.
Yeah, we're gone.
I'm all the way up here. I'm
the king.
Oh my god, no.
We decided we're the kings. We decided we're the kings. We're above you. We're higher.
Bro, Andres, you smell like crap. Oh, okay.
Let's do it.
I'm going away from you. I'm just going away from you. I'm just like standing wide over here.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Woo!
Incredible performance. Good job, guys. Incredible.
We did great.
Let's go.
Andres, can you stop trapping the trap doors? Please,
no.
On our troops.
I'm putting all the. Oh, time to vote.
Oh.
Okay. What do we want?
Okay.
Oh my.
Psych. Wow.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, Jabaden.
Did they?
Surely they don't vote. They're going there.
No, not Mirror. Please, not Mirror first. I mean, honestly. Which one do you want? Labyrinth? No.
The three games I want to skip are Labyrinth, Forger, and Mirror.
I've never played Labyrinth. Labyrinth is really hard, isn't it?
It's just luck. It's luck.
Okay.
Oh no.
Why is there 6 people on yellow team? Hello?
Guys, what if we are just the luckiest team?
I think RVM is just actually I don't know why there's 5 people. What 6 people? Is it 2 hosts now?
He's hacking.
Fuck, it's Labyrinth first game.
He wants to win this event. It's Labyrinth.
No, Kyrocat is Pokey.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, it's Labyrinth. Damn.
It's Forger.
Wait, what?
It's Labyrinth.
It's Labyrinth.
It's Labyrinth.
Damn. Okay.
Bro.
It was like the
Guys, what if we all drop out right now?
Labyrinth is a team game where each player will be spawned in a maze, each corner with a warden nearby. Players must navigate the maze to the middle, where they will be greeted with a hole, trapdoors on top. These trapdoors open with all 4 levers that are hidden in the maze and are placed on top of diamond blocks with 1 in each room. Teams will place and finish with all 4 have escaped. So maybe don't jump in until you have all your teammates, or do. Your points. Good luck and navigate swiftly. So, okay.
Yeah.
You
Find
levers,
run from warden.
Find levers.
Find lever, one from wardens, you get to the middle, right? Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
Oh my god, hi warden.
Can we run and jump?
There we go. Probably.
What do gold blocks? What do gold things pressure plates do?
I think they just
I'm not sure. I think
like
they make
alert
noise.
the
They just make
warden.
noise. Just make noise.
Okay. Well, I think I found the middle. Wait, there's a room with like a bunch of levers. So I click one.
Yeah, click the lever
Click,
down.
click one. Click, 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 click.
Oh
Well,
my
it's like,
god!
there's a bunch of levers. There's a bunch of levers. That's what I'm saying. There's a.
I
Shit.
found another warden.
Isaac got hit by warden.
I did too.
Yeah, me too. You regen pretty quickly though.
Okay, well,
Oh, I just found another spawn.
same.
I found a room
Let's
with
go
almost
faster.
all the doors. There has to be a lever here. I found one. I found a lever.
Nice.
Oh, I found a lever. I found a lever.
Nice.
Yeah, I
Should
found
look
a lever.
throwing.
Flipped it.
I found a lever. Yeah, I found a full of lever diamond thing.
Yeah, click the one with the diamond block. Yeah.
Oh, warden's on me. I just died to the warden. Yeah. Oh,
that's
it's already done.
not too...
Okay, then yellow one. Right then. Hey, that's crazy.
Sure.
It's fine. It's fine.
Find the middle. Oh, madness!
Hi, run!
What do you mean run?
Wardens!
I got a lever.
Nice.
Nice, Carter. If you find the middle, just like note down the chords because we need to go. We need to all go there in a bit.
I see Ember. I'm working on
Madness,
you,
I
Ember.
lost you. What? Oh my god!
There's so many.
What is this?
Okay, I found the middle. I found the middle.
Okay, what are the chords?
Where?
What are the
Same.
chords?
So, okay.
I'm gonna
Just remember the middle. Remember the middle.
Wait, where's the middle?
It's 30 negative 4929. It's this last lever.
I don't know. Keep looking.
Wait, what is it? 30 negative 4.
Negative 30 negative 4929. X is 30. We need to find this last lever though.
Yeah, this last lever is be painful. It might have been in the room with a bunch of levers that I was in. I forgot where that was at.
I think so too.
I have no wardens on me. So I can, if you guys can distract the wardens, I can search. We can get the levers.
I found another person spawn, bro.
Me when I can't see.
I died. Him.
Do you respawn?
Yeah, you respawn.
You respawn, yeah.
It's all good. This is only the first thing.
Yeah, there's no multiplier though, so I can't.
There's two other teams. We have to be one other team, surely. We're not gonna get last fight, surely not.
Surely.
Yeah.
Bro, I can't see.
Oh, we're last. Damn.
No.
Wait, no, it's teams.
No, wait,
teams.
no.
10 teams. Yeah, 10 teams. Okay, we're fine. Keep searching.
Bro. I think someone should stay in the middle and just like wait.
I mean, I have the coordinates for it.
I have the coordinates already too. Yeah.
I found a door maze. Oh, it's
I
on
found the
Gauntlet.
lever room. I'll just flick them all.
You found the room?
Yeah, I found the lever room. I'm just gonna flick them
Yeah,
all.
flip them all. Yeah. If you have the
Everyone
coordinates, I'm just gonna go in right away.
start heading.
Yeah, I'm already in. I'm in. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna go in. I'm in.
Wait,
Yeah, the
what
coordinates,
was
right?
it? 4-9? I found it. Yeah.
32 4929.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, I found it.
Nice.
I'm
in.
Nice. Good stuff, guys.
8th place. Okay, that's not.
Not bad. It's fine.
What a game.
Guys, we didn't win the RNG game. No way.
It's all good, chat. It's all good. Focus up, guys.
We're good.
This is our nerf game.
It's an RNG game.
Chat, is the stream laggy, chat, or is it fine?
My shock when the yellow team wins.
Chat, how's stream looking like, by the way? Is it really choppy or is it good?
My shock when the team that made the game wins the game.
My beyond shot.
No.
Coasting.
freaking way.
It looks choppy on my screen for some reason. It's fine.
Nah, this is the game we're the least prepared for. Okay, after this we have questing period. Just follow me. I know like a lot of like pressure plates out of mine. That should be close to us.
We're done.
It's fine.
Oh, they
Okay.
finished at the same time. Well.
No, I think 10th place just doesn't finish. I think.
Oh.
I think.
DNI.
Where was the last lever? Was it in the big lever
It
room?
was in the big lever room. I just
Okay,
flipped
so
them all and
I
then
basically threw my bad.
Oh.
That was my bad.
Nah,
That
you're
was my
fine,
bad.
Qndres. This is the
I
beginning.
remember
This is the
someone
beginning.
told
This is our worst
me.
game.
I thought someone had told me that big lever room was just a debate, so you can just get away from that. But okay, it's fine. All right, I'm popping up the chat.
Okay, it's team screen. Team screen.
Team
Where's-
screeny.
I don't know who's gonna take it, but we should get one.
Wait, it's
I'll take it,
it's
I'll take
it's quest time. Quest time. Don't screen. Wait,
Yeah,
oh,
go outside. Go outside. Take team
Here,
screen.
take a screen. Take the screen. I don't know where you want to take it. Take it over here, maybe. Over here. Take it over here. Take it over here.
Amber's taking it.
Oh
Amber's
fuck.
taking it.
Okay, wait. I can't remember where you're taking it, Amber.
It's
Okay.
fine, just here. Come in front. 3.
Take it. Take it. Take it. Take it.
Alright,
Take
we're
it.
good.
All right, bet. Okay. Go. 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 Go.
We're good.
All right. Negative
Do you have any
184.
special
Negative
missions?
436.
Okay, our team mod doesn't
Oh, I
say
fell.
anything.
Okay, got
Are you
that
just
one.
gonna?
Oh, we have
Are you already using the note?
I already have 23. What?
What?
That's
No, that's
22.
from.
Oh,
That's,
it's just
that's
no. It's from the
from
game. It's from the game. It's from the game.
Game,
It's from the
yeah.
game.
Oh,
Yeah,
Madness, I'll just
go-
follow you. You know that. I'll just follow you, Madness.
Yeah, I know where
Where'd you
most
go?
of
Yep,
the
there's one right here.
to the Ferris
you-
wheel. Just go straight. Across the
I'll
bridge
stick
and
with you,
then
Carter.
go straight.
Nothing.
If you find the Ferris wheel, it's pretty large. You can find it. You'll find it again then.
Okay.
Also, a little tip: if you see like the Crown Quest symbol, you're close to
Bless you.
a thingy.
Thank you.
Yep. I think this is up the big
Roller
one.
coaster.
Yeah, I think it's up the roller coaster, right?
Yeah, up the roller coaster. There's one.
The tall one, right? The big one.
Mhm.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
Okay.
there should be one.
Yeah.
You got one up there?
Yeah, there is one up here.
Yeah, there's one. Did you get the one under here? There's one under here too.
Got it.
Oh,
Yeah.
no,
Amber,
I
Amber,
got-
behind
I
you,
got
behind you.
a-
Where's the one under?
Behind-
I forgot.
I'm here.
Yeah, I forgot the
Carter,
other one
behind you,
too.
behind you. It's right here.
We'll get that hard one up here.
It's in
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and then we can go to the arcade you were going to already.
I think there's up here, maybe.
I'll go to
Where
the
is it?
frog in PC.
Is he still there? Because I don't think he
Yeah, he's still there. He's
changes
still there. He's
location.
still there. He's still
Oh
there.
my
He's
god,
still
that's 20 coins. Just go for it.
Wait, where's
Oh
one?
my God,
Is
just
there
do that
another
parkour.
one on the coaster? How many
Yeah, I
are
got
there
frog.
here on the
I got
coaster?
20. I got 20 on the frog.
Nice, nice.
Frog in
Nice.
20.
Everyone go for the frog immediately then.
Where's the
I
frog?
thought he moved.
It's on the roller coaster. Just go to the left side or so.
Yeah, you see him under. He's on the
Oh,
left.
I hate this parkour. I hate these parkour jumps.
This
Frog.
parkour. Where are you? Wait,
Frog parkour.
I'm doing candy cane parkour. Or not candy cane.
Course.
It is Neg 400, Neg 300.
There's some
Okay,
music.
madness. Where are we
Oh
going?
god.
Where
I
are
still
we
don't hear
Where are we
music.
going? Wait, I'm a little disoriented.
Franklin.
Franklin. Oh, there's one back here too. Remember? There should
Oh,
be one.
coming.
Wait, Nick 300.
Yeah. Neg
This
400.
looks different. This looks
parkour.
different.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
How do you do
Okay,
this
there's one
parkour?
here.
I'm trying to find where to start.
Right there.
Where to start it.
Right there. Shit, that's not you. Where are you at?
Yeah.
Ah,
and then
yes.
we
Yes,
go
there.
up here.
You see it?
Remember? We go up here.
Yeah.
And there
I don't know how
should
to
be
do
like
this.
a quest with this guy
I get on
here.
top of this. What?
I don't know. I just
Chef
can't. I'm
Joe.
just not doing that parkour. I'm just wasting too much time.
We probably just have to go inside, like talk to this guy,
The volcano. This way.
How do you get in?
and then go up here through the door. Oh. And then there's a pressure plate here too.
Wait, my Spotify's still playing.
Oh.
Ooh.
I got 36 coin.
Yeah, I'm at 42
30.
now.
That's not nice.
Dang. Wait, what else did you get from
Where do we
the
start here?
There's like one at the Ferris wheel too that you might have missed before.
Probably, maybe. Where's the one at the Ferris wheel?
Mm.
How do you get that one?
There's one like under the Ferris wheel. If you see the Ferris wheel, it's just completely under there.
Yeah. Okay. A triple Neo. Okay. Yep. We're capping now.
Wait, where?
Okay, the question
where?
is the same.
It's
Answer
inside
if you find the question board, the answer is off. Yeah, just stand up real close and then press the button. Closer. Yeah.
How do you do triple Neos? Is there like a direction you got to look at?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Remember, follow me there.
Just give me your cords. Just give me your cords.
It's because it's in a cave. I gotta come back out for you. I'll come back for it.
I think I know where you are, Andres. So
You know where I'm
on
at?
my
Yeah.
receiver.
If you know where I'm at,
Yeah.
I mean, I can't do this parkour, so. I'm coming back up. I'm coming back up.
Hold on, I'll do this parkour then on where I am.
Okay, well, I just got 3
Oh wait, there's a.
quest points for some reason.
No, team screening. I think I was team screening.
Oh, team screening? Okay.
There should be one around here. I think they forgot to place a pressure
Thing.
plate because I just see a command block. Just keep going, Amber.
Yeah, I've
Yo,
wasted
I
time.
found a command
Yeah, just
block.
we'll be
Oh,
more
Can I
organized
use
next
it?
questing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we were just really split apart. for this
Yeah,
one.
it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, Amber, I might have gone the wrong way. But there's a Ferris wheel, so there's a thing in here. Amber, did you get this one?
No.
There's one behind here,
Yellow teams.
like just here. Yes,
No.
and
That's a fun
then
jump.
you can follow
On
me.
the Ferris wheel. Wub
How many
dub.
you guys have? I only have 33.
I have 30,
I have
23,
48
23.
now.
Jesus, okay.
It's under here. Yeah, we'll get it next time.
So
Time to vote.
close.
What do you want to vote here? You want to get something
We gotta
mirror
go.
out of the way?
No, we
No,
don't want to play mirror.
I'm so
We didn't-
unlucky. I
we didn't do
can't
marathon?
vote
Marathon?
again.
Sure, let's do
Marathon?
marathon. Yeah, sure.
We go marathon already?
Yeah, marathon, yeah.
No.
We
Yeah,
gotta get
marathon is
momentum
getting
back.
most votes right now. Let's
I
go
mean,
for it.
there's no malt. Also, there's no malt, so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm down for
exactly.
marathon now. Get parkour out.
Bro, I'm so sad. I haven't been able to vote for the past 2 games.
Wait,
What,
wow.
What
are
the
you
hell?
stuck? No, Ember.
I
wake up,
got
wake up.
unlucky. I'm
Icarus
stuck.
might be-
Oh, you're in the box. You're in the
Oh, it's
box.
Icarus.
Oh no, what's it gonna
Get me
be?
out of here, madness.
Icarus?
Wake
Oh,
up.
Man,
it's fine, I
please
guess.
Get me out of here. I don't want to
Wait, I'll ask
place.
Randy. Randy, please.
Yeah, get me out of this place, please. Free me, brethren. Let me out. I'm claustrophobic.
Wait, so
Ember, I think they
tridents-
left.
Tridents
I think they
are
left.
Tridents are
uh,
nerfed. They're nerfed. They're nerfed.
they are?
They're nerfed. You got nerfed. You got nerfed.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so
Oh,
just
yeah.
okay.
You have to
It's
play it like an
PvP
actual game.
no.
Bet. It's fine.
I'm just.
Well, if
let's
it's me and you,
We all
it's
rush mid. We all,
Evan?
Ember, you got
well, we
out.
all should rush mid. We all should just rush mid because we don't.
Yeah,
have damage.
exactly.
What's
Okay, yeah,
Icarus?
just
Oh
remember.
my gosh, wait.
There's no fall damage.
It's a
In
light
this
PvP.
individual style game, fly through Apollo City in a 3-round game while avoiding death from other players and the void. This game
Let's sky
consists of
battle,
3
yeah.
rounds where each round you'll
Yeah.
complete get this. Oh,
Also,
this
guys,
is-
if you're taking a fight, just right-click your chest plate. It's 1.20 now, so you can.
Oh,
you
you're
can
right,
just
you're right,
Switch
W.
real quick.
Bet.
Don't
Oh,
forget about
yeah.
it. Also, there's no fall damage, so if you feel very cocky and you want to get some cool clips, just like unequip your light shovel in midair and then
Okay.
start critting people out.
Bet.
Just don't die, okay?
Yeah.
I will try. I will try.
Yeah, me too,
tend
me
to
too.
die. I always tend to die in the start of Sky battle games.
But what
unless
was
I get the
my?
gist
I
of
think
it.
did I have the kill record or no? I don't know if I did. Okay.
You went kind of crazy, Andres. I watched your VOD.
Oh yeah.
You did, yeah. You went
And
pretty
also,
good.
yeah, I mean, it's also 1.19.2 and it had no mods. I had like literally, I was just playing on Minecraft Java, like just without any mods, just Optifine. So my
What?
Minecraft was really laggy. So this time my Minecraft's really smooth. So I hope I can get like 30 kills. Yo, okay.
Yeah, Icarus
Oh,
was very laggy just in general.
He was getting ahead of himself. Goddamn.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Let's
go,
get this
Andres. Just do it. Just do it.
Calm down,
Look up,
bro.
madness,
But
look up.
yeah, that's. Hopefully we
Hey,
can.
Amber.
Build
Jeez,
some.
dude.
I found a
There's a
parrot.
parrot.
We
Also,
can build
I
some.
got up
We can
this
build some.
tree and I don't know how to get down.
We can build
There's a
confidence.
vine here.
We can build.
We gotta win,
You
gotta
can
win.
go down the vine, Amber.
Wait, Carter,
We
do you
can
want to
go
like
confidence
maybe
with
split
the
up
plan.
when it's me and you, so we can just like pop off at kills and like we can just like obviously
Sure.
we need help, just call it out.
Wow, and
it's
leave
just-
us to be
it's-
unbelievable.
listen.
Essence.
No, it's
Wait,
it's
listen,
it's,
listen,
it's
focus
two player
up.
teams, Amber.
Yeah.
We get split up.
We have we get all of us get split up around the map, so it depends on what team you
Yeah.
get.
So
So
we'll
it
all
should be
beat each other
like
once.
one round I'll be with Unjust, one round I'll be with
Mhm.
Mad, one round I'll be with Member.
Exactly.
Something
Yeah.
like that.
Okay.
Also,
What's up, Zyke?
you might want
What's
to
up,
turn
guys?
that
Welcome,
box
welcome,
because people
welcome.
can get glitched. Elytra, like they just get glitched.
Carter, didn't
Like, they
you
just start-
didn't you say like yesterday like I'm not putting on hitboxes?
Well, yeah, I said it yesterday. I wasn't gonna do that until I realized.
How do you
you
turn
just
on
get bugged.
hitboxes?
F3B.
F3B.
Someone crash?
Cabin.
Alright.
Ooh.
Okay, he's back in. Okay. I guess we're just waiting for him.
I
Is
just,
there
I just want to play the rest of the games because they look so much more exciting than
Yeah.
this first two.
Yeah.
We're at pop off, boys.
Exactly. This is our game though. This is
Yeah.
Carter. We talked about this.
You
You
got
just
this. You got this.
aggro a lot, and you got this.
Try
Thank
not
God
to get
I've
quick
been
drop though. Try not to get quick drop.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, who am I with now? Oh
We're
my
just
god,
rushing,
it's so
rushing.
laggy.
Yeah, so it takes all the load.
Yep.
We take no fall damage, so we can just rush
Wait,
mid.
I saw some. I don't know who it is. Oh, Ember, we're here.
I'll be on this.
Where
I'll be
are
on
you?
this side.
Together.
Where are you?
I'm with you. I'm with you, Andres.
What do you think?
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, I'm
I
with
see,
you.
I see.
Where are you?
Wait, just drop straight down, right? Just
Oh.
put your
Amber,
thing
I'm here.
on.
I'm behind you. Behind
Put
you.
your chest plate on right away.
Drop straight down.
Wait, what if I just start creeping people out once it starts? I know. I think
Let's just stay together,
Spirit,
Amber.
Grace
Let's
Spirit, Grace
go
Spirit, Grace
drop
Spirit.
down here
Okay, wait,
immediately. There are a
maybe-
lot of chests. We just loot them fast, and then
There's Grace Spirit,
we
Andres.
escape together.
Okay, I'm just putting
Keep
my
your lights
chest plate
on for
on.
the
Where
beginning.
are you going?
Going down.
Down. Immediately down.
Wait, I don't see
Got an axe.
chests. What? I can't see any chests.
What? That's rigged. Okay, Amber, let's get out. I don't know where you are, but let's get out.
That's not
I'm
good.
flying out. I'm flying out. Andres,
Wait,
are you
oh my
okay?
God, I can't see any
behind,
chests for some
behind.
reason.
Amber, behind. Here. Grace Spirit is over. Let's just get out.
On. This is not good for me.
Why not?
Amber, do you see me?
I can't see any
I'm
chests. I
already
can't see any
getting.
chests.
I'm already getting crit out by two.
What's wrong with my texture pack? It's like I don't even have a texture pack on. I just
Where are you, Madness? I lost
I'm
you.
trying to find you. Are you in the middle?
I'm in.
Amber?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm in mid. I'm in mid. Near middle.
Okay, I see you.
actually.
Don't move.
just
Dolphin
flying
Man
around.
is Dolphin Man rolling. Dolphin Man.
Same, but
Dolphin
I
Man,
mean,
we stay away from Dolphin Man. Amber, let's
Let's
go
go.
that direction.
Let's
The
go.
direction I'm looking at. Let's go there.
Okay,
There.
there.
So just riding straight up and then use your light shot. We'll stop at this building. We're trying to find where the middle is. So
but this is
so-
actually really annoying, dude. I can't. Like,
we're gonna get attacked, maybe.
I'm just looking for people right now.
yeah.
I see cabin. We can take cabin. Let's go in. Amber, let's go that way. That way. That person right there.
Which
that building,
which
we're going.
direction? Give me a north, south, east, west.
Oh, they left. Let's stay here then. We gotta find mid. Mid is.
I got a kill. I got a kill.
Nice.
I got a kill.
Dude, I wish I could
Mid
like help, but I
is
really don't have anything.
Let's go south, Amber.
South.
South,
Alright.
yeah. You see a big crown on there? You should go there.
I have like no chest, bro. This is actually really annoying. Yeah. Can we like? I think we need to pause that. I need to relog on Minecraft. I'll be honest with you.
I got another kill.
Nice. Just keep popping off, dude. I'm staying alive.
Amber, where are you? Where did you go?
I went towards the crown.
Okay. I'm going towards the crown too then.
I don't know
Oh,
what.
there's
There are people fighting here.
Andres, I'm with you. Get Chan.
Where are you,
Do you have any
Madness?
healing?
Where
Do
are
you
No,
have
I
any
got
for me?
killed. I should have jumped in on that.
Anything? Thank you.
Nah, not really. Not really.
Fuck.
Not really.
Oh wait, Amber, I'll find you.
Alright, leggings. Take that.
Where are you?
I died, Amber. I died.
What the?
Oh, you went. Did you go in?
I thought they were fighting, so I wasn't wanted to clean.
I'm
and
trying to
then
look for people.
They were not fighting
I still have fireworks remaining.
Right, I'll find you, Amber.
I have no fireworks remaining.
Oh, I'm gonna come back to you then.
Okay.
Where you at? Where you at?
I'm just gonna survive. I'm gonna bowl and survive until.
Where you at, Andres?
I'm fighting
Yeah,
somewhere
you're
now.
safe there.
Oh.
Get back to the original spot.
I'm with you, Amber. I
Here,
can
fireworks. Take some.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna
okay.
try it over. Let's go chase that RV guy. Or that blue guy. Not Randy. Oh, there's a guy right here. Free kill.
oh, there's a guy alone there, Amber. I don't know if you want to fight him. It's RVM3. Kill him. He's chasing you.
I got
RVM3, he's chasing you. Watch out, Amber.
You gotta get under Andres. Yep. Get Matthias.
I'm just gonna
Do you have an
bait.
axe?
I'm gonna do
I
the.
don't, bro.
I'm
I
gonna
don't have
do
anything,
the
like-
bait thing
Yeah.
where I bait large teams into each other.
Yeah, that's good.
You have anything for me?
I'm gonna cut. Hold on. I'm trying to get a kill on looked up. I got R1.
Nice.
I got a kill.
Nice.
I'm just flying around because I literally have like nothing. I just boost all my things. Fuck.
Crit Matthias. Got
I
R kill.
see.
Safe, Amber.
I got crit. Get Swiggy.
Do you think I
Alright.
can stand
I'm dead.
a chance against Gomer?
You're dead.
I think so. I have no
I'm
rockets.
not
Can someone
jellyfish.
get to me and give me a rocket?
He's
where are
with
you?
his teammate. Don't go.
I'm down here. I'm behind you. Down here. I'm literally down here. Do you see me? No. Yeah, right there. Yeah, right there. Right here.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay then.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
Oh frick! Oh frick!
It happens, Amber.
Yeah,
You'll
dude.
find your time.
Can we pause? I can't see my chest.
Embarrassing.
Can I relog? I can't see chest.
Mm-hmm.
Embarrassing.
This is actually really bad for me. Yeah. I mean, like, This is really bad.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Let me like.
We might get a
reset
redo.
textures.
We probably might get a redo. Honestly.
I hope this is a redo because I really can't see anything.
Yeah, I hope so too. Then.
Still first.
Nice, Carter. Nice.
I mean, I wish I could get like anything. I mean, I couldn't. You know what I mean? I couldn't help you out because I couldn't see chest. I can't see chest.
That's all good, bro.
I wonder if I can.
Randy's gonna win this.
Bug.
Randy's gonna win this round because he's got that gear.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, alright. There's still people alive.
On the different side of the map.
Yeah, it's over now though. I feel like teammates should be glowing because I'm having such a hard time like keeping track of where my teammates.
You're like.
I gotta remember to put the elytra on. That's so annoying. Like,
can I relog? I can't see chest.
You're getting ignored. Okay, Carter, it's us. Carter, you just do you. I'll try to follow you.
Alrighty, sounds good with me.
Wait a second. I couldn't see chest last game either.
Mhm.
Can I relog?
We got Dolphin Man here.
Wait, I'm gonna relog real quick. I'm gonna fully close Minecraft.
Alright.
Oh, Kanuki also left.
We're probably gonna get rushed by the yellow team, so we can't let that mad.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm with Qndres.
I'm just gonna keep flying. Like, honestly, the best case scenario is just the best way to do it is just you keep flying around and just avoid as many people as possible while killing people as fast as possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta just like go from one place, quick drop someone, go to another place, quick drop someone, etc. Try these axes to shot people.
Just play aggressive.
Yeah, I just opened a chest and there was no weapon in there, so I still have my stone sword left.
Access 2 crit, so yeah.
See,
I used the chestplate off. Matt, I'd use the chestplate off rip.
If
really?
we can get
no, it might be my Minecraft.
You drop faster.
It's really dumb.
Okay.
I don't know how that happened.
Wait, is there fall damage?
I couldn't like help my teammate out there because I mean I was just
put on the
no
elytra and
chest
fly
plate,
when you're done
nothing.
looting the chests. You go to that side, I'll go on this side, so we can.
Dude, I gotta pop off next round if I can see chest now. Like a dead ass, like
you got it, Qndres.
Yeah, hopefully, let's see if it works.
Listen, Qndres. Me when I was experimenting, I got 6 kills off rip. You can do it too.
Yeah,
exactly. Just don't let it get you down, man. Just keep positive.
I was literally.
Can
you see the chest above?
Can see
can you see the chest above you?
Yeah.
Can you see the chest above you?
Yeah, I can.
If you
Yeah.
can, then you should be fine. You might want to try F3A if you can't see them too.
Okay.
Reload your textures.
Yeah, I can see the chest up here. I think I'm fine now.
Nice. That's a good sign.
I can't see the chest down there, but they should load when I come down.
Yeah, they load when they drop.
I think this is good now. This is good. I'm good, I think.
Okay.
I hope this is good. Wait, who am I with
Yeah,
right now?
Qndres, we're
Oh, with the Ember?
together.
Oh, but
Yeah.
get kills on Brett's Lock, I can tell you.
I'll be with Ember next round then. Oh god, GG, we lose.
Yo! It's crazy. Okay.
Excuse me? Carter
Tier
is
1
just
hater.
Tier 1.
Sorry, my bad.
Exactly.
Tier 1
hater.
Okay.
So just chest plates?
Yeah, chest plate.
I'm just chest plating off rip, so I can just immediately drop down.
Yeah, a lot of people are in our lobby, so. Oh.
A lot of people are in ours.
Oh yeah, Madness. Also, remember, pick off the bottom frags.
Yeah. I tried to clean a fight, and then it turned out that they were not fighting, and one of them was snowing, so I kind of didn't even have time to.
Okay, we're starting in 6. We're starting in 6. Make sure you put on your elytra when you fly, by the way.
Oh,
like, as soon as you've done looting, put your elytra on.
Yeah.
I see a chest now. W.
Okay, they load. I didn't get an axe. I'm leaving immediately. I'm gonna find an axe. Needs to be an axe here.
Qndres, where are you going?
I am literally looting chest, Ember.
That's fine, Carter. I'm gonna just go like far to the side and also try to find
No axe sound.
Alright, I gotta find Qndres. Qndres, where are you?
I'm just looting chest, Ember. I'll be honest. Gotta let me loot real quick, and we can just meet up with each other later.
Alright, bet.
I need an axe.
Oh, Jesus, Qndres, you scared me. You scared the ever-living daylights out of me.
You have an axe, Madness?
I don't. I just have an.
I got an axe. Okay, it's not frag. I got an axe. I'm gonna go crazy.
I'm getting chased right now.
I know. You're getting chased by Dolphin. Just leave him alone.
What?
That's a team of 2. Ah, you lucky.
That one?
Nice,
Got
Andres. Nice.
Nice, Andres.
I'm getting out of there.
Okay, I need to heal.
Yep.
I got 2 gapples. Thank God. Do you need any gapples?
Yeah, please.
Here. Grab one. Toss
This guy's
them
got a
down.
Clash Royale name.
Alright, we gotta go. Let's just go for kill Simper. Keep going.
Oh shoot, I'm dead. I am dead. I cannot find a way back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
leave this area. Let's go look for more isolated people.
Ooh, I found some
I
chests.
ran
that
out
are
of
really good.
fireworks.
Oh, Dolphin Man is
Yeah,
going
there's no
for
one on
me.
this. There's no one on this side of the map.
Why is Dolphin Man going for me so hard?
Got him?
I'm dead. I just died. Oh my
God, I threw
it.
Oh
Don't
my
worry.
Fine, Carter,
god.
fine.
That's annoying. That's really, really
It's
annoying
fine.
actually.
Did you die? Did you die because you didn't have enough fireworks?
No, I died because I just jumped into the 1v2. There was just no one fighting.
Aw,
Sorry guys. I'll do
Good?
better next round.
Okay,
Just
Carter, if
your
you
turn to
see
pop
any
off, come on.
solos that you think I can take, let me know.
watch out,
I'll
Andres.
spec you. I'll spec you.
Yeah, just let me clear comms. I got this. Don't
It's Dolphin Man, I'm leaving.
I got this, guys.
A dolphin died.
Oh.
Dolphin's dead.
Calm.
No, I don't need comms. I don't need comms. We're good. No, I
Who
don't need
did
comms. I
that?
don't need
Well,
comms.
oh my god,
Are you
yeah.
good?
Yeah, I'm
Thank
good.
you.
Just clear
Thank
comms.
you.
I don't do well with comms. Sorry.
That's fine.
Team of 2 red. Dude, they're pairing up so much. Get out of there. Get out of there, Madness. They're all duos. You gotta clean. Oh, Madness, behind you. Nathaniel, orange team, behind you. Get him. You can get the orange guy on the building. You're going away from the orange guy.
Oh, where is he? Where is he?
Go northeast. Yeah, that way. The orange
see him,
should
I
be
see him,
around there
see him.
somewhere. You see him? Get out of there. There's like 5 people on your building. Get out of there. Firework if you have to.
I don't have any fireworks anymore.
You're fine.
It's fine. We got out of there.
There's a solo red on a white building.
There? Is that in front of me?
I lost you. Hold on.
Oh, I'm with Nathaniel.
Yeah, go for this guy. This guy doesn't look that good. Oh, he got away. Keep chasing. Try to chase him. If there's a team of 2, back out. You can go for Whooped Up as well. Whooped Up is a single.
Yeah, but he's good at the game.
Yeah.
I'm chasing Nathaniel. Oh no! How did they hit that?
Oh, is Randy dead? Nice. Okay. I could probably still keep my first if everyone in this game is dead. Somehow. Mathis, I tried to play late game here. I play for late game here. If you want to dive in on the AJX team, go for AJX first. You can drop them. Fast. Get out of there. It's a green team. Oh. Kill Adver. You can kill Advertise. They're
Oh my
alone.
god, that was too close.
Hey, well dub.
Nice, good hit. Try to go for Bob. Oh, they're gonna dive in. Nice, good hit.
No, I don't have.
Firework.
I don't.
Try to get
GG's.
last hit. Try to get last
GG's,
hit.
Andre.
Try to get last hit.
No, I'm dead.
That's it. All good.
Oof. I'll take third
Alright,
place. I'll take
come
third
on,
place.
Let's go,
Andres,
Andres.
nice.
Go.
Nice,
Okay.
nice.
Good job.
Yeah, I couldn't do anything.
Yeah, nice try.
Okay, I'm not bad. I'm not
That's
mad
so
about
annoying.
that. Yeah, that first round, I'm not
Bro,
gonna lie, we could've done better, but
I dived in on a team of 2 like an idiot, bro.
I ran out of
Yeah.
fireworks way too early, or I got quick trap.
Oh, breaks us
It's
down.
always both my deaths have been to the void. I'm so mad.
Oh, the Aussie force type people above me. I gotta come
Green
back.
team is going kind of crazy. They've won like
yeah,
2 rounds.
green
already.
team
I
is
got it.
yeah.
I gotta come
This
back.
is our game though. We've got this.
Yeah.
Andres, let's just loot up, and then if we're still alive, let's meet up then.
Sure.
Carter.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Game plan.
Yep.
I feel like I'm pretty good at running away from
We
people.
just
So...
loot up,
Ember,
loot up and head north.
Ember, the game plan is to get an axe off rip. That's the game plan.
Yeah,
Get an axe
exactly.
and just dominate.
If I had an
That
axe, I
is
would have
going
gotten
to
kills
take,
there.
but by how
'Cause-
many chests there are, it's going to be literally, it's literally going to be, wait, 1, 2,
I mean, hopefully we get it. I mean, we'll see.
Would you guys put your trident on your offhand?
I put it on my 6 slot. I don't put it offhand. I don't want to offhand it. Just in case.
It's literally going to be a 3 out of 12 chance that we get an axe, Carter. So
I mean, we can just fly
unless-
around. I'm just gonna. If I don't get an axe off mid, I'm flying around until I get an axe. I don't care.
Oh, there was an axe in my chest and I didn't get it.
No axe. I'm getting out of here.
So I'm running like corner. I'm going corner.
Yeah, me too. I'm going towards the crown now. So I don't think many people will do that.
Ember, just stay alive until I find an axe.
Got it.
I gotta use a firework. There's me an axe here. Yes! I got an axe, I got an axe.
Nice, Carter.
Got a diamond helmet. Iron sword.
I'm gonna see if I can pop stomp now. If not, then whatever. I'm with you, Ember.
Carter, do you want stuff?
I have a diamond crown for you if you want to meet up soon.
I'm just trying to find people right now.
I'm done here.
Yeah, I know. There's a red guy here. I just got hit. Ow.
Midair. Crit, maybe.
I'm just trying to see if I can find solos. The goal is to find solos right now.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not fighting some. Very good at the game. I'm trying to play it safe, not mess up like last round. Maybe I'm playing it too safe actually. Just fire right up and control it, okay.
Got him.
Nice, Qndres. Nice.
My bad for coming out loud.
You're fine. You're fine. I made one of Orange's.
No. I nearly got dropped. Oh my god. Giant got my kill. Fine, thankfully.
Who's this? It's you, Qndres. You're just
Are you good,
going.
Ember?
But Qndres is just a plane.
I'm just looking for solos.
What? My elytra didn't pop. That's annoying.
No.
Carter,
God
where
damn
are you?
it.
Chasing
I'm
someone.
trying to find.
No.
Yeah, we need to stick together. We need to work together.
I think they're dead. I think they're gonna die here. I'm gonna leave them alone. I didn't get the kill. Dude.
You ain't
I'm out of
targeted right now,
fireworks.
but it's fine.
I have fireworks.
How many?
I have 5.
I'm with you, Qndres. You're
Come
fine.
down here. Come down here. Come down here. Come down here, Ember. Down here.
Here.
Give me some.
You're safe, Qndres. You're safe. Try to get that person. They're solo right now. Oh,
Go
they're
to red
not.
team.
Nice.
Fuck.
Pretty good.
Did you get the fireworks?
They dropped. They
Carter?
dropped on you. They
I
dropped
did,
on
I
you.
did, I did,
Get out there. Get out there. Get out.
Yeah.
Nice,
Here's my last
Qndres.
rocket though. It's fine.
Ooh. People are jumping out on you. Get out there, get out there, get out, Qndres, get out. 2 people.
Dead.
No. Nice try, nice try. But you can try to stay there for a bit. We'll get survival points at least.
Yep.
Oh my god, you're chilling.
Got him. Got him again.
I have to use firework again.
Nice. He's trying to shoot you too, but you're just better.
I'm just getting survival points, Carter. If you want my fireworks, just let me know. Just find me.
Oh, I'm out border. Yeah, you're gonna die.
Yeah,
The red
damn
line
it.
is dead.
Yeah.
Nice try, Qndres. You did very good though. You survived for a long time.
Yeah. Ugh. With that.
It's fine, guys. It's fine.
Yeah. If I,
Carter?
honestly, if that first.
Below
Oh,
you.
clear from the bed.
Yeah, I mean, my elytra just didn't pop during one of the rounds. That is just
Everyone's playing
annoying.
so passively.
Yeah. That was way more aggro last time.
Want to call for you, Carter?
Shot mighty twice. Got mighty.
Nice.
I'm getting
Nice,
out of here.
Carter. Yeah, a lot of people are gonna die quickly now, Carter, because
Yeah, if you can just like low key keep.
there's no floor mode anymore.
No.
It's fine. Let Carter focus up.
Wait, Elytra. Oh my god.
You're fine, Carter. You're fine. You got this. Don't forget. Yeah.
Nice, Carter.
Nice.
Nice, Carter.
Nice. There's a guy behind in the corner. Nice.
I froze.
Oh,
Yes, you did it though.
Oh my god,
Oh,
you
Carter,
won!
You
let's
won.
go.
Let's go!
Nice.
Big.
Jeez.
Massive.
GG's, not bad.
Oh
That boss
my.
was so annoying. I could have done so much better. so
Carter
close.
Pog, oh my god.
Dude, Carter, you clutched. I don't know. By the way, what in the Australia? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I could have done better. Sorry, guys.
Placements.
Ah, you did fine though.
No, you're fine. You did
You're
great.
second place. You're fine. I think. No, that's another.
That's
video.
Icarus. That's
No, that
Icarus
was
up
second
two.
place.
Yeah,
I'm
second
I'm
place.
just glad. I'm just glad I didn't die. I'm just glad I didn't lose because I froze. I froze when I was fighting Olive. Which
Yeah.
is pretty bad.
Ooh,
Did I get top?
34th place. That's kind of bad.
Top 12.
That's fine.
Okay. Ellen time.
Okay.
Madness, I'll follow you. Madness.
Island time.
Lead the way.
So wait, we submitted a screenshot, right?
Yeah, missing frog.
I added DG.
Yeah. Okay.
Where's that frog at? Can someone show me where that frog's at?
It was a roller coaster.
Andres, you see the
okay.
roller coaster on our right side?
Yeah, I see it.
Like the left corner up there. You just go up there and there's a frog there. It gives you 20 coins.
The left corner.
And I'm just.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me know if you find a triple neo again, because I can
Okay.
do it. I can do it, no
bet.
problem.
I can show you to the triple neo card. Follow me.
Andres,
Yeah.
come up that way and then go up there.
Oh, I already got
Oh,
that. I
wait.
got that. Wait,
That's right
the
here.
big. Okay, I got that already. Where's Agent Gary? 357, 79.
Oh,
There might be something in here. Like maybe pressure
No,
plates
there's
in
not. There's
here.
not. There's not.
Okay. And we just go here. Carter, you see that Crown Quest sign there? There's a pressure plate behind it. I can show you where it is.
I'll stick with you, Andres.
Yeah,
Bye.
advertise go for it.
Nope.
Just go up here.
Anything in here?
Yeah.
Nice.
Never mind.
Come back
Honestly,
to
don't
me
stick
now.
with me because I'm just trying to get my points.
I'm getting points too.
The thing is, though, you probably already got the points that I'm gonna go get because I'm still like a little bit behind on points. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, how
Yeah,
many
yeah,
do you have?
67.
There's parkour there too.
67?
Parkour too.
No,
Oh
you have
no,
way
30,
more than me.
36,
Uh,
36, my bad.
I can try it. I'll try it. I'll try Madness.
Yeah.
You can try it.
If I remember correctly, there was an NPC here that gave coins to. It is on the list. Yes, it is there.
Nice. Okay.
It is there. If you go to that NPC, you
Show me
get
the
6
parkour.
coins.
Show me the
No.
parkour.
Carter, where are you at? What are your chords, guys?
It's I just saw it from like a distance. It's like behind here.
Where's
You can see the parkour up there. It's like pretty far though. I don't know how to get there.
Oh.
Franklin?
Okay, I see. I'll try it. I'll give it a try.
Yeah. Also, Carter, if you go down this blue building, there's an NPC there that gives you 6 coins.
Another one?
Yeah.
I already did that.
Okay. That's good.
I'll try to parkour. I don't know how you get there. I'm just up in this building. Maybe in a meeting?
Nice, Carter.
Oh, you're top 10. Let's go.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
I'll try this parkour, see if I can do it. There's a parkour right here, Madness.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm just collecting more pressure plates.
There's a parkour here, you're right. What in the world?
Have you guys found any new pressure plates?
Yep, good luck with that.
Yeah, if you see a volcano, go there. There's like a pressure plate there too.
This jump's really hard, actually.
It is, yeah.
One of those jumps here is pretty difficult, but I could... If I had my lattice texture pack, I'd be able to do this.
Oh yeah, the triple neo is still there, Carter. I can show you next questing period.
Wait, Madness, where are you? I want to meet up with you guys.
I'm in a cave.
I don't wanna know
Ooh, the cave is open, by the way.
It is? But
Oh,
I'll come
it's
back.
open.
Yeah, it's 20 coins. It's 20 coins. Yeah, go in.
I'll go over now.
Wait, where is it? Coordinate?
I'll give you my chords. My chords are minus 420, minus 303, no, 330. That's where you gotta go. Go into the cave and go right.
Minus
Just keep right the whole
430.
time. Minus 330. I'll wait here so you
cave?
guys can see me.
You know where the cave is?
Guide you through it. Carter, it's
Wait,
right next to your parkour. If you're at the parkour, just jump down to the sea and go right. You're with me then. You're here, Carter. Carter, I see you.
Yeah, hi, man. Hi, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Carter. If you want to do the 3 blocks, but 3 block Neo, just do that later. But it's going left here. Like go
Oh, I see
down
you
here.
guys.
To the
Left
left
here? This one?
is the here. Here is left is the 3 block. But if you go right side,
I'll get my plus
then
20, then I'll do it. I'll get my plus 20.
yeah. It's through these doors to the right. You'll find it.
I'm going to that right now.
Is it this cave with Preston in the front of it?
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
with Preston. It's Preston. It's Preston.
Ember,
Take
Ember,
my
behind
Preston.
you. Go to the right
I'll do
here.
the triple Neo.
Through there.
I'll do the triple Neo.
How do you do that triple Neo, bro?
Paranormal activity.
I'll go left here,
Parkour,
Carter.
some parkour wizardry, Qndres.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck that is. I don't know what parkour is in general.
Where? Oh, there's branching
Whoa,
paths. Where'd I
holy.
go? Oh, it's
That one already.
And then that's
Andres,
it?
go down and then to the right. No, Ember. Yeah, I'll
That's
show you some more.
such a
Ember, follow me,
scuffed
follow me.
setup.
Coming.
It's a very scuffed triple Neo. I don't even think this is possible.
not
Oh,
possible.
there's a there's a button that just gives you the. Okay.
Bruh.
There's a button. You don't have to do it. There's a
Are
button.
you serious?
Really?
You don't have to do it.
Ember,
Yeah,
in
you have
here,
to do
in
it.
this part, there's one too. Inside there, you see it.
Coming.
Bro,
And then
Qndres,
go
you're
down
blind
and
as
go
hell.
I am blind. My bad.
Wait,
My fault.
what?
Oh my gosh, there's so many here.
My
Also, guys,
fault.
if you have, make sure you
Dude,
try to get
what?
at least like 65 coins so you can buy like a diamond chest plate with it.
I have 68 right now.
Yeah,
I
I'm
have
at 80.
77.
67. Okay, I see the cave. See you, Carter. I'm gonna go there now.
Just run down and press the button. Yeah.
Yep. Why don't you
I'm
go
gonna see
do
if I can find a way
the?
to the orange part.
So did
Oh, I
someone
found
figure
it.
Oh
out
yeah,
the
I
lever?
see.
Yeah, it's already open.
Yeah, someone figured it out.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that the one that Carter and Andres have been doing this entire time and they just couldn't?
That's just 3 block
one?
Neo, yeah.
Got it.
Lamau, the 3 block. Lamau, there's a button. Oh my goodness.
What
I
are we
wasn't
stuck-
stuck on there for a while. I wasn't stuck on
Alright.
there at all. I just did it immediately.
What do you want to vote, guys?
Alright, what are we picking? What are...
Marathon.
Again!
Oh,
Ember,
okay.
stop.
Ember, you're so
Ember
unlucky.
just
Ember and Madness this
I'm
time.
Carter,
trying.
get us
I'm going
out.
to
Carter,
actually
get us
stop
out,
something.
please.
Oh,
Looks like
Ember,
everyone's
you're so
marathon.
bad.
Ember, I'm gonna be honest, Ember, we're kind of throwing now because we can't vote, you know.
Bro, Ember,
I
you're
can
so
make
bad.
that.
Hello?
It's not me.
Hi,
No,
Daisy.
we'll get them.
What-
We'll get
what-
them.
Hi,
We'll
Daisy.
show
Hi,
them.
Daisy.
We'll
Hi,
show them who
Daisy.
we are, Ember.
How
We'll
are you,
show
Daisy?
them.
Wait, Andres, where are you?
Come here. I already voted for marathon, but I'm on the very right.
Where are you?
Right side,
Where are
right side, right side, right side.
Oh,
Hey,
wait,
Carter,
we're
behind you.
going.
Carter, I'm right behind you. Carter,
it's
I'm
marathon.
Oh.
No way. I'm gonna wall run, by the way. Like, you guys
Follow
can
me,
bridge in
boys.
the middle.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll be bridging. If you guys want to follow me, go ahead. If you want to follow Madness, go ahead. It's up to you.
Okay.
I'll be bridging.
Wait. I'm gonna troll.
Yeah.
I'm gonna troll. Remember I told you I was gonna troll.
I'm just gonna go. Gonna
I'll
go
go
grief mode. I
Wait,
can go-
who's in first place right now? I'll go grief them. I'm just gonna target them the whole time.
Oh my
I think
god.
it's olive hoodies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Olive.
They're about to get targeted. They're about to get the just crazy target. Why is there a skin? Okay.
Oh my god.
It's all the hoodies, yes.
All right, I see them.
Alright.
Oh, they don't know what's coming to them. They have no idea what's coming to them. Go be in first place,
Ember, could you
last place,
defend me?
buddy.
Funny.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah.
going with you, Carter. I'm going with you because this is horrible.
Madness,
here.
over here. Quick.
Yeah. I was gonna wall run, but it's horrible. People are gonna leech off you. Red is gonna leech off you, Carter.
It's fine.
Oh no, Carter, red.
Oh, we can't
Red guy.
punch?
Oh, you can't punch? Wait, what? I thought we were. Wait, we were able to last time.
Yeah, you're supposed to be able to punch.
I guess it changed. I'm a bit slow,
Wow.
but it's fine.
Damn. Okay. Well.
I'm like
To play it
20 bucks
normally,
behind you,
bro.
Carter. I'm with you.
I'm gonna advertise.
Yeah, keep going up, Carter. I'm behind you so I can defend you if I need to.
Oh no!
Oh, great.
No, Carter, no.
I died?
You'll make up. There's parkour. You got this.
I know, but I can't believe I died there. I didn't even fall into the lava. Oh, okay. That's fine. I'll make a band.
Yeah, you had this last time, Carter. And you caught up to Pickle, so you've got this.
Maybe. Just saying.
I believe,
I feel like
Carter.
it's been
You've
seeing
got
ground
this.
somewhere now.
Huh?
Just don't forget, guys. Elytra you have to manually equip.
Oh yeah, I did manually cook the Elytra.
Yeah. Don't forget about it, because I did last time and you lost
Bro,
so
I'm
many
just-
places to it.
I'm just your big ass head, dude.
Wait, are you with me?
Yeah, your big
can't
head
see
is
you.
blocking my way. I can't. I just passed you.
see you, Carter. Go, go, go. Oh shit. Built that. Fuck. Shh.
Oh Christ.
I was so ahead.
It's alright. Just focus on the
I'm with you, Carter. I'm with you.
Why did music
This is
stop?
literally
Yeah.
Parkour Survivor. Parkour Survivor.
I don't like this one. Music just there we go.
Oh, there's music?
Wait, what?
Oh, I hadn't
Oh no, I somehow fell through one of the water things. So yeah, I'm kind of failing.
It's fine, don't worry.
All good. Just focus,
Fuck, I fell
just
too.
focus on your own race. You guys are fine. Just focus on your own stuff.
I'm good.
Okay, I'm right behind you, Amber.
Oh, frick. I just fell. Don't worry about me.
Chan diggity dog, get out of my freaking way! Okay, I try.
Oh, this is
Oh
my
my
stuff. I used to do Terra Swoop Force.
Oh,
Ice boating!
Yes!
I stole someone's boat. I'm boating with someone else. Lamau!
Oh no.
Nice, Amber.
Yes!
I'm not gonna do well this marathon because of that start. That's so annoying.
Go, Chan. I am cheating off someone else.
No.
I can't believe I just hopped on a
No.
boat.
Player.
I'm
Damn,
getting
dude.
sandwiched.
Boat glitch is a thing.
Else's.
Yeah, there it is. It's really annoying. Oh my god, get out the way.
I feel so bad, but this is so much fun. I wonder what they're thinking in the other chat. I'm just
I
writing
just
to
got,
the chat.
dude, I just got past because the guy in front of me was so slow.
Bro, this right behind me.
Some barnacles.
I'm writing this.
By the way, double right, go double right, go double right. Go double right, it's faster
Yeah.
to go right, double right. These guys are not gonna mess
Someone
up.
finished.
Oh,
Holy.
no.
Second, third.
No, I'm getting glitched into everyone's boats. Nah.
Yeah, same here. I'm just like
Let's
boat
go.
glitching.
Oh,
It's annoying.
Okay.
I'm losing all my
These guys
speed because
bottom view.
people just go through me
Yeah.
and then I glitch into them.
I got fifth. These
Nice
guys
order.
bought review the map.
Come on.
Chan just actually drove me. Chan Diggity from Yellow just drove me to the next location. I didn't even have to boat. I just sat and just passed backseated. That was so funny. Oh my god. And then I'm taking his place from him. Oh my god.
Mighty!
But is this a new
No,
map?
don't tell me Mighty's gonna cry again.
Thank you, Chan. Thank you.
Oh, I did so bad.
I did so bad as well.
Okay, I just finished now. 20th place. That's actually.
Don't worry about what I finish right now.
Dude,
I'm last.
Guys, it's okay. Guys, it's okay. Mighty got
No,
11.
there's still a lot of people behind you, Andre. You're fine.
Mad. Mighty got 11.
Damn.
Oh no,
Yikes,
Mighty not
26 points is
again.
very bad.
By the way, this is an old map, but it's harder, quote unquote. So,
Oh, okay.
dude, I lost 4th place because Advertise was in front of me. He was going so slow in the ice boating. I kept bumping into him, and Oxaling just went past us both. Actual stop sign, dude. Actual roadblock.
I just rode with Chan on the boat. I don't know how I got on his boat, but
One of the first things.
I hopped on and he just drove
You popped
me.
off, Ember.
And
You're
then-
good.
Carried. Yeah, Ember just got carried to the finish.
Exactly.
I feel so bad. That was
Don't
the
feel bad. Don't
funniest-
feel bad. We did this.
And then I took his fourth. What's the 12th? I placed 12th. He would have been 12th if he was if he didn't ice boat with me.
I kind of have a few things to say about. Okay, why make a massive gap in the middle, like at the top? Why make a massive gap with blocks, but you can still wall run? Like, why? What? I don't understand. Like, why
Yeah.
are you able to wall ride when there's a massive?
I'm playing really horribly,
bridge
chat. I'm
like,
so
there's a massive
sorry.
hole?
Forgive me.
Yeah.
Forgive me. I'm
It's
playing
fine, I
horribly.
get it. That doesn't make sense.
This is really bad for me. It's
I
fine
mean,
though.
maybe it makes it to other people, but not me. I don't understand why that's the thing.
Where is AJX?
Nowhere to be seen. He's probably gonna come He's probably gonna come right now, actually. He's close.
Oh.
Wait, did we finish first
Yeah, he's
place
close.
overall, or am I tripping out?
No,
Oh.
probably not. I'd be surprised if he did, because I only got 5th. It's not.
I think it's alphabetical.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, it is.
It's
But no,
obviously
but Amber Axolotls would be first. But
Yeah, but they only have 3 people that finish, not 4. So.
oh, I see. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Bro, that is so stupid.
Someone
Also, there's
said
one singular water cube that doesn't have a bottom, and I fall through that one. That is actually rigged. Actually rigged.
Oh.
Where? Which one?
Oh. Hi, Jocelyn. What? It's an event? Yeah, it's an event. It's an event. It's an event.
If you go to the end of the water section, there's one on the bottom left that just doesn't have a bottom.
Wait, Carter.
So weird.
Are we still gonna do what we said we were gonna do for the final?
For what final?
The tournament, the 1v1, like the 4v4 thing at the end.
Gauntlet. You mean Gauntlet?
Yeah, Gauntlet at the end. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ember. Yeah. You're going to go medium. Ember's going easy.
Yeah.
Matt's going
I'll
harder.
go easy.
This is only the
You're going
third,
easy.
second game.
I'm mainly doing.
I think there's 5 more.
I'm mainly
So,
doing
yeah.
this because of the final parkour at the end. Because there's a final parkour bit.
Yeah.
River, and I think it's better if.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm so tempted to put Andres on easy, but I know this guy has an ego, so I'm putting on medium.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah, but for Gauntlet, I have it.
Okay, buddy.
Whoa.
All right, time to fucking ego you. Yo.
What's AJX
Listen.
doing?
Bro.
I don't know.
Alright.
Yeah.
I'm doing this from out of the kindness of my heart. Right?
Oh, okay, for sure. Bet.
I got you. But yeah,
AJX is actually
Ember's
just...
gonna do easy. You can do
Where
medium.
is he?
Matt's gonna do hard. I'll do it. Or the final.
Also-
Yeah. For Gauntlet, the first challenge will be the same as we had last time. Qndres, just one person follows Ember towards the iron blocks. The other 2 search for it because we're so much faster if we just spread out and find what we have to like the lever faster. For the lever flicking one that you're gonna do, Carter is the only one that comes, and he'll calm you in numbers. So it's like a numpad 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The ones that Carter comes are the ones that you flick.
Wait, is it a numpad top left to top bottom, or bottom right, or like what
I
are we
think
doing?
top
Like
left to bottom right.
so top left would be 1, right? And bottom right
Yeah,
would be
yeah.
9. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5,
I'll be
6,
the one.
7, 8, 9.
I'll be the one coming. I'll be the one coming by myself. So don't worry.
Okay.
So we don't have.
And then for the
we
one
don't
that I
want
have to do
combo
the
overlap.
riddles, for the riddles, don't read them out loud. I'll just give you the answers and you just shout out like what the answer is. Like we lose so much time if you read the riddles. Just
Yeah.
read them yourselves like silently, and then we'll speed through that.
Matt's gonna say 4 to 5 answers. I don't know how many answers, but they're gonna say all the answers,
Yeah,
and
there
we
are
just
4
solve them
answers.
ourselves. Yeah. Dude, imagine if Gauntlet did. I need to start a revolution. I don't want to get
Gauntlet
skipped.
next. Oh my god, RVM. Oh my god, Randy agrees.
Yo!
I'm gonna call Dark Phoenix Dank Phoenix, and that'll be fine.
Oh yeah, they're gonna vote for us then.
Yeah, we're going Gauntlet next. Okay.
All right.
W's sportsmanship.
I asked Captain Ajax if we can skip Forger or Mirror.
I asked them the same thing.
Yikes.
We're just rigging the game. We're just rigging the game at this
Wait,
point.
where even am I?
Ooh.
Oh,
I'm 34th.
I'm not even on the top
What?
leaderboards.
Andres.
Oh.
Andres. Yo, Andres. Yo, brother.
Okay, hold on.
Okay,
Let me focus up, bro.
come back,
Hold on. Exactly. Let me focus up. 5-minute break? Yeah, I need a 5-minute break. I need a 5-minute break. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me lock in. Let me lock the hell in. Because what am I doing,
We've got
bro?
this, guys. We've got this. Our best games are coming, you know.
25th place is fucking crazy.
We're gonna clutch up here. This is where we clutch up, guys. I'm gonna
I
grab
have
some water.
no idea how I'm
Gauntlet,
34th.
we can
I did
make
pretty decent.
listen. We can make up on a lot. We can make up a lot of ground on the Gauntlet game.
I have
if
my
we do it
Bluetooth
correctly.
headphones, so just start panicking if start panicking if the games start while I'm
Ember,
playing
there's a cockroach behind you. Ember, watch out.
Very funny.
You know, Emperor's really gullible.
Ember, it's just gullible in ceiling.
Wait, really?
What?
What? Oh yeah, there's no question.
No way.
All right, now this is where we win. We win this
If
now, right?
Gauntlet goes to my plan, we should be able to get first by some margin.
Okay.
So we got that going for us. Next games we want Hunt, because bow game. Me, you, Ember, good with the bow. Matt's good with the bow. I
Yeah.
think.
Okay.
I'll be IGling for Hunt. We're mainly gonna be pushing people. We're gonna go aggro. What are they gonna start doing this game? Tectonic. I mean, like.
Well, I was talking. Sorry, earlier. I think you. Here, I'm gonna DM you because I don't want to say it on stream.
Okay, let's go. Tell me.
All right, DM you.
Alright,
I like the finale, you know, at the finale. You know what I mean? Like when we get like our diamond armor or our, you know.
Yeah, sure.
bet. Also, I'm gonna get golden apples because, bro.
If it benefits us, Qndres, sure.
Yeah,
Also,
for sure.
I don't know if it's vanilla gap. If it's vanilla gaps, I don't think it's worth it, honestly.
No.
But if it's modded gaps, then I go for it.
Well, there's a difference between.
So, vanilla gaps aren't that much. I'm pretty sure. No, they don't get that much. No.
I think they give two. They give 2 absorption and then
hearts.
2. I think right. 2 absorption. 2 hearts. Yeah, 2 hearts. 2 harps. 2 absorption, and saturation.
Chat, can you verify if Gapples give both chats? I guess all of our chats. Verify
Everyone's
if
chats.
Gapples give how much healing to vanilla gaps do. Because honestly, I might just compile and because like the ideal loadout
Whoever
is
answers the quickest gets a cookie.
Okay.
the ideal loadout for the finale is you get a sharp axe, you get like a power 2 bow with arrows, you get like good armor with prot,
Yeah.
and you get like food. That's the ideal loadout. And
We
shield.
need to spend wisely though. We need to spend wisely because we can't have have people doubling up on stuff.
The thing is, I'm down to go with mostly the bow route because with the bow, you
you know what?
just destroy. You can destroy shield. You can destroy shield.
What's up, supported? What's up, bro?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm halfway to the event already.
I really want to play
There's a couple
Tectonic
games
because I'm
left.
so
There's
far
intermission
down
now.
right now.
Listen, for the Coliseum thing, if we get bows with power, like power 1, power 2, people are gonna go project. People are gonna go normal prod. They're not gonna go project.
Oh,
prod.
true. Wait, you're actually cooking. Wait, bro. Because and then a bow's like a bow's really cheap, but you can also get power on it and probably get like power 3s. Wait, bro, you're cooking, bro.
Listen. And then you can also use the bow to like destroy shields or like melt it at least.
Yeah, because
the
shields only have like one HP.
And for the axes, go for like iron axes. Don't go diamond because iron and diamond are the same thing.
Oh, the same thing,
Go for
yeah.
iron.
Wait, what about put sharpness on the axe?
Iron
Thoughts?
Yeah, you put sharp on the axe. You put sharp on the axe. You put power on the bow.
You
Your
put fire
armor,
aspect
I don't
on
really
it?
give a damn on your armor.
Yeah.
No, there's
You
no
can't
fire. There's no fire.
Damn.
Bro, Hoplite brain. Look at this
Okay,
guy.
stop, bro. What do you mean Hoplite, brain, bro? Why are we really bringing Hoplite to this? Why is I'm
Bro's
getting
like a
bullied.
Gamba-
It's because
Bro's
both of
like
you
a
are
Gamba.
obsessed with it. Both of you are
Gamba
obsessed with
fire.
it. Admit it.
Me, I-
Wait, can we craft dragon
I just
katana?
wanna ask you
Can
for
we craft dragon katana?
Oh my god.
I think Might is depressed, guys. I think he's depressed.
I think they're both depressed. Oh my god, you're not the only hoplite nerds here. Christ.
Well, duh.
Oh my.
I love hoplite. Tasty hoplite.
What?
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what?
What?
What happened? What did I do? What did I do?
Oh damn.
What's just like more music for like the idle time?
Yeah, I'm just playing extremely copyrighted music right now.
Oh.
I just have the casual Minecraft music on. It's just very relaxing.
I just put on peaceful
Alright,
piano.
relaxing time over.
10, 2, 1, 0.
Relaxing time over.
Ember, lock in. Wait, what are we doing? Coliseum? No, what are we doing?
Ember. Wait, Ember, you're voting. Let's do.
I'm voting. I'm voting. I'm voting. What are we doing? What are we doing? What the hell are we doing?
Gauntlet.
Oh, people want hunt.
Gauntlet.
Oh, people want. I'm up for hunt. Wait, what? Okay. Get it out of the
Hunt
way
is pretty
first.
aggressive, you know. That's pretty aggressive.
Do we do hunt?
Sure,
Are we
let's
doing
go
hunt?
play aggressive. Sure, seriously, play aggressive.
Alright, let's play aggressive.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
We're
me
not
and Carter did a bit of VOD reviewing Qndres, and you did not seem confident in like being passive. So let's just go all out.
Bet.
Let's just get kills. Let's just murder.
The thing is, when we go aggro when we get a pick or when they're low. Like, don't go aggro when it's a 4v4 because we'll just get picked off. Like, we go aggro when we get a pick.
Bet. Does anyone want to rush mid? Or like the...
I'm fine with rushing the tower. I'm fine with pushing the tower because my aim is not that good, so I can put pressure on there without like having to aim it.
I'm just, you got the best. I think you got the best aim out of all of us, bro. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, we don't want mirror to get played though.
Me and Ember, we're Australian, so we're not.
Ew, Aussie. I'm playing. Kidding.
No.
Bro, listen. We're better than the average Aussie with the bow. Okay, relax.
But yeah, but like it's like
Same, man.
you gotta wait like 2 seconds, you know? It's like you gotta shoot
Come on,
and then wait 2
you gotta give
seconds.
me some credit. Andres, you gotta give me some credit.
Yeah, oh, I forget. You know what? Yeah,
I
you're right.
killed
Yeah.
Dolly and Clown
Andres,
Pierce in bow duels once each.
Andres, they call me the demon from down under.
What does that mean? From the restroom or something? Like what? That was a demon from down under. I mean,
down
like
under,
toilet?
you know, Australia. Bro, you made my. Never mind, bro.
Okay.
Find a spot.
Oh, we're against the orange team first. Are we?
Are we?
No, we're not. No, we're not.
I mean,
we're just running out of everyone.
We're just looking at the map. We get the chance to look at the map first.
Let's just not worry about who we're up against.
There's
Just
the
win every round.
wagons
You
are
know?
gone.
Be careful. Just honestly, just lock the hell in, guys.
You want me
Let's
to
get it.
rush mid? I can rush mid if you want.
Oh, we're already playing.
You're playing already, yeah.
One's going up. One's going up the tower.
I'm already pushing up.
Someone's going up.
One's
No,
going up the tower.
I'm the
Madness,
one.
look up.
We have infinite arrows, so just shoot.
I got hit once.
I'm gonna put the box on. Fuck it.
I'm in the open.
Just be careful. Just dance around cover.
Oh, I hit one.
Ooh, that was close.
Oh, good shot.
Shot one to
Nice.
spawn. I gotta follow.
Shot one too. Shot one too. Shot one on the right side.
Shot one.
Oh, they're trying to get me. They're
middle.
Nice.
Pushing up slightly.
Keep the pressure up. They're like in a corner. We have advantage here.
Shot on R1. I'm kind of low. I'm 4.5. I might die if I'm fully charged shot. We got 40 seconds. Yeah, they're all crowded. In like one corner.
One of them is going left.
I'm
They're in
low,
their spawn
I'm
now.
low.
One of them might have died. Oh.
Shot one from their spawn. One of their spawns got hit. I killed one.
Nice, Carter.
Push. Go in. I killed one. Go in.
Got him.
Go for this guy down here.
I got the guy on the right side.
I'm dead. Just push up. Get the guy on the right, Qndres.
Yeah, shot twice.
Focus on ready. Focus on the guy on the right. He's running away.
Nice.
I got him.
Nice, good shot. Spawn, go to spawn.
Nice.
Good shit, guys. Good shit. Lock in, team.
We do the exact same thing again.
Yep.
Good run.
My bow's a little delayed for some reason, but it's fine. Yeah.
That's what we do. Alright, Emerald. It's the Brinks team. Careful. Oh, they're
Watch
pushing
out!
up.
Watch out! They're being aggressive. Aggressive.
Shot it once.
I got it. Gotta find cover.
On to what?
They're all the way up.
Yeah, I'm 1 heart.
We're getting pinned down. Me and
Stay
Carter are
back.
getting pinned down.
That's madness. Hello? Where are the people?
I'm on top. They're all below the tower. I
Shot
shot
one
the
on
guy
the left. Shot another guy on the
too.
left. Try to
Hit him
find
again.
Briggs is too aggressive.
Got one,
Madness,
got one.
get out of there.
Don't push it in. We're low. Don't push. No,
Okay,
push.
Briggs is gone.
Push.
Go.
Push it.
They're on top too. Watch out. Some cover is not good because they're on top.
I'm getting 2v1.
Nice.
Kadala.
I'm low.
Where's the guy?
Got him.
Nice.
Good stuff,
Nice.
guys. Fucking team.
Good stuff.
I got 3 kills. What is everyone at?
Second half is coming back. It's coming back. We got
I
this.
am still in 0, but I'm still in 0, but.
They should
Damage
ban
one, okay, damage
energy
one,
drinks
damage
from events. I just drink an energy drink and I'm wild in right now. Oh my.
Yeah, I ate candy. I ate candy during the break. I'm here.
Dude, I'm like fully locked in, dude. Holy shit. Like,
Don't
got
remind me.
this.
2 seconds MS time. Wait, what?
Bro, don't remind me, bro. I have an upset stomach right now. I don't want to eat fucking shit, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Wait, just don't eat
My
like
tummy-
anything yet.
My tummy hurt. My tummy hurt.
Yo,
No, Carter,
lock
tummy.
in. My phone is like dead, but it's fine. It's completely fine. I'm just locked in. My eyes are wide open.
On the screen. Alright, Diamond. Go over to Peepos, whatnot. They're pushing
So going right.
Shot one.
One on the left, one on the left, one on the left. Shot one on the left.
One,
guy
they
on
shot
the left.
once. I'm gonna get back, fall back for healing. There we go.
Shot guy on right.
They're pushing up, they're pushing
Shot guys
up.
on right twice.
Pushing star. Uh-oh. I'm lagging.
Watch it, Carter. Watch it. Back up. Back up.
I'm in a 1v1 up here. I'm gonna die.
Hello? Oh no.
Yeah, I'm top
Watch
should
above.
be low, like a
Box
1 or
is
2
on top.
shot.
Box is on top.
Oh damn, he shot me good time there. Got one. I'm gonna back up a little bit.
Put the guy on the right side. Watch out for on top. I'm one shot. I'm one shot.
Don't fall. Don't fall. Oh my gosh.
I'm lagging out, guys. I gotta.
Yeah, I saw Carter. I saw. Stay back. Stay back. Stay back. Don't let them get you then. The guy on top should be low. Oh no, I died. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. That's
You're good. You're good.
Get a pick. Get a pick. Get a pick. If we get a pick, we can tie.
Guy on top is
Oh, one of
seems to
them's
be
low.
pretty low. You see where they are. You got this. You got this. They should all be low.
Oh, they got
Guy
me
on the
fucked.
top right. Guy on the top right is shot like
Oh.
3 or 4 times. He has to be one shot.
I died.
It's fine.
Uh-oh. That is bad. I'm
They're
lagging
pushing in. They're
out.
pushing in. Should I get at least one?
I
Nice,
can't do
Carter.
anything. I've lagged out. I can't do anything. Oh, I got one. What? Ow.
You
got
got
one, you
one.
got
Yeah,
one.
nice.
It's fine. It's fine. And TNT.
Ow. Excuse me.
I was up there, and then a guy just walked up there too, started shooting me, and you know he outdueled me.
Oh, my internet's going off, dude. Fuck.
No, we're not even winning. This is not even the internet debuff. It's just
I need you guys to
unfortunate.
carry. I need you guys to carry me.
All right.
Oh my god, I'm getting pressure on the two on the right
I'm
side.
rolling Captain AJX. Captain AJX is one shot.
I need you guys to carry me.
AJX is a one shot. Just watch out for that. And he's in their spawn. Wait, I'm on top of him.
I'm bowing back for healing.
AJX is right. AJX is right.
Oh god, I'm one shot. I'm one shot. I'm one shot and I'm dead. Frick. There's no.
I headshot AJX again.
I shot one on the right.
On the right is solo. He has to be solo.
Oh, I just got. Fuck.
Shotgun to mid. Oh,
Watch
I'm
out.
dead. Yeah.
It's fine.
My internet's going
Cookie
off,
madness.
bro.
You can shoot them while they come up the ladder.
Yeah, that's the plan.
I wonder why ping is to the server. Good luck at work.
Oh,
Bye bye,
Carter
Nicholas. Peace
left.
out. Peace out. Carter. Oh, he's back.
Nah, I died.
Oh,
I'm seeing if I can get a quick
fine.
relog. I can try to get a quick relog in, see if it works anything.
Yeah, we kind of got rolled there.
It's fine.
It's fine. I can't.
Okay, let's just get
I
our
can't
energy
do
back.
much,
We
I'm
got
sorry.
this.
Yeah.
We've got this. No, we've got this. We've got this. Don't worry about it, Carter.
I need you guys to go crazy.
I'll try. I can try.
My Slack. Oh my god. So annoying.
They have someone coming mid. Yeah, Wilmer's coming mid and up.
They
I
have
think
two
he's...
people going mid.
Wow.
Then push. If they're going mid, push. If two of them are in mid, we push the mid.
Yeah, they pushed me out because two of them went up. I'm just pushing their spawn. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna die.
They're trapped. They're trapped up spawn.
That is my bad, that's my bad. 3 of them are on top. What? I'm sorry guys, I should not have rushed in that much.
That's fine about this.
One shot. Got him.
I shot a guy at top.
Nice.
On top.
Yeah, they just took to the tower, that's annoying.
It's fine, it's fine. They're
Nice
down,
Amber,
they're down.
nice.
Just shoot from, yep.
Behind you, Car. Behind you, Andres. Careful.
Good comms, Rimper, good comms.
You've got this. Focus him down. You can melee if you feel like it, but it doesn't
Nice,
damage.
Ember.
Nice. One on top of the tower. Nice, good shot.
Last one.
Yeah. Remember, you don't necessarily have to push this. He's like lower than us, so they have less teammates than us, so we win this round if you guys stay alive. We don't want to draw here.
Okay.
How much health are you on, Andres?
I'm on like 1, 3.
Don't let him shoot you then.
Yeah.
How about you, Ember?
I'm on full.
Okay, full. You can put pressure on him. Yeah. I think you can go up even if you want, Ember. Oh no, he's easy.
You're gonna have to jump down here. Alright, GG's.
Nice.
Nice,
Good
Ember.
shot,
Good
Ember.
stuff, Ember. Holy.
W,
Ember.
Did I?
Good stuff, Ember.
Ember
Let's
carry,
go.
Ember
Let's
carry. You
go.
got this.
Good stuff.
Ember carry there, Ember carry there. Ember, good comms.
Nice
Oh my
punch,
god,
Ember.
good stuff.
Absolutely. Nice.
Thanks, Andres. You did good
We
too.
need you guys.
Thanks for
I need
watching.
you guys.
Bye.
I need you guys to keep doing this. Like, keep clutching up for me. I can't do anything.
Watch a mid,
I'll
Matt.
do some
Watch the
router.
mid.
Yeah, one of them is coming. They're not coming up, so we have this space free.
Shot 1. Twice.
Andres, watch your right.
Nice.
Watch your right.
I shot the guy on the right once. Nice,
Nice,
Ember.
Ember. Push in, guys. Push in.
I'm pushing in. I don't see any of them. Where are they? Are they all down here? No way.
They're all down. I shot someone.
Nice.
Nice.
Shit, dude.
I jumped in behind them. This is
Nice.
guys. We
Keep
need
it
the
up, guys.
tower.
Keep it up.
Like if we see more people going into the tower, we need to rush with more too.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep talking.
Because that is so OP. You just got behind them all.
Mad, claim the tower. Carter, me,
Yeah.
and Andres will just keep guarding in the mid.
And then we're against gold
There's
next.
more shelter
I'm
there.
somehow doing. I'm literally one barring, bro.
All right, well, we're watching. Watch out for gold. Watch out for gold because they've been winning most of their games, just like we have. So watch out.
I think they've won every single game.
They claim mid. Okay, so we have to claim mid first. Mad.
Yeah, I'm running up there. It's Dolphin Man. Dolphin Man has a pretty decent aim.
But yeah, he's an EC player.
Get ready,
He's a
guys. Mad,
Every
claim mid,
single
and climb
game.
as fast as you
Open
can.
place you three.
Watch out because they're gonna
I'm not
contest.
surprised
Watch out,
it's good.
gold's gonna contest from
Yeah,
mid.
exactly.
360.
We're up against gold.
Oh. Wait. Can this guy clutch it? He's gonna clutch it up. Wait, stay alive. No way.
Ah, GG.
Oh my god,
All right,
dude.
get ready, guys. Get ready.
Yeah,
Lock on, lock on.
Ready.
Vilmer's crazy. Oh my.
They drew. That's good though. Good for us. It's last point.
Yippee.
Go.
Yep.
Oh, it's Pusha.
Yeah.
Watch, they're gonna contest mid as well.
But they shot me. Wait,
Yo,
what?
I'm fine. My ping's fine.
All right, go.
I'm low though. I'm really low. They're pushing me.
I'm going up mid now.
Wow, okay. I just got annihilated. They're hard pushing one side.
That one?
I see.
They're critting you out, Ember. That's Andres. What's your health, Andres? What's your health?
I'm full.
Nice. You're build locking well though. But you're by yourself right now. You're by yourself. Mattis, come down. Mattis, you gotta help. Andres, you gotta go down.
Long shots. Don't take short shots. They're taking short shots.
No, I shouldn't have done
That's
that.
right. It's all on you. It's all on you, Andres.
Pressure, you got this?
Nice, Andres. Nice. Behind.
Mighty's behind you. Mighty's. Come on, King. Clutch up.
Nice, good shot.
You got this, Andres?
He's scared of you. He's scared of you.
Oh,
Oh,
No!
I got
It's
3
alright,
of
you
them
did
there.
good, you did good.
That was good.
Holy, I
Man.
almost aced that round, dude. I almost aced.
W.
That was
Okay,
sick,
Mighty's
Andre.
back. Mighty's back. Mighty's back.
Nice corner.
All good, all good, all good, all good.
Well done, Andre!
Man.
The king!
How many kills got Andres?
I got 8.
Nice.
You guys? What about you guys?
I'm at 4.
4.
Okay.
We got 2 more rounds if you having good thing. Andres is cooking. Let's do this. We can win this. We can win this.
Yeah, I'll just keep going mid. I'll keep going
Andre
mid.
have?
8. Ocho.
Christ on a
I think the
stick.
last team is just the yellow team. I believe.
Ooh.
Right?
We roll them.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. We still got 2 more.
Oh, this is the free team. This is the free team. This is the free team.
Oh, no, is going up.
I got shot.
Oh, I'm actually I'm losing.
Shot one on the left.
No, I lost a cabin in mid. No, I'm sorry. Cabin's going up. I shot him a couple times though. He should be low. Andres, no, Ember above you.
This guy guy's slow. This guy guy's slow. Nice, Andres.
Nice. Good job, guys.
Top. On top.
Yep.
Yeah, he's on top. I shot him a couple times. He
Harder
should be
behind you.
decently low. Just watch out. There's
Oh,
one
this
more
guy.
though.
I didn't even
Somewhere
see him.
below.
Shot him. I'm just gonna full push him.
Nice.
Good.
Nice Carter. Nice.
Don't see, let's kill.
Sorry.
Nice.
Oh my god.
My bad.
Guy up top is low. Like I said, he's low. No, he's
Oh,
shot again.
slacking,
He's so
slacking.
low.
He's the player. Service lagging.
Or
It's
you
the
can
good player
go
on
up.
the team. It's the one good player on the team. I'm kind of low, but I'll go up.
Nice Ember. Nice.
Oh,
Nice Ember. You've got this. Get him, Carter. Get him.
push him back.
Nice.
Push him
Good
off the
job.
tower.
Nice.
Nice.
I was
killed
on
him.
the
Wait,
hard
Wait, I got 10 kills.
Nail it.
Nice,
I'm
Andres.
Yes! Let's go, Andre! 10!
Wait, I'm pretty sure I Baileyed him and I killed him.
Wait,
No
what?
way.
That's funny.
I was on
Yeah,
half
I'm
a
pretty
heart,
sure-
so you barely saved me.
Ooh,
Sick.
gold one again.
That's Omega funny.
Guys, we gotta kill Randy.
I think we're like last against gold, right? We haven't played gold yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the last round for sure.
They might push mid too. Someone wanna push mid with me?
I'll
We
push.
could like.
Actually,
I don't know. I'll be left wing.
No,
I'll be
no,
left
no.
wing. I'll be on left.
I'm right wing.
Okay. Ember can
I'll
sit
be
back
mid.
in.
I'll take mid and shelter.
Bet. Let's good comes.
Go.
They're not going mid? What? Oh, Randy's going mid.
No once.
I wanted to spawn.
Sorry, Randy
Madness,
once,
watch
but
out,
I'm,
get out
I'm
of there.
down.
You're not full.
Hits Emperor.
Oh, I'm almost dead. Randy,
Get
Randy.
behind cover. Get behind cover if you can.
I'm in the best
I'm getting
cover I
bubbled.
can be in right now.
I'm dead. Wow. Okay. They all focused me. Well. Randy has tower.
Nice.
Nice. We shot Randy. Randy's the lowest out of all of them right now.
Hits Emperor.
Oh, damn it, he got me. He's
It's
Randy's a
Chan.
one.
Randy's going down.
Where is he? Oh.
On top.
No.
Down. GG. GG's.
No, there's
Down.
someone behind. There's someone behind us. They flanked.
Yeah, I didn't see Randy jumping behind us.
Oof. We played well though.
I'll do good.
It's fine.
We
We got
did okay.
overwhelmed there.
Yeah, we
got
did okay.
overwhelmed.
We
Mhm.
yeah we
True,
got
simply
middle.
true,
We got
true.
middle of the pack that game. Yeah, like dead ass in the middle. We got fifth.
I got 10 kills. What did everyone get?
Yeah. I'm still at
6.
4.
I got 4.
Bet. Wait, I carried there. Let's go.
How did Randy get
Andres.
mid so quickly? I didn't even see their username.
Yeah,
I would've had
No, I was
more,
going
just
up with him and then I just got shot off.
I would have had more if I just didn't lag. It's so annoying.
It's alright.
See,
You
I'm at.
did good. Alex.
Okay, well I moved up. I'm 20. I'm at 20 indiv now. Top 20.
Nice.
I gotta come back.
Oh my
Wait,
god,
actually,
I'm no longer bottom 10. That's good. I think. Am I?
I don't think
We can move
for
up on
points-
Gauntlet. We can move up a lot from Gauntlet. We can move up a lot from Gauntlet.
Yeah.
Alright, Madness, lead the way.
I don't know which quest you haven't done yet, but there's we've done the whole cave. That's what we've done. So
I haven't
let's
done the full
chill.
cave. I'm
There
good
seems to
with
be a
the cave.
parkour jump on the left here.
There is. What did you guys already go inside the burger point? Burger point?
Wait, Madness, what about the disco? What about the disco area?
I think so.
Oh, I
The
know,
disco area?
I know. And I can give you 2 points. I got you.
This one here. We should go to the volcano. Volcano has a lot of points in it, so usually.
I'll come with you to Volcano Madness.
I'll go with Qndres.
Yeah, if you haven't done
Alright.
dance yet, come to me. Come with me.
Yeah,
I haven't done that either. I would just follow you.
Disco, party, disco.
We can do the volcano after this if we want. I'll do the parkour after this too.
It's over here, I'm pretty sure, right? I think it's this way.
Oh, we have
Yeah, yeah,
666 coins. Wait, we have
What?
666 coins.
Okay,
Lamau.
this goes right here.
look at
So
our
there's one. Come up here. There's
Oh,
one
yeah. I've done those, I've
behind
done
this
those.
tree.
That's right, yeah, one
And
behind,
then there's one in
behind
the
tree.
like.
You got that? You got that already? And then there's one right here.
Yeah, in here.
Chat, we are blessed
Where-
by
in
the
here, yeah,
devil.
get in there.
We
Get-
are
get- get-
blessed
There's one in
by-
here. There's one in here. Jump in the water and go down. There's a pressure plate in here.
Wait, where? In the water?
Jump into the water here.
Water.
There's a pressure plate in there.
I'm following you guys.
Got it?
Where is
Wait,
it?
Also, we
Matt,
can-
wait for me.
Also, we can
Matt,
golf
wait
somewhere
for
around
me.
here.
Wait, clear comes.
Go right. Right at the bridge. Go here.
Yeah.
We should be able to golf somewhere around here. I don't know where. This tower, by the way, Carter. Tower to the left is parkour if you want
Yeah,
to do
I'm
that.
not doing parkour.
Which one?
All right,
Which
keep
one?
going.
Which one? Specifically, which one? I don't know which one's the left one.
Wait, is it gone? I think golfing might be gone.
I don't know which one's the left one.
I
Mad.
think it's over here.
No, the tower. Carter, here,
The
this
tower,
building.
yeah. Yeah, there. Yeah, that way.
Oh, the one.
Here. Yeah,
when you're
I'm not doing that. Good luck.
I'm doing it. I'll see. I've not done any of the parkours actually. It's crazy.
I'll try it.
Oh, good luck. It says easy. It's not easy. Don't listen to it.
Easy.
I need to go.
I can't even get up the stairs. I can't even get up the stairs.
I'm in a button room. Is there anything in the button room?
I need to double back to the beach.
Find
later.
the one
I'm
button.
gonna check the volcano if there's anything there.
There probably is.
Is there anything in the painting? Does anyone know?
Okay, so they didn't take account of the fact that 120 changed soul sand, so that's kind of way harder.
There.
Good game design.
It is. Yeah, I'm just gonna go up the lava for like a good minute and a half
I'll give it
now.
one more try. I'll give one more try, and if it's not, then I'll go to the volcano.
I'm in the pirate section right now. There's something here.
Pirates.
Guys in my face. Alright.
Wait, is there not like the snowball one? Oh, I see the volcano.
Yeah, it's impossible. This one's impossible. This one's impossible.
It's impossible?
Wow.
With 119.
Oh.
It's 119 soul sand. Yeah, you can't do it. That's crazy how they oversight that.
That is so cool.
Wait, where's the volcano one?
Insane
Is it?
oversight.
How do I get into it?
It's in the volcano. You go up the volcano
Oh, you're up the volcano?
I'll try to do this one.
and then jump down into it. And you get 7 coins for it. Usually, yeah.
Wait, where's the volcano?
It's like literally the
It's
biggest
where
volcano.
we left off. It's like to the beach.
I see it.
Yeah.
Dang.
Wait, is it a
If you
soul sand
don't
3
have
plus
like a
1?
minute and a bit, keep on golfing.
Carter?
Carter?
You lag out?
You did.
I think you might have logged out or
Oi,
lagged
Cardi
out.
B! Oh man. Cardi B Buster. Where are you, boy?
Yo, is it a
Oh.
3 plus 1? Soul sand. Or soul sand 3 plus 1?
Oh.
Got it. I got the.
I've not
Where's
done
the thing?
parkour so long.
Wait, where do you climb the thing? The volcano.
I think it is,
How do you
but
even
simply.
climb the volcano?
Nah, I am not doing that, bruh. I am not doing
go through the
parkour. I
lava.
am not good at it.
Oh, you gotta go through the. Ooh.
Yo, where is the? There's another one that. It's the one right there. I'm just not gonna touch it. Oh,
Is it
fuck.
like a
There's one right here. What?
waterfall thingy?
It's slow. It's lava. Just swim up. I don't think you have time now. It's like a minute of just swimming up.
Where's the beach?
You'll never know. I'm gonna beat the odds. 50 seconds.
You got this, Ember. You're gonna be the fastest lava swimmer there is around here.
I'm a dragon. This is meant to be my everyday life. I got this. I got this.
Show me the volcano in period 4.
Just climb
Yeah,
up the
well.
lava. Then go jump in the middle.
I'm gonna try to get one more quest on. But I don't know if I have
One of the pop up
And then you jump
trees.
down.
No, you
I
jump
see
down
it.
into the volcano. There's a golden pressure plate. Make sure you stand on that.
Oh, frick.
I got 83.
I beat the odds! I beat the freaking odds! Take
I'm at
that,
106
you dumb
coins.
volcano.
I'm on 83.
First.
I'm on 90.
Why not 81?
Well, I'm
Yeah.
behind.
Also on the document next questing period, look for the candy handles because they do still give coins.
We doing.
And that's like 7
No,
coins.
no,
every
no,
time.
no, not mirror, not mirror.
Gauntlet. Okay.
A lot of people are running Gauntlet.
Wait, what's this Gauntlet again? Gauntlet's the.
Oh, it's so Gauntlet.
Wait, which one's Gauntlet again?
That's
I already
nice. That's
forgot.
nice.
We're doing well.
The 4 minigame. The 4 minigame. The easy
That's the
medium part,
that's the
extra.
Oh, okay,
prisoners
okay.
kind of game.
Wait, Loki wanna go
you guys
keep,
want
but I'll
Tectonic
wait.
last time? You guys want to go Tectonic last?
Yeah.
I want to play Tectonic because
The music's a little scuffed though. They need to like make it smooth. I don't know. It's like at
I don't
times you see
care
like
if it's
that.
lost.
It just
We can
stops.
play it.
Like what?
I think we should skip Forger and Mirrodin. Okay, Gauntlet. Just do what we gotta do. Who's gonna follow Ember in
Easy.
the first thing, and who's gonna like just randomly explore the maze?
I'll
'Cause
random explore.
Okay. Qndres, what do you want to do? You want to just randomly explore the maze or follow Ember?
Oh, Ember.
Ember, there should be 2 massive like iron blocks,
Is this
like
guy go-
places
is this
of
guy gonna
iron
take a piss?
blocks. No way.
Wait, what?
Okay, Ember, there will be 2 places with
No,
a
no,
lot of
here,
iron
here,
blocks. Just guide us
Following
through
Ember,
it.
following Ember.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'll just
Oh my
randomly
god,
explore
bro.
then. Also, Carter, you can see them. You can see them on your thing.
Okay,
You
I'll
can, you
take
can
the
see
easy.
the iron block places. Yeah.
I'll take easy.
Oh.
And then Qndres, for
Done.
you, it's numbers.
Hi,
It's the numbers.
Andre.
So just
Hmm?
listen to Carter. Me and
Carter,
Ember will
top,
not say anything there.
top left is 1, right?
Aye.
Carter?
Top left will be 1.
Bet.
Second row.
Yeah.
It's 1, 2, 3, and then
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
7, 8, 9. Yeah.
Alright,
I'll tell you the ones that are flipped down. So, for example, like, first row second, first row third is 2 and 3. They're flipped down. I'll say for 2 and 3.
Wait, just be like,
You know what I
flick
mean?
1, 4, 6. You know what I mean? Like 1, 4, and I would just do like that.
Yeah. Just
Just give me numbers and I got you.
Flick blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Bet.
Imagine they change it though.
No,
Like,
stop.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, that would be a nightmare.
They
Dude,
didn't
don't
remove
do
the candy handlers that were there for the
Get ready,
Halloween
get
events.
ready,
I
get
don't
ready to
think they
randomly
removed
explore.
it.
Get ready,
Bet.
get ready to
Yeah.
randomly explore.
We do.
Oh.
And
poor-
Qndres,
poor-
you follow
poor Saga.
Ember.
Yeah, I'll follow.
The AGX team couldn't get rolls because their button broke. That's unlucky.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Carter, randomly explore.
Enemy
What am I
exploring.
I
to
see
do?
iron block. You guide
frick am I
see iron
Qndres
block.
to iron block. Yeah, me too.
Okay, alright. Madness? Yep,
I
straight
got
left,
one.
that one. Alright.
There should be just one more Ember. Just guide whoever's
Carter,
closest
Carter,
to
okay.
there.
Madness. Wait.
What?
Go, yeah, straight. Straight to the right.
Straight.
Yeah, no, back. Face forward, yeah, straight.
I see.
Then,
I love
think-
mazes. I
There
see
should
iron
only be
block.
2, so
There.
yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
Carter,
Okay.
come.
Okay, I'm just on black. Go to black.
Yeah,
I'm just.
back there, yeah.
It's like 2, 3,
Yep.
4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
8.
Got it. Orange.
Nice.
Orange. Oh, purple. Go to purple. Flick
Purple,
1,
yeah.
2, 3. Purple. Flick 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Orange. Flick everything. Flick everything.
Got it.
Everything.
Good job.
Nice.
Okay. My options
Okay,
here
Madness.
are food, death, tree, and air.
Time. Oh, okay.
Time. Yeah. I have time. Charcoal, then I guess. If it's the same.
Charcoal. Yes. Yes, it's the same.
Golden clock, right? Clock.
Yeah.
And then shirts. I'm through.
Is it?
Nice.
Yep.
Nice. Okay.
Alright, we're good.
You guys
Okay,
can
I'll
reach.
stay here.
Uh,
Andres, you go to the other side. Go to the other
Yes,
side.
go to the other side. Go to the
Or
other
Ember,
side. Go to the other side.
Yeah.
Ember,
Other side,
Ember,
other
go
side.
over.
Go to the other side.
Go over. Yeah,
Yes,
go
go on
over.
bladder. Go bladder.
Yep.
Ember, you stay.
Ember, you stay here. Yeah, stay on this.
Actually, no, Ember, go over. Ember, go over. Sorry, Ember, go over. No,
Yeah,
stay.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah.
This is nice.
Move over.
Yep.
Move over just.
Yep.
Ember, I need you here. Ember. Okay, nice. I need
I'm
someone
here.
to move over.
Let's move up.
Come. Yeah. Come moving over. Okay.
One of you stay. You move over. I'll just move over.
Yep.
Yeah, go over.
Nice. Someone move over. Just I need you. I need you to move over.
Yeah,
Don't
move
move
over.
Ember. Do not move over, Ember. Do not.
Yeah, say that.
I'm not. My hands are off my keyboard. My hands are off my keyboard.
Yeah. Go Carter.
Literally.
Okay, Ember.
I need
move.
Qndres. Yes, stay there, Ember. Stay there. Just move
Hey.
over. Just move over.
Ember. No, Ember.
I'm sorry,
You're not supposed
Go back. 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 Go back.
Sorry, my bad.
Sorry.
I slipped.
I'm sitting here.
Move over. Okay. Just move over. Ember, I need you here for the Neo.
Wait, yeah, go over.
Got it.
Nice. I need someone here.
Coming?
Yeah, come over.
Ember, you move to that one. You move to that one, Ember. What I'm looking at?
Alright.
Yeah.
Tell me when to move.
Nice, go off the corner. It's fine, we're fine.
Sorry.
I'll just move her again.
Yep.
Yeah, make sure you don't step on the slab in front of it, because then, you know, pressure plate is away.
Nice.
Okay, Ember, move over. Yep.
Qndres?
Yep.
Okay, no. I can just see him. I can just.
Go.
Alright, good luck. Good luck, guys.
Nice. Oh, that was not.
No.
Fuck. Oh, what the? Wait, what? Oh, I see what I have to do.
Oopsies. Oh, I have the Hoplite thing still in chat, Paul. Okay.
Chat.
Alright, I'm done.
I'm done.
Oh, shit.
Qndres, you got this. Go Carter, you got this. You guys got this. Just chill out. Nice, Qndres. Nice.
Got it.
Good job.
Go, Andre.
Go Carter, you got this.
Oh!
Don't worry. Just keep going.
It's alright.
You got this, Carter. You're goated. You know how to do this stuff. Don't rush.
Yeah, I know. This is what happens if I don't touch miner for over like 0 miner in the server for over like a decade.
Are you sponsored by them, Carter? Because that sounded like sponsor.
Are you sponsor? Is this
you know?
a sponsor segment right now?
This video is sponsored by ZeroMiner.org. Nice, 5th place. That's good. I mean, it's
Sorry,
middle again,
I
but we
stuffed
did
up.
good.
That was my fault.
It's okay, Ember. Don't worry.
We're
Don't worry
so
about
fine.
it.
We're
It happens.
so fine.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. All good.
Guys, no matter what happened, I had a lot of fun already. And we still have games to go, you know?
Madness, don't mad. Don't say that in front of Carter. Don't say that in front of Carter. This man is a soulless. This man is a soulless plebeian. He doesn't understand the meaning of he doesn't understand the meaning of sentimental.
Okay.
Listen,
He doesn't understand the meaning of sentiment.
Yo, Dustin GG, thanks for follow. Appreciate it.
Say when you already know you're gonna lose.
Old Tier, thank you for the raid. Hello, everyone from Old Tier stream. I'm in an event right now, and we are currently doing medium. But thank you for the raid, Old Tier. I appreciate you so much.
Well, remember last time Coliseum, Carter? Remember last time Coliseum?
Yo, what we got streaming over there? Old Tier, what were you doing? Yo, Odin, thanks for following. Renverse, hello guys, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Old Tier. I appreciate you. We did pretty good, right?
We got 5th,
Yeah, we did
which
pretty
is
alright.
alright.
I mean, yeah.
It's we got 5th, but yeah, it's fine. It was just the first part as well. The first part the first part, there's the maze part. We lost last
Yo,
one.
Jados, thanks for follow. Appreciate it. Yeah,
it happens. It's fine.
Welcome everyone. Welcome. We are in an event right now. It is called Crown Quest. It's a Minecraft event. So if you guys like events, this is your stream to watch. W.
Okay, we
Cool.
surely we play Tectonic.
Tectonic next.
Oh, Tectonic is fun. Is that the run? The thing run? Yeah.
Wait,
Forger.
what's Tectonic?
Or Tectonic is the spleef, but just TNT run pretty much.
Oh, TNT run. Ooh, I like it. TNT run fun and horrifying. I wonder if we use spleef.
Oh my god.
No Tectonic. No.
You winning or
people are
not?
saying
Sort
no
of, Django. Sort of, bro. Sort of. I'm doing mid right now. I'm doing mid.
If they don't play Tectonic, I'm leaving.
Oh, bro.
Surely you guys want your indiv points. For real though.
Wait, what multiplier is Tectonic? Or if
There's
it's
no,
like,
there's no
no
multiplier.
more.
Anything. Every game
Oh.
is worth like their normal
okay.
points.
It's the same.
Oh, how much points do you get for like? Do you get more points Tectonic or more points on? Like, what? Wait, what the? Fuck?
I mean, if you play mirror, then everyone will get the same points in the team. I think if you want to like go for a big in-depth play, you need Tectonic here. Because Forger, I think points are also a split. I'm not sure about that. No mirror, just no mirror, please.
Wait, are you guys also
Dude,
like?
I have gaslighted. I gaslighted Randy to think we were Tecton. Let's go.
Exactly.
Wait, Madness, press W real quick. Just press W. Are you also slow mo? Is everyone slow mo?
I'm fast.
Use your scroll wheel. Use your scroll wheel.
Wait, what?
Oh wait,
Use your
what?
scroll
Wheel, use your scroll wheel.
You're in spec mode, so you can use your scroll wheel to get your speed.
Damn.
Wait, I'm using my scroll wheel right now.
Minecraft things.
Oh, what the? Wait, what the hell? I didn't know this. What the?
Bro, I never.
What? I didn't know this.
Really?
Yeah, watch your mumbo jumbo videos, bro.
Oh,
Yeah, I
no.
did not know this. I was like, why am I? Damn, they're struggling with this hard parkour. Yeah, it's really hard.
I mean, I am really washed at hardcore. I need to hit the fucking. I need to hit minor. I need to go back to 0 minor. I am omega washed.
Carter, the practice yesterday paid off so much. I flawless that section.
That's good. I'm glad.
Ooh,
I'm
ooh.
really. I kind of let you guys down, though. That's my bad.
Nah, man, you're
That's okay.
fine.
I'm not gonna lie. I only practice PvP.
Expert was harder.
I didn't practice anything
Expert
else.
was-
Yeah, same. I only
If
practice
only expert was
PvP.
harder, man. If only expert was harder, I could have at least like there's a better like. Damn it.
Ooh.
Expert used to be
I'm good
harder
at-
before.
I'm good at super hard parkour, like stuff that people can't do. So the fact that people can't actually do it isn't good.
Yeah. I mean, you also can't expect like hard parkour. You know what I mean? Because it's everyone needs to be able to do it. So it's gonna be like hard easy for you, if that makes sense. Does that
Yeah,
make
it's
sense?
like easy parkour is hard for me, and hard parkour is easy for me. It's,
Oh.
it's
Okay.
complicated.
Like the complicated jumps are easy for you, type of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're like Ham, pretty much. Ham is just.
Don't you dare say that to me.
What? What do you mean? Ham is good at parkour, bruh.
Ham,
No.
Ham is a different breed, bro. He's a different breed of.
I
easy
agree with
parkour
Carter
being
on that
hard,
one.
parkour being easy.
Wait, so who's better at
I
parkour? You or
agree with
him?
that.
You. In event
Ooh.
parkour, me. In
Oh,
one
okay.
jump, definitely Ham.
Okay.
Ooh.
There's different different types of parkour. You know what I mean?
Okay. Wait, is this medium parkour?
What's up?
What Orange is doing right now? What is? Yeah, Orange is doing medium
this,
parkour.
this Nathaniel guy is doing the hard.
Oh, this is the one I was
Hard
having
way.
trouble in. You go down here and then you jump and then you shift and then boom.
Yeah,
Then you go to
and Calvin's
mycelium.
having trouble next room.
Yep. Water and then you just gotta land on that thing right there. This half slab.
And I get
Nice.
TP'd away. That's awesome.
And then bam,
Yeah.
boom.
There's an-
I'm
Is it
watching
three plus
Ops
one?
because
This is-
they're doing hard.
How do you even do this?
3+1 jump skip. 3+1 jump skip. Ready? 3+1 jump skip. Ready?
Oh, okay.
Oh, I get it.
He was about to do it too.
no.
Rip.
GG.
Wait, time run out? No.
I want to see my individual. Why does it make it spawn so far for just going to check our indiv points?
No idea.
I don't really look at my. I'll get posted in chat anyway later. I don't really look at it. Alright, show me the volcano, man.
I'll show you. No worries. Okay, Carter, you with me? Oh.
Yep.
Oh.
We
I'm
out
fine, I'm
here,
fine, I'm fine, I'm fine.
boys.
It's laggy.
Oh my
no,
god,
no.
the server is so laggy.
Yep.
Carter,
Server's
I'm
laggy,
behind
but
you.
it's
I'm
just-
behind you right now
Yeah,
because of this stuff. Go left here, yeah. Go left. Follow
That's
Ember.
Ember. That's Ember. That's not Madness.
Yeah. That's fine.
Wee.
I'm not gonna follow
I know
Ember.
where it is.
Ember
What?
knows where it is. Yeah.
Why would I
Wait,
follow?
I'm
Why
on
would
the
I follow
right
you?
side. I
Excuse
think
me?
there's some stuff.
Because I know
that
where
just
it is,
haven't done.
dingus.
Wait, how many quest points do you guys have? I have 81.
do?
I have
I have
106.
83.
Jeez, okay.
I have
83?
83.
Wait, how do you have 2 more than me? What?
I only have 8. Yeah, I'm broke. I'm in the dumps, bro. I'm broke.
Andres, if you want to get a lot of
There-
coins, go
is there
for
anything in the pirate
go
ship?
for quest handlers. They should be somewhere around here. I'm gonna.
Is
choose
there anything in the
second one.
pirate ship?
I haven't checked that. I don't think
Give it a-
so.
Give it a look, Ember. Give it a
Oh.
look.
Alright. Mads, what else did you have? Because I'm pretty
RVM
sure
is
like
just
438.
I'm pretty sure
who had the
we've
most
gotten
kills
like
in
the
their
same
Coliseum?
stuff, but like
Crown Quest
Auxiliary.
32. Oh, it didn't work. Wait, what?
Yeah, just stand very close to it. You need to like stand in the block of like.
Oh, okay.
against
Well,
it.
screwed.
Just following
Okay.
Lead the way.
Mads,
Yeah,
pretty sure we've gotten the
I'm
same
looking through my
stuff.
cords because there's a
Oh, what's
Carter, if
this?
you haven't done it,
Auxiliary.
Aux. Just stand in the block in front of it because otherwise it doesn't give you coins. Carter, follow me.
Okay.
There is a candy handler somewhere here that just. Oh no, I see. I know where it is. I know where it is. Follow me.
I found a candy handler where I am.
Yeah, but does he give coins if you talk to him?
I have
Here,
no
talk to
idea.
this guy. Should
Oh,
give
yeah, he
you
does, he does.
7. Oh, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Is it in a?
He's in
are you in
the
an
beach.
house?
He's in the beach near
Coordinates.
of our house.
Coordinates.
Oh, I see you. I see you. I see you.
Coordinates.
Amber, show me.
Here.
This guy?
It's like in this blue house, in the blue house, in the blue
Oh yeah, I
house.
would
here.
have that one.
Oh, I already
What
have
else
that
do
one
you
too. Mad, this keep leading the way. Keep leading the way, Mad. Where'd
Carter,
you go?
we've legit done every quest I had written down.
I've done that. I only have 93.
I have more. Carter, follow me. Are you still with me?
Yeah, I'm already at 87, but it's fine.
No, I'm not.
Go to
I'm
the
back
end
at the
of
blue house. I'm back
you
at
know
the
how
blue
to
house.
get to Indiv?
I'm back at the blue house. Yeah,
Okay, blue
I'm here
house.
at the Indiv
Go back
board.
to Indiv place.
We have 3 minutes.
Yeah, follow me, Carter. I know of like one more quest that gives like 7 coins, so it should be good.
Okay. I'm close to 100. I am only at 93.
Yeah, I'm at 113
I have
now.
96.
Oh, it's for here.
You can get a maximum of 120 coins from the quests, so you're almost at your limit, Mads.
Yeah, it's probably just one candy handler that I haven't found yet. Yeah, just follow me.
How much points can you get max? 120?
Oh yeah, isn't this
120,
the fridge? Wait,
The fridge,
where's the
yeah.
fridge area? Is it this one?
Oops.
It's here.
I'm
Go in
breaking
here, and then there's a golden pressure plate there. I'm not gonna go in because it doesn't always move all the time.
Oh, the burger. Yeah. I noticed
Yeah.
there's a refrigerator area somewhere. Like I don't
Yeah,
know where,
there's
but
2.
you open
The
like
other
iron-
one, follow me.
open,
Follow
like,
me.
iron
Follow me. We
doors.
still have time.
Look at us efficient. Parkour, parkour. Off to do
Is there any
parkour.
points where it's like the builders and stuff? Or I don't know if there is.
I don't know. It's here. It's here, Carter. Just this guy. Go in here. Go up
Chef
top,
Joe?
and there's another freezer. For the rest, I don't know where any other quests are.
What, Chef Joe or no?
Yeah, talk to him, and then go inside. Go upstairs, and there will be a freezer there. You'll
I know
find
it.
it.
Oh, I think we got.
Yeah,
I
I'm
got
in.
Yeah.
I got it.
There are buttons. Yeah. We got this.
Do you?
I think that's all the quests I can
I need to
finish
find
now.
the beach. Okay, I'm
What
gonna
did
run
you
to the beach
find?
parkour area to see if I can do it last minute. The beach parkour.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do the easy
Over
parkour.
here.
Oh no, that's impossible. You said.
The tower.
parkour
Yeah,
is
don't do
fun.
the tower. The tower's impossible. Tower's impossible now with 119 with 120.
Nice.
What? Okay.
I haven't meant to do
I'm
this.
sorry.
I don't. If I don't choke, I can do it. Dude, the fact that parkour only gives like 3, it's crazy. Like, hello. Parkour should be worth
It should
way
give
more than
more.
3.
Oh my god, I found the pressure
Way
plate. I'm at
more.
116. I'm at 116 coins. Carter, if you want a pressure plate, I'm right behind you.
Hold on, I'm
Where is
doing
it?
this right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
where is it, Mads?
Okay, I did it. Where are you, Mad?
Where are you? Where are
Did
you? Yeah.
Hi,
Up here, up
I'm
here.
right. I'm moving.
Oh,
Go behind these buildings
second
here.
parkour.
On top.
40 seconds.
It's in here. Here.
I think I've got this already. No, I haven't. Nice.
Nice.
Trying to find something last minute. It's just we can't just do anything now. Let's just try to find something last minute. One here maybe. Yes, there's one in the treehouse. Okay.
Nice.
Quickly scan for more.
Are you serious right now, bro?
Are you serious right now? Hello? Okay, well, there's no more. I'm just
Okay.
looking at the individual.
Yeah, I'm just not doing that. Thanks to follow. Appreciate it,
There's
Jacobson.
one in the treehouse, like on top, or.
Wow, I'm doing terrible. Okay.
I have 94
I don't
individual
think
quest
I've
points.
won some.
Alright, where are we going?
I got
Tectonic.
Tectonic.
Tectonic. Everyone's going here.
Go.
Yes,
Bye.
yes.
Next one.
Let's go.
There are a lot of people near mirror. Please, no mirror.
No.
Please.
Wait.
Come on.
Okay, wait. I'm actually lagging, so this might be a benefit for me.
Yeah, that's actually really good for you. Wait, but unless why is Mirror
No,
coming
they're
back?
going nearer.
No, Tectonic gets 3
Tecton.
votes now. You better go in. Can I get us more?
Oh, yes.
Going in. Yes.
Yes. W.
Full house.
Yeah, we're good. I think this is good now.
Full house,
Yeah,
full house of
yeah,
Tectonic.
we win. Tectonic wins. Nice.
Dubs, we got the dubs, boys.
Honestly,
we got the dubs.
For this one, just don't try not to like be next to each other, and it's gonna be really laggy in the first like Vote each other as well.
People. That's about it.
Just lock in, guys. Really, just lock in.
Yeah, for sure. Just like gotcha.
I'm locked in.
It's
I'm
winnable.
locked in.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I just yawned. So.
Oh no, this is not good, Carter.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
Carter, what time is it for you right now?
7:52 a.m.
Okay.
I just can't sleep before events. I just cannot sleep, bro.
Wait, you haven't slept yet, bro?
I did.
That can't be
For
good.
2 hours. I can't.
Chat, lock in. Is there a
I
lock
can't
in
sleep for
emote?
events. I don't
MTV
know why.
emote? Lock
I get
in.
nervous.
Same.
I get nervous. I oversleep.
Yeah. I literally
So
had
annoying.
my boyfriend. I had my boyfriend on call just to make sure that I could
Weird
make
flex,
this
weird
event,
flex,
and I
weird
had
flex, weird flex, weird flex, weird flex.
Sleeping in Discord call is crazy.
I
What,
didn't
you
want
call
to
your
miss
boyfriend your
events. I
e-kitten?
don't trust my alarm.
You call your
Alright, good luck, guys.
Your e-kitten, like, hello? Okay, look.
Shut up, Carter. Shut up. You're
Alright.
such an op.
My fault for not bringing up that you had a boyfriend.
This game is so stressful.
Okay, just don't die.
1 minute, guys. This is like the hardest part. I'm not gonna lie.
It is.
Qndres, hi.
Guys, what if we team grieved?
That would not be wise.
Let's not. No.
That's not lagging this time. Nice.
That would be very messed up.
Oh.
Don't focus on leaderboard, just focus on yourself.
Are you kidding me, bro? This guy. Oh my god.
Qndres.
No. Oh my god, what the fuck? Ian just turned around and killed me.
All right, I got targeted there.
Yeah.
Chat, I got
my
targeted
fucking-
there.
No!
Oh no, Carter, no.
Right
Ever
then.
stay alive, ever stay alive.
No freaking.
No.
Yeah.
The pressure.
Well,
I got targeted by someone and they instantly died. Like, I don't understand why they did that.
Ooh.
I was just in a mosh pit.
I was so
I was
close.
doing perfectly fine,
And
but
then
I just
was so close.
advertisers like threw by just going inside of me for some reason.
Yeah, I had like people just all around me too. Like everywhere I went, there was just someone coming towards me.
That was really bad of me. Okay.
That was really bad as well. It's okay, we bring it back though.
No, two more rounds. We win the 2 more rounds.
Oh, we're all out.
No,
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
Elephants died, so I'm not worried about them. Who I'm worried about most is geckos.
3 of yellow are still in.
Mhm.
It's just waiting game, yeah.
It is. I stayed too much
Yeah,
in the
please
middle
bet.
now. Middle is so like contested. Like it's not a good option.
You guys want to place bets?
yeah, $20 on Dolphin Man.
Whoa.
20 bucks.
Alright.
No,
you're
Alright.
no, wait. No way you go the safest pick. That's crazy.
No, yeah, that's cheating.
No, well, I just won $20, Amber. I'll be expecting in my PayPal soon. Wait, watch him die here?
Freak
Wait a second. It's
No,
my bad.
Kanuki wins this. Kanuki wins this. I believe.
Alright, you're going.
Wait, this is. Oh my god, there's 2 more
I'm
platforms.
going.
No, yeah, there's 2 more platforms.
Alright, I'm going.
Okay, the first platform is the hardest
20
platform,
on-
so if you get past
20
the first
on
one, you should be fine.
Randy. 20 on
Literally,
Randy. 20 on Randy.
What's up, Theo?
I've got 20 on Randy.
Dude, I don't want to bet on
Randy,
anyone. I don't want to bet on anyone. I just want them all to die.
Randy, don't lose. I got $20 on you.
Wait, actually put some pressure on people, yeah.
Put pressure on
Can you die? No, Kanuki, don't die. No.
No, Orange died.
Oh, Kanuki died. All right, give it up, Mads. Give it up, Mads. No! Rune died.
Dolphin died
Dolphin's
too.
dead too. Wait, Dolphin's
What?
dead
Just
too.
one.
Wait, they all. Wait, third round?
What?
Okay.
Lamau.
Wait, this game. Wait, you mean to tell me this game is This game actually goes fast with good players in them? What?
What?
Wait.
Listen, I don't know what you mean by betting. We're just, it's not called betting, it's called investing, right?
Yeah.
It's called investing.
Hey, Chad, do you have any tips and tricks on how to do TNT run?
Stay alive.
How to win.
Team chat. Yo, Latrix, TNT run. Tips and tricks, go.
Just don't stay away from the blue team, bro. They're going for you.
Yeah, why are they griefing me?
It's kind of weird with them. Okay.
It is.
I want to draw a smiley face.
Ember, bro.
What? I want to draw a smiley face. Is that so bad?
Okay, I hope you die.
Whoa.
In game.
Okay,
Oh.
okay, all right.
Okay, yeah, okay, I'm griefing. I'm griefing, I guess. Okay, then. I just died. Alright, LGG's. I just griefed. Oh well. Yeah, whatever I'm doing, it's just not working, I guess.
Harder, blame lag, blame lag, blame lag.
I'll just blame the fact that I had two people inside of me at all
No!
times.
Oh,
Nice. Oh, man.
How did I die?
Here comes, guys. I got this.
Go, Andres, you got this.
I was so on the last second, on the literal last.
I got this.
I glitched into the block and then died because of it.
Guys, I found my worst game. Apparently, I suck at TNT run.
I was so close. I was literally in the 1 second mark. Oh, I believe in Andres. I believe in Andres. We believe in Andres.
That's okay, man. I'm breaking the game.
Bro, no, the platform is going to
It's gonna disappear. It's gonna disappear.
I know.
Or it's not
Andres. I
No,
believe
it doesn't disappear until there.
Come on, Andres. Come on, Andres. You got this. All right. So what bets?
Obviously, like hello, like surely you bet on me.
I bet that Andres dies this round, guys. What do you
Okay, hello, guys.
I'm betting. Yeah, you know what? I'm betting 20 on.
No, you got this, Andres.
You've
You got
got
this.
a lot of room, by the way. You've got a lot of room.
Yeah, you're chilling. Watch out to the left brings, and blue is there too. Watch out. You know, blue loves you. You're chilling.
Oh, I think I'm gonna bet on Cabin. Cabin got pretty far last time. And look at them, they're playing safe.
Yeah, you've got this, Andres. You got this. Just don't take any risk and win. Nice.
No one died that round. No one died that round except
Yeah, what? Yeah, Rift died. This is where last time everyone died.
Yep.
Andres, Latrix says Andres with his big head is gonna win.
What the fuck?
He is.
You can,
Andres' big head is
tell him
helping.
about it later in PvP Legacy. Latrix, look, this is what you did to Andres. Look at him. This is what Andres is gonna do to you. He's
Oh,
gonna
watch out,
stomp
blue
you.
is there. You're kind of safe in your corner for now. Oh no. Ox to your right, watch out. Nice. Yeah, your corner is safe too. Just, You can get out,
Wow.
no worries.
You might have to start moving, guys. Start moving.
Nice. Go a bit faster.
Put
No, a
it
bit
on
faster.
corner.
Rex is there. Nice, Andres, nice.
No!
Oh, nice.
That was like
You
last
did so
second.
good though, Andres. You did so good.
Oof.
That was good.
Unlucky, bro.
Third place? That third?
Well done, Andre.
Not
That was
bad.
good.
Yeah.
Woo!
I'll take that.
Next round's my round. Next round's my round. Next round's my round. Next round's my
Me too,
round.
me too, me
okay.
too. I mean,
I got a
Next round, all of
26
us
and a
survive.
36.
share with me, please,
26,
partner,
36,
please.
36.
Next
Dude,
round,
I don't
all
know,
of
man.
us
This game is just Mickey, bro. I don't know.
Latrex is just
Mickey- it's a
sobbing
Mickey
in my
game.
chat. Latrex is sobbing in my chat for
Dude,
you.
that was bad.
Andres.
That's bad. I mean, I just I needed. I don't know.
There was not much you could
He's
do there.
like-
You should have gone
Yeah.
faster, but like that's not something you know.
Yeah, because then I can get grief if I go faster.
Yeah, you got griefed by Brinks because he was just a little bit faster and just stepping on the blocks before you did.
Yeah. I think they just win here. Oh,
There's
there's
no
a
way.
single.
I just need to get a corner that no one goes to, bro.
I had my corner and then I still died. I don't know what's happening here.
Oh
I
my
have no
god, wait.
corner every single round. Like,
Oh,
What? Oh.
What?
these guys. Oh. They're gonna die. They're gonna die.
Nope.
They're
Ox
big-
won.
Yeah.
Ox
Oh
won.
my
side.
gosh.
Ox kinda won.
Jesus.
do you play an F5 or no, Andres?
No. Just go. I probably should play an F5 though, huh?
I don't know.
No, F5's harder.
Yeah, just the way you're comfortable.
I've been
with.
playing an F5 and I've just been dying every round. So yeah.
I don't play an
Don't
F5.
play F5. You can do that with a regular
I'll try not
regular TNC run. Not in this one. Tell Andres if he loses, he can never play Hoplite again, and that'll be
What? Okay, lock in.
Latrix, how did you what?
Oh,
What?
It's like secret code within it, bro. Dude, this orange guy. Oh my god, I'm between so many people again.
I'm just walking.
No, he just griefed me. Fuck.
no. Fuck. I'm actually throwing. That's my bad. Oh. I'm sorry, guys.
Never so alive.
That is even got this Ember.
No, I got griefed.
Look, nice, Carter. Nice.
I
You
got
live,
it.
you live.
Nice.
You got this, Carter.
Jeez.
Oh,
Bro,
last one alive on our team.
this
Good luck.
I'm always so close.
This
I'm
auxilian
always
guy
so
literally
close to
risked
the
it all to
person.
kill me. This auxilian guy risked it all to kill me. That's crazy.
You've got this, Carter. You've got this.
Bar, stand on the platform if you want. If you want to like just wait for everyone to like, yeah, there we go. Just wait there until 25 seconds.
Yeah.
Kind of like look where everyone's at.
Oh, that's genius. That's
my
genius.
God.
That's what I was doing. Yeah.
There's a sneaker beat up on
Oh
the right
no!
over there.
Look at toucans. Look at toucans. They're targeting Gecko.
Whoa.
I'll just stay here. This is my area. Get out of here. My aura. I'm gonna use my aura. Yeah, shoot, get out of here. Oh my god, Twiggy just teleported.
You're playing this really
You're fine,
risky. I'm
Carter,
not gonna lie,
you're
Carter.
I mean, that's how I normally play this game, bro.
Good luck.
No wonder I die a lot. No wonder I die a lot, damn.
Oh, you were just jumping and running. Goddamn.
Nice, Carter. Oh, nice.
Oh my God,
You're just Jesus. You walked on nothing there for a second. Nice.
Oh,
The ping,
yeah, that's
the
what's
ping is
that's
actually
just ping.
helping him.
That's just ping.
You
It always helps
Aussie.
in TNT run.
The
I
ping
can
is
help in
actually
TNT run at all
helping him.
times.
Nice. Go left.
Oh,
right.
my
Nice.
God.
Nice.
Oh my god.
But you live. Nice, Carter.
Should be fine here.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, fine.
Good stuff.
Nice.
Nice.
Let's go, Carter.
JD's first.
More.
Yeah, nice. Wait for everyone to go. You get your spot at the end there.
Wow.
Ladies
everyone,
first.
Yep, everyone's in their corner. No one has gone in the front corner yet.
Yeah.
Yep, and okay, what this guy's griefing you? This red guy's griefing you.
Let's see, running away. My aura. Look at my aura. See, they're all running away from me. I'm like, my sheer aura terrifies them. They know I'm the fucking deep from down under. I'm gonna kick this guy.
Watch out for cabin. Watch out
Sure.
for cabin.
You are the devil from down under. Go, Carter. Go.
Demon from
Is
down
Dolphin Fraud
under.
still alive?
Dolphin
Yeah,
is.
this-
So is Randy. Randy's like. Dolphin is right there. You see him. Nice Carter. Nice.
Oh. Nice.
Nice Carter. Nice.
You're chilling.
Lord.
You're actually chilling.
Oh, that corner is chilling.
Yeah,
You're fine in this
cornered
corner.
yourself.
You're fine in this corner.
2, 1. Wow. Good
Nice
stuff.
Carter.
Good luck. This is
Corner.
so many people. Oh my god.
Lasers. If I win this, I win the event.
Yep, that's how it works.
That's how it works. You win. Dolphin Man. Dolphin Man. You know, okay. Place bets. My bet's on Carter.
Me too, me too.
You better place your bets on me. Hello? I'll deliver. Oh my god.
I didn't place my bets on Qndres earlier, Lamal.
Nice Carter, go right. Yeah, nice.
You're this guy?
Blue is there, watch out.
Oh.
You're chilling.
That's a lot, okay.
Ooh,
nice
this one.
one.
Dolphin loses
This blue
this.
team is griefing. Hello?
Oh
my
my
god.
damn.
Loses
Over one.
it.
GG.
Nice.
GG.
GG's.
Alright guys, it was nice being in the top 10. It was nice being in the top 10.
Yeah, I kind of threw that. I didn't get top 10 at all. I wonder what I got. Wait, what?
Yeah, me
I'm gonna
too.
fall
I got
out of
5th
top
last
10
time. I
easily.
got like 35th this time, I think.
GG's.
Yeah, good. We did good.
What? How? Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
I wonder how much points I have, dude. I'm not gonna have, dude. I'm not gonna have anywhere compared to last time.
I'm 8. I tied with Ember. Okay, that's bad.
I got
We're
29th down.
I tied with Ember, dude.
Ooh, I don't want to see my
Yeah, I am.
Chris.
That's
Connor's at
embarrassing.
5th. Who got first? Okay, 12.
Who got first? I wonder. It's okay. I'll focus on Icarus, where I got second. All good.
Top 18 this
We're in
time.
5th place.
But you got
Okay,
top
I-
10 card.
I'm-
Good stuff. Oh my god.
Nice.
I still got
Yellow
10.
is-
I still got
Yeah.
10.
All right, this is
Sorry,
it.
mal guys. It's fine. It's
Yeah,
laggy,
okay.
but
Where
we'll get a
is
point to a bit.
armor?
It's upstairs, I think. Wait,
Where is that
upstairs?
armor?
Upstairs, and
Yeah,
it's
it's
two.
upstairs. Everything is upstairs.
Yeah,
Just shitting.
we'll get our points.
Very-
Challenge over there.
How
I'm
much
getting
time am I
axe. I'm
gonna
getting an
get?
axe. I'm getting an axe. Where's my coins? Oh,
You got it right in 2 seconds.
I'm gonna get my axe.
Woo! Get the monies.
I'm just gonna wait for this to fill up. Okay, full armor, bow, axe, shield, and food.
Oh my god,
That's
this
the
is
gist of it.
way.
Where's the iron armor
more
at?
than I expected.
Alright, axe.
I think we all did good in
Where's
quest.
the
We should just
shield?
buy diamond chestplate if we can.
I'm gonna buy a bow.
I'll go get. I'm gonna get a diamond chestplate and diamond pants probably.
Okay.
Chestplate. I'll get pants. I'll probably get iron helmet and iron boots.
Isn't chain helmet the same as an iron helmet?
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Go
Save
go
coins,
change.
save coins.
You're so smart,
Wait,
Madness.
so what
Wait, what
what
is
are
it?
you guys getting? I'm.
boots,
What are you
and then
guys getting? Are we getting diamond chestplate and diamond?
I got
think
diamond
we all
chest.
get
I
one
got diamond
piece of-
chestplate, diamond pan.
People are getting like
where's my
full
shield?
diamond. People are getting like full
But
diamond.
yeah, just because they got first. Like, they're
Also
top
save
10.
10 coins for a shield. You need a shield, so save 10 coins.
For sure. I'll get my bow. I'll get a stack of arrows. Where's my shield?
Wait,
That's
don't
the
wear what
rule.
you're gonna.
Oh, I'm not gonna
don't wear
throw
what you
enchant.
bought. Don't wear what you bought yet. Don't reveal your hand.
Where's the shield? Where's the shield? Where's the shield? Is it down under?
It's in our own base, yeah.
Wait, sorry. You said
Our
chainmail.
base?
What
Okay.
is the same thing as iron?
Chainmail helmet is the same as an
Helmet.
iron
Let's see if coins there.
So are we getting chainmail helmet?
Yep, chainmail helmet.
Shield.
And
I'm gonna go
then-
for enchants now. I'm gonna go for. I have 2 stacks
What-
of gold.
what
I think
boots?
that's enough for enchants.
Yeah,
You
so
should
you
have
should
food, by
have-
the way.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I just forgot about food. Okay, I'm gonna check though to see what the costs are for the equipment for the enchants. I need to check the levels.
Wait, what's our
One-
loadout?
Okay,
What's our loadout?
Sharp
gonna
one's
be?
50. Sharp one is 50 coins. What's power? Power's 50. That's
Or do you
100.
think I buy a diamond axe or an iron one?
Iron.
Iron, yeah.
Iron X, yeah.
Iron is the same as diamond. Iron is the same as diamond.
Thanks for
okay,
following, guys.
nice.
Appreciate it.
127 coins. I'll have 27 coins spare. What can I get with 27 coins spare into food? 27 coin spare. That's not a gapple. Ooh. I'll have to sacrifice.
Are we getting any gapples at all?
I didn't get one.
Matt, are you getting any? Qndres?
Apples? No, I just got food. I got 6 steak and 2 golden carrots.
I'm getting power from my bow.
Oh, carrot? Wait, carrots?
Yeah, golden carrots, yeah.
It gives max sat, right?
Max sat, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
should I get power from my bow or
get...
sharp from my axe, Carter? What do you think?
How many arrows you get? Because I got a stack of arrows. If you get
I got
a lot
30.
of arrows, go power.
Wait, what sword are you guys
I don't
getting?
know.
Are we getting iron sword?
Fuck.
No sword.
Anyone, honestly, if you guys have extra gold coins, I can use them for power 2 it maybe.
I'll get a gap and some food and I'll pass it to you. I'm just. How much do you have?
I have 34. I have 34. I have power 1. So
I'll spare
60.
34. I'll spare 60. I'll spare 60 for you.
That's perfect. I think that'll maybe 50. Yeah.
Get my 1 gap. Okay, I got 21 for you. I got 21. I'm done.
Okay, I'm eating downstairs. Where are we at again? Where's our thing?
Go to your bit of base.
Yep.
Go to the base. I'm not gonna get sharp, but it's okay. Put in the chest.
Should I go for sharp or should I go for power 2?
I'd say. I mean, how many arrows you can get?
I have 10 arrows right now on me, and I can probably get like 5 more. I get 15 arrows total. I don't have a shield, by the way. That's an issue too, by the way. But how much shield cost?
10. Only 10.
Okay, well, shoot. Ember, you have any coins left over? Ember, hello?
Ember is deafened. So I have
Is
5
the shop
coins.
lagging?
Sorry.
No.
Ember, how much coins do you have left over?
Is the shop lagging for you guys, team, or no?
I have a stack and 3. I have a stack and 3.
Left over?
Yep.
What do you have? What do you have?
But I just have diamond chestplate, diamond leggings, chainmail helmet, 16 arrows, 1 bow,
Make sure you
iron
like boots.
axe. Yeah, what boots were we gonna get?
Iron.
Iron?
I got iron, yeah.
And then wait, what enchantments are we gonna get?
I got power.
I got power.
Do you mind if I take your so I can get power 2 or sharp 1 actually, Ember?
By the way, I'm gonna restart my internet. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, take your time.
I only have 35 left over.
Okay, I'll use them. Can you give it to me on the bottom? Wait, where's the...
Coming.
Yeah, I'll take the rest. Where's the...
I'm all out. I'm out of money.
You're out. Okay, I'm just
Where
looking
are you
for... Yeah, I'm looking
lost.
for the...
I don't know what purple is.
Where's the shield
there's
at?
purple. Oh frick! I need a shield. I don't.
Where do I
have
get
a
shield at? Wait, what? Can you not get shields anymore? Where are the shields at?
Yo, Cardi B, where are the shields?
He's relogging his Minecraft or internet.
Oh frick! He has time.
Wait, what?
Equipment. It's
Oh.
in equipment.
No, it's in spawner. It's in our spawner room.
What? Where's the spawn room?
It's in your purple. Purple. Oh yeah, you go talk to the villager. It's out here.
Oh.
How
many coins do you have?
You just pass me the rest if you have any. Pass me here quick. You have a shield already? You get a shield? Nice.
Yeah, I got a
Thank
shield.
Wait, where the rest of you go? Oh, Mads. Pass me the Mads.
You got him. You got him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
I
gonna
should
go
take a
for
screen in here when we're geared up.
I go for sharp here? Yeah, they're really stacked.
Go for sharp, yeah.
Or power 2.
For this one. If you have power, how good are you with the bow? Then axe.
I'll really go sharp 1 then.
I'm just gonna rely on my axe skills.
Ember, you bought food, right?
I'm just.
Yeah, I got 6 steak and a gapple.
You're lagging, Carter. Okay.
I can give you like 64 arrows. I have 64 arrows. I'll split some.
Okay.
Oh, did you give him a part 2?
Huh? Yeah, I got power 1, sharp 1.
Okay. I'll give you some arrows then. How many arrows do you have?
10. I can hold on. Let me actually get
yeah,
more arrows. I can more arrows. I can get the rest of. I have like 5 coins left.
I can give you.
I have 18 now.
Give you like. I can give you enough to match mine then. Come here.
Yeah. I'm coming inside.
I'm curled up. in
Wait, you
blanket.
what?
I got
Ooh,
I got no
okay,
coins left.
Let's get a
You
screeny,
guys have
guys.
all
Let's
the
get a
coins left.
screeny.
You have 15 arrows, right? You have 15.
18.
You guys got all the coins I had left, so this is on you. I'm just
Aaron.
relaxing
Tectonic,
here.
hello.
I'm relaxing. I got my
Oh my God.
blankie. I got my comfy blankie. I'm curled up. I just
Remember-
getting ready for a
my
big
internet's
fight.
still bad.
Oh no.
Bro, you're talking about me. I look at my ear.
My internet's still.
Oh, your internet?
Still bottlenecking. Hello.
Whichever one's food, by the way.
Oh my God, it keeps doing
All right,
this.
Andres, we don't play aggressive unless they're hesitant.
I'm gonna pee.
Unless
Hold on. I'm gonna pee.
they're hesitant, we don't play aggressive. Okay, all good. Are you even winning currently? We're 5th place, if that means anything. If we win this gauntlet, then we win it all. I think.
Closing.
If we, yeah.
Guys,
all the games prior to this. Yes.
Andres, get it.
He's
All
pissing,
the
bro.
games
He's on
prior to
toilet.
this are so that we can yeah. So chat, the way this works is all the games prior to the Coliseum are to gather coins, and once all the coins that we've gathered throughout all of those games, we can put into buying whatever it is we need. So like, for example, the diamond armor costed a stack of coins, and the diamond leggings also cost a stack of coins. So you'd have to have like 4 stacks of coins to have a full diamond set. And then you also have to have like spare coins for the equipment, food, and all of that. Welcome back.
So I have 9
If we
steaks,
win-
2 golden
Still doing
carrots,
really
1
badly.
power 1, and sharp 1. It's fine. I can.
So Andres is the most kitted out of all of us at the moment.
Oh no, I
so
don't
we're
have
gonna
diamond
allow-
leggings. I just want to trade Ember, but that's just up to you.
Oh,
My
really?
internet is
You know
really
what?
bad, by
You
the way,
have-
so.
You
yeah, I
have a
don't
better
know.
chance of you have a better chance of winning this than me, so I'll take the
Okay.
trade. For the
Hello?
sake of the team.
Hello?
Yeah, hello? Yeah, Carter. Yeah, Carter. You're
Hello.
just lagging, bro. Like,
We hear you.
we hear you though, but I think Carter's just lagging. And we.
Yeah.
Alright, good.
Okay, guys, it's time.
Yeah, but Carter's lagging.
We've got this. Yeah, okay. Let's
I'm like
keep up
that.
team comms. Don't play too aggressive, and we've got this.
Oh no.
Don't play too aggressive unless they
People
hesitate.
think it's.
Yeah.
Carter's just really lagging.
I'm in the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You good?
Do you want me to ask for a pause, Carter? Can't really do anything. Okay, well, that's fun.
Alright.
And
This is
we.
it.
You guys try to play. Try to be.
Yellow
try to be a bit
spawns right
passive,
there.
try to
Let's
be a
go
bit
right,
passive.
right. Yeah,
In-
go right, because yellow is right
Yeah,
there in
I
front
know
of us. We don't want to. Oh, this is
Stick
pink.
together, stick together. Stick together.
Pink.
Pink might play aggressive. Let's
Yeah.
not.
We need an IGO. Someone just. I guess everyone just
Yeah,
listen to
follow
me.
me.
Right? Okay, I'm Mattis. We listen to you.
Alright, alright.
I'm just you.
Aqua's here.
I'm
here.
just
Let's not go in. So,
Yeah.
we should probably go.
Second
like
layer?
in a- yeah, second layer.
Second layer.
So we can like.
Alright.
Don't follow
Yeah.
up,
Okay. Pink
guys.
is camping here. We have Aqua to our right. Aqua is fighting someone. We might be able to clean. I don't know if they're fighting. Oh no, they're just chasing us.
Orange is here. Orange is here. Orange is here. Orange is here. Free orange
Oh,
kill.
get him!
He's one. I got him. They got him.
Still got stolen.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Back up,
Need
back
food?
up,
Get
back
him?
up, back
Nice.
up,
How
back
much?
up, back up.
Wait.
Back
Clear
up,
comms,
back
clear
up,
comms,
back
clear
up.
comms, guys.
4 apples, 4 apples.
Okay,
4
that's it.
apples.
Okay, let's move around because that's pink and they're definitely gonna camp us. There's loot here. It's
Pick
garbage.
those
Mad,
arrows up.
careful, back up.
We do have people
Fine.
left.
Ember, there's an NDO. We got this. It's fine. I see each other.
We can camp these people. They have a diamond axe if you want.
Sure. I'm down.
Yeah, no.
Alright,
we're
we have a
going
lot of arrows. Let's just go in.
Ember, actually clear comms so Manage can just calm, okay? He's our RGL. We don't want like excessive comms. We're not gonna know what's gonna happen. Go for meds. Menace.
Alright. Got it.
Are we shooting a meds?
Careful red. Careful red.
Don't be silly. Oh, red. Is red good? Oh, red is good. Let's move off a little bit because red is like pretty decent at this game. Oh. Yeah, make sure to stay safe, guys.
They're shooting us.
Also, make sure you keep eating.
Yep.
Let's move
Wait,
away a little bit.
You guys have to kill the
yeah.
orange. If you guys
No,
if
we
you guys have
didn't.
to kill the orange team, you could combine the shield.
Yeah, I have a second shield. One set.
Didn't get a shield.
One set. I got a second shield. I'm not that confident, so someone
Combine
take
it for yourself.
Give it on, give it on, just give it on, Jess.
Andres is there. You got it. You got it.
Just testing my ping.
Oh no, you didn't get it. Wait. I'll drop it on you.
Wait, what? Someone dropped. Yeah.
I dropped it on you.
Got it.
Yeah. Let's move left here because pink is definitely. Oh, blue is here. That is blue good. Blue is good. Blue is pretty strong.
Shot one.
Blue's got stuff.
Kind of sandwich here. Let's go right. Let's go right. I'd rather go in on red.
We really just we don't have to stress here. It's really just nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have to wait for border.
Exactly. Teal is here. Teal is also camping here. Yeah, we're gonna have to go in eventually. Let's just delay it. The border is so far behind us. We have time.
There's no fall damage.
That's good to know.
Oh,
we have a
there's
little
no
hole here that we can go mid now. We can go in a layer if you want, but then we're immediately between two teams. Let's not do that yet. Blue's moving in.
Incoming.
Blue's moving in because they're fighting. They're fighting. Am I able to clean this? We're gonna clean.
I'm gonna clean.
Let's go in.
You gonna clean?
No. Wait.
No.
Come back.
Okay, Kelvin, I shot him. Yeah, just stay together. We have superior bows to a lot of people, so let's just bow people for fun. Aqua is to your left. They seem pretty okay. They're like similarly stacked to us, so let's not take that fight.
I'm just getting bow shots in. I'm just getting bow shots.
Yeah, okay,
I'm just getting bow shots.
Just let me know if you get like a lot of bow shots.
Don't waste your arrows.
Oh, we're pushing them away. Let's
don't
go.
Waste your arrows. No need to. If you're gonna commit, don't waste your arrows.
There's one stuck. Never mind. You got out of the house.
Yeah, let's move left a bit more, because then we're not with pink.
I'm just backing up Andres.
Andres, I'm going to go in.
I'm just debating them, you know.
Yeah. If you want to go in, just on.
We can bow them a little bit. They're getting pressured. There's
wait, one's on top. One's on top.
Oh wait. He's going back.
Yeah, let's keep putting pressure on them because they're moving back. Oh, they move back.
Picking up the arrows
green
here.
team, by the way.
Yeah, get arrows.
You're the green team.
Yeah.
We can low-key push right. Okay, we can go back over here.
Yeah, we can. Because that's cool. Camping us there. We definitely don't want to go in on gold. Guys, it might be time to move in. Might be time to go in because teams are not focused on us. Yeah, let's go in.
Yeah, I'm done to go in. I'm done to go in.
I'm in.
Yeah, because pink and yellow were focused on someone else, so we're fine. Let's go right side because I feel like Snom.
He's definitely hoarding that.
Right.
Yellow is shooting us, by the way. I think.
Can we cap green?
Yeah, let's go for green. Hit someone.
Okay, let's not full commit though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
yellow to our left. Yellow to our left.
Yeah, we don't want to fight
turrets.
yellow.
We're just
They're
turrets.
way
If
too
they get
stacked.
close enough, we're gonna shoot him.
Yeah.
Yellow looks like they want to challenge us.
Yeah, they want to challenge us, low key. You just blow them off though.
No.
Exactly.
I've brokered a peace treaty. I've brokered a peace treaty. I brokered a peace treaty. I've brokered peace. I don't know how.
That's good. Mid seems free. Let's just kind of think about going in. Don't go in.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate you.
Wait 1,000 just
No, mid is
subscribe.
literally a minefield. If we go in there, we're gonna be targeted.
We can move left a little bit.
Yeah,
Yellow
low-key
is
left
here.
is yellow's like low-key pressuring
Yeah, we
people.
have so much space here. Let's like this rock is ours. This is our rock.
This is our rock.
This is our rock.
We have our own pride rock.
Carter, you
This is our
okay?
pride
Oh,
rock.
laggy.
Yeah, I saw.
I'm here with you guys on my screen.
You're here, but you're
Yeah,
listening out too,
you're
but
here
you're
with
also
us.
flying every so often. Carter.
You're robotic.
Oh wait, red.
Yeah,
Go in. Okay, we're pushing them.
Okay, no, it's us or
Let's not
pink.
go in. Let's not go in. Go back to the rock.
I found the lava.
Ooh.
Watch out!
Hit Swiggy.
Chow.
Yeah, let's not make. Let's just fight last. Let everyone else fight first. We fight last.
I'm trying to push one
Don't
in.
fight yellow. Just be the last one in.
Yeah.
Just be the
Whatever
last,
happens,
last
we
one
fight.
in.
Yeah. Guys, we don't have to move yet, but we will have to move very soon. Oh, try and fall into the water, into the lava.
We're in.
Watch
Get
out.
in.
Okay, get in. We got our own corner. Let's just keep our corner, okay? Oh, Chan's bowing. Yellow's bowing. No, no. So is pink. Oh, I'm like half health already.
Yeah, this is
Stay in our
getting
corner,
Yeah,
stay
keep
in
our
our
corner,
corner.
keep our corner. If you see someone getting like ghost spam, just go for them.
I'm bow spamming them.
Yeah, that's good, that's good.
Yeah, I'm also trying to boost my arm.
Also make sure you eat, guys. Eat, eat, eat.
Yep, eat.
They're both
We're in a
spamming?
really bad place. We're like in between pink and yellow.
It's fine, it's fine. If they're pushing, whoever pushes us first loses.
Yeah.
I lost my shield. I lost my shield. Wait, I have one. But the
Yeah,
shield is
same.
named Farts. I don't want to use the shield named Farts.
I'm eating, I'm gappling. I
Why
got
are we getting
pressure.
pressured here? Hello? Why are we
I'm
getting
not-
targeted with
I'm not-
bows, bro?
Expo is going for us. Watch out, watch out. I lost my shield. I don't have a shield anymore.
I'm dead, guys.
I
I'm on
know,
2 heart.
Hello?
I'm on 3.
Yeah, I'm also low.
Just stake. Just use your stake.
Yeah, just
exactly.
keep holding on.
If
Like
they
if
go
we,
us one more time,
if
we're
we,
just
if
gonna
we
all
fall
in this
here,
big
it's their fault. If we fall here, it's their fault.
Yeah, like what?
No, don't all in. Nope.
No, we don't go in, we don't go in.
Just survive. If we survive.
Like we said, fight last. Like, just to out-heal them.
I mean, yeah, look at yellow. Yellow team for 2-2. Pink's the only team of 4. Just wait.
We can, let's go with yellow.
Good things
Let's go for
happen to those
yellow.
who win.
No.
No.
Why not?
Good things happen to those who win, Amber. Good things happen to those who win.
Okay.
Yeah, we gotta wait. Watch out for yellow. The yellow
Just
still
keep
has
waiting.
shields and
Just
stuff.
keep waiting.
Expo might try to get into us. Like he's
fighting right
trying
now.
to
Punish
outrun
him
us a
if he
lot.
goes in.
They're fighting. Let's not go. No. Don't fight this. Take this time to heal because they're
Good
not
things
focused
happen.
on us.
Again,
You know?
good things happen to those who win. Good things happen to those who win.
I'm out of
Just keep
stake.
waiting.
I'm out of stake. I'm actually out of stake, guys.
So
I have stake. I can drop it on you, Amber.
Thank you.
Did you get it?
Yummy nom noms.
Yep.
Yummy nom.
I picked it up from someone. It's not
I'm
mine.
dead.
Oh,
I'm
no.
dead.
1 heart. I'm dead.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm
It's
gonna
just
get.
a
I'm getting
starter.
boost on as well.
Wait.
Oh no.
I'm dead.
Mads, put on all the armor. Put on all the armor.
No.
You're getting pushed in on Rad.
No.
No, that's
Wow. Wow.
Unlucky.
Actually, wow.
GG's.
Unlucky.
We survived that long.
If
Unlucky.
We should have gone for yellow.
no, yellow's 2 team. We
Now
can't
we
go for
would have
low. We're just
gotten
getting
immediately.
double teamed by.
Even if we won that, we
Everyone.
would have gotten cleaned immediately. We were in such a bad position there the whole time.
No, because yellow has less players, so then
GG's.
Fusha would have gone for yellow as well to get rid of them.
No, the thing.
Yeah, but
The thing is,
Pink
if
would
we
have
went for
cleaned us
yellow,
immediately.
they
We
would
should
have
have
cleaned
gone
us.
for.
Yeah, we just
Yeah,
would have
they
gotten cleaned by
would've just
pink, and
cleaned.
there's a 3 team, so we just.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just jeez.
Yeah, Pink's gonna win now.
Yeah,
Pink's gonna win 'cause
GG's.
they were the. I think. Yeah, GG's.
Yeah.
GG, well played. GG, well played, guys.
Where's the end of leaderboard? That's the only thing I care about. Where's the end?
Right.
Oh,
Go
got
to
top
the right.
10.
Go to the right.
I think I saw you got top 10.
Did I? Maybe they're not there. I refuse to believe I got top 10.
No, I think you did.
How?
'Cause
What?
I believe you got top 10.
Oh, I got 10 by 1 point. I got 10 by 1
Nice,
point.
Carter.
GG's.
Nice
got my
starter,
rookies.
nice.
That's
Nice.
funny.
Let's go. GG's.
I believe I got.
I'm sorry about my.
Damn, top 18.
I'm sorry about my internet, boys.
You're good.
It's fine, man. It's fine.
No, you're fine. You're good.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Fun.
I
Great.
will need to find a fix for this really soon. This is getting really
Yeah.
annoying.
You did good though, man.
GG's.
Like even with your shit engine, you still managed to get top 10. That's amazing for you.
For real.
Yo,
Well
I will
played,
say this,
boys.
and I'll say it again. I will say this. God fears me with good internet. He fears me.
Exactly.
Comfy seat.
Oh, comfy
Thanks,
seat.
Jimmy, guys. Thank you, Timmy. Up to VC, comfy seat.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
I don't know why yellow was just
GG's
voting
everybody.
us.
Thank you all
Hey,
for
they were
being
supposed to
here.
vote
I
pink.
appreciate it a ton.
GG's though.
Congratulations to the Future Foxes for winning. Congratulations. Very big, very big. Good job, guys. That's another pink up there. We always love a hot color to be on there. There's too many blues and purples and cyans and all those weird colors. So it's very nice to get another W color up there. And apart from that, GG's, guys. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it very much. You guys have all been absolutely phenomenal. Crown Quest 7 applications are out right now and will be out till Wednesday at midnight. So definitely get your application in. We're excited to see all of you in here. We got Crown Quest Pantheon happening after, so make sure you start making your teams. You definitely want to make sure you get the best video. We hope you all enjoyed the event. We know that there are things that could be fixed, a little server optimization here and there, but on the good part, everything went pretty well. Thank you all for being here again. And apart from that, GG's, guys. GG's. You guys can chill, stay here, and have fun. Thank you all for being here.
All right, bye.
Bye, guys. Bye.
All right, chat. GG's. GG's. All right, time to play some Hoplite. Yeah, it's Hoplite time. Yeah. Damn, I did really poorly. I'm not gonna lie though. That was like 0. I was like a sub last second. So what's up, Melissa? What's up, Melissa, by the way? What's up, bots down? It's time for Hoplite. You know what's hysterical? Wait, what's up, Simply? What's hysterical? Wait, like, I really couldn't do anything there, right? Because, like, low-key, yellow kind of threw for bowing at us, right? Because they should have been bowing at pink the whole time. But they just started bowing us for some reason. Like, they thought we were going to win. I need to see the VOD. I don't know what they're... I don't know why bow us. We weren't even stacked. I guess we got shields, but I mean, besides that... Huh. It's GG's, though. It's wraps. It was wraps. I do need to buy Chris his rank still, though. Hoplite? Yeah. What's up, Ead? I'm probably gonna sit out next event because I want to just keep streaming Hoplite. GG's, no chat. GG's. We keep playing Hoplite. Well, how much time I've been streaming for 5 hours already? Goddamn. Wait, I want to see the... okay. I'm like 16 wins again from first. You can change the title to Hoplite. Everything is full. God damn it. That team that got me sick and family is still sick and potentially... Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay. Okay, Simply. Damn. What the hell? Alright. Wait, unless I might be able to play some team to someone. Let's see. Maybe with... Yo, man, I was addicted. Swirls is on. Can we get Nikolai? Maybe? Oh, Nikolai action with who else? Oh, I don't know. Thanks to follow, Mr. Franco. I appreciate it. What's up, Mr. Franco? Hola. Thank you for changing the command. Let's go with the screen E. Okay. Get it. Let's get it. Damn, how did they win? That's crazy. Yo, Carter, thanks for the raid. Oh, wait, we literally were the same team together. Thanks for the raid, bro. Appreciate it. My bad, bro. Obviously, I was like a last minute sub, but I think I played really well for being a last minute sub. Top 18th. We had like what? I had like 3 days to somewhat practice, but it's all good. Just trying to play solos right now. Do you speak Spanish? Sí, yo hablo español. What's up? ¿Qué pasa? Yeah, I mean, there's obviously things that we could have really like pink team. I'm not gonna lie. Yellow team threw for just bowing at us there, because like I believe they just got rushed at the end. Like, you know what I mean? Like, bowing us is just not it. Like, I don't know. I feel like it could have gone either way. Like, we honestly could have won if we're just getting, I feel like we're getting targeted with the bows. No? I don't know. Yes, Mr. Frank, you can. You play this. Like, I'm gonna watch the VOD after the stream, but I believe we were just getting targeted there. Yeah, it's annoying, but I mean, it's whatever. Well, shields we have. Yeah. And we couldn't really rush yellow there because, I mean, that'd just be a throw if we rushed yellow. And then, dude, I swear to God, I would have gotten a better placement in that sky, in the, you know, Icarus, but, dude, I had nothing. I couldn't see any chests. I just couldn't open anything, you know? I don't know what that was. Hopefully they fix it for next one. And apparently it was someone else that was also experiencing the same thing. All right. Oh. Someone else is getting books, so. All right. I could just Artemis rush this game, but yeah, they really got all the books, did they? All right. It's whatever though. We just play Hoplite now. We should have. I don't know. What we could have done different. I don't know. Maybe if your internet wasn't lagging, Carter. Yo. I'm playing. You tried your best. Your internet tried its best. Wait, like actually though, what is wrong with your internet? Your internet actually killed you, huh? But what's your internet provider called again? It's like I know I used to know like all the internet providers, like Australia's, Canada's, Qndres. I think it's crazy. Having an X in my name would be crazy. Optus, yeah, Optus, and there's also no, not Telcom. It's I forgot the name of it. I just need leather now. Honestly, I mean, I can't really rush leather anymore because I forgot to get iron right away. Telcom, no. Telcom? Who's Telcom? I forgot, bro. I'm telling you, I used to know every single internet provider. I think it's weird, but whatever. I got wood already. I mean, I can go down, but just won't have any leather. Whatever, went down. Hopefully it's a bashing game. Rage. Water here. Yo, we got milk. Thanks for the raid, bro. Appreciate it. How'd you do in Crown Quest? What'd you come in? I got top 20, bro. Also, I was a sub. So I ended up, you know, I think I did pretty good for being a sub. Yo, is there any iron, bro? I got 8th. Okay. So why don't you do that when we're teaming, huh? Coincidence? Huh. Let me put on my playlist again. This is not my playlist. There you go. That. There you go. We're good. We're back. I was showing you. My bad. You're good. Wait, no, low key though. I don't know. It's a GG's though. It's a GG's. Really couldn't do anything about that. I just feel like yellow threw a little bit there. I guess they, you know, I don't know. I want to see the VOD though. I want to see the VOD. What's up, Kiko? Hello. Oh, I just don't get a cave. Oh, it's a cave right with me. It's fine though. I play Hoplite now. I play Hoplite and I love it to the max. I will love it to the max now. It's time to love it. I can still go nether. Be a little late though, but it's whatever. There's like diamonds here that I can get. Where did I strip mine from? Oh. I went straight down, okay. But yeah, GG's, bro. GG's, man. You played well. You played well. Wait, what place did your team come in? Damn, I think someone's already in another. Hopefully not, though. I'm really tired. Waking up at 6 a.m. has been like a struggle for the past week. Not gonna lie. Let's see what we can get though. We're back on Hoplite. Back on Hoplite. Back chilling. W event though. W event. I definitely feel like I'm gonna take a little break from events from now. Just for now. Maybe I'll come back later. But yeah. Marathon so hard. Yeah. Well, I also I don't know, for some reason in Icarus, the first game, my thing wouldn't load. What's it called? My chest wouldn't load. So I was like, yeah, it was just GG's. Alright. It's GG's though, it's whatever. It is just whatever's. Wait. Oh, it's spawner or treasure. I'm gonna guess it's fortress, hopefully. I hope it's fortress. I don't know how to do that trick where you can find it right away, but if it's fortress, I'm going back and just mining. Honestly, it's probably Bastion and it's already taken. That's whatever. I'm getting out of here. If it's Bastion, then GG's. Someone has a free full diamond, I guess, or free Moliner. Me joiner. I also had Carter suicide dive and. Wait, really? The boa. What's up? Yo. Are you in my game? You're not. Yeah, I just got no leather. Somebody took that tree house for sure. Guaranteed. There's a guy here already. Iron chest plate. Okay. What's good, bro? Was watching football. Wait, American or Nah. Actually, you know what? You're American. You're definitely watching like American football, weren't you? Nah, bro. It's all about soccer. Okay, soccer, man. Wait, this thing has definitely been looted though, right? For sure. Yeah, 250. I will actually go bald if it hasn't been taken. No cap. Yeah, okay. No point. Could be some gunpowder here though. I just have to like whatever. We'll see what happens. We'll play it by ear. If we get nothing, we just go up and we just we'll learn. Fuck soccer. No, it's crazy, bro. I fucking love soccer. I mean, I only watch I somewhat watch a little bit of like actual games, but I mostly like countries play, you know? Pretty cool. I don't really understand American football, I'll be honest with you. I was never a fan of it. I see a bunch of dudes tackling each other. Dude, I don't know. I really wish this game wasn't so nether dependent. I wish there was like a way to get everything in nether in overworld. I mean, I guess there is with what's it called? With the what's it called? The nether core reactor, but I don't know. It's still like you still have to get gunpowder and get really lucky. I don't know. I'm just yapping, bro. I'm just yapping. They need to nerf fashion. They need to nerf. I mean, yeah, I guess. You know what got nerfed actually? The pots. I feel like pots are, I don't know. Some people go from now and some people don't even bother. Like they'll be the first nether and just get out. Also, if it's, I really hope it's not bashing in this game because I went nether really late. You like last minute diamonds low key? Oh wait. Yes, gold right there. Okay. Oh, damn. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Streaming this early has been paying off. I'm gonna keep doing it. No one else streams in the mornings. I'm taking like the Australian schedule. Everyone seems like late at nights. Give me that. Give me the Aussie viewership, please. And that partisan, bro. I hope, bro. I hope so. That's my low key. It's my last goal of this year. I told myself that I would get well, you know, obviously you set your yearly goals. One of my goals is partner. Well, it was YouTube partner. It was what else was it? YouTube partner, 30K. YouTube rank on Hypixel, but that already got instantly denied. So I need a Hypixel video, which that's not what it was back then, but now I guess now it is. But yeah, more of an EU. Yeah, true. Actually, it is an EU schedule. You're right. No diamonds. All right, full iron now. Iron sword now. There we go. Bet. 75 viewer average. Really odd for me though. But shout out to everyone. Shout out to like low key like all these content creators that have been raiding me recently. Much love to them. W people. I'm just glad I can play with everyone. How close are you to get it? I'm at 62 out of 75 right now. So basically I need 13 more people to just like leave their PCs on while they go anywhere. W. But I'm not applying until I get like 100 average or like 80 average at least minimum. Because I feel like if I apply at 75, they're just instant deny me. I won't get accepted once I get 75 average. So I gotta just like wait a little bit. The temptation's gonna like kill me though. I'm gonna want to apply when I see it, and I know I'm not gonna get it because no one gets. If you're at 75 average and you apply for the first time, you almost never get it. We'll see though. Maybe I get lucky and maybe I do get it. Maybe I do get it. Thank you, Benny. Thank you. I mean, I got like the hardest partner to get nowadays is Discord partner, and I got that. You know what I mean? So I feel like if I can get Discord partner, I can get Twitch partner. You know? Discord partner is like basically unobtainable now because they're not accepting anyone new anymore. It's like, yeah, I don't know how. Honestly, I don't know how people can get accepted nowadays. Discord partner. I guess I got really lucky with Discord partner. It was weird because like I had my, honestly I don't even know like how I got Discord partner, to be honest. I got really lucky. Yeah, it is epic. Might just have to rush 0-0 here this game. Getting really lucky with my stuff. To creeper. We can get Flint here. I guess I can go up with this. It's fine. 20 arrows, sharp one. Oh. Yeah. 100 arrows. Spam. All right, let's go up. Get apples now. Okay, let me ping my Discord saying I'm back on locations here. There you go. I just wanted at here. I think people were probably like waiting for me to come back to Hoplite, and I'm back. Oh, I got a ping. I hate you. I know. Stop. No way people get mad that I ping my Discord. My Discord, bruh. I'm only pinging once a day now. But like if I'm doing a long stream, I'll ping it maybe twice, like this stream. It's already been almost a 6-hour stream. Tomorrow might be a longer stream too, by the way, because it's Monday. And I have nothing going on for me tomorrow. Hi, Mish. Welcome back. I'm back on Hoplite. This might be my only game, low-key. This might be the last game I play. I'm tired. And I want to go to sleep. Actually, I don't want to go to sleep. I just want to, like, chill. Go. What's up, Orbit? Welcome back. Bros out here running days when they check Discord. It just an listen, okay? It's my Discord and I can do what I want. Nah, but for real though, it's actually it might be a fashion game, bro. Someone got katana already. I guess I gotta just go for kills then. All right. All right, bet. Maybe like a little late straggler. There's crying. I'll be here. Bet. Amethyst and 3 diamonds. Someone got katana, bro, already. It's crazy. Oh, I see someone. Is that? Oh, what's One Piece? Hold up. What does he have? Who is this? All right, cool. Well, bro, why are you question marking, bro? Someone got trapped. Yeah, we got more chickens here. Dude, why is this guy crying? I'm just bowing him. Okay, they'll be dodging. They're fighting here. Two got a kill. Guy's on 33. One Piece is on 33. What's Craig on? 23. Okay. Bro, reload your Discord. What? Dank dogs in this game. Okay. They have a Quacky skin on. Okay. Ooh, I can maybe make a East back, bro. I'm gonna clean this guy. Get my arrows back. We're gonna pretend like I don't see him. You're gonna fire right now. Where's Jan? 26. This guy's getting sauced. Okay. But I'm gonna go kill this guy now. Where'd he go? No, not me. Wait, who got the engine table? What? Did no one make an inch? Wait, what? Bruh. All right. Mm-mm. Oh, someone's gonna make the enchant table. Oh shit. Okay, 3G heads. Chill. Have the diamonds. I literally everything for the things. What? Oh, but I got clean right here. Like the lapis. I already have lapis. What do I need from there? Do I even need anything from there? Oh, I guess the anvil. We get water. Stole that kill? Yeah. Hunter's number one forever. Sure. I'm down for that title. Okay. Boom. Bam. Holy shit, 20 books. One. I just named it something. Fuck. The pig jumping in the air, bro. I think scared me. Okay. The Bebo. How does your voice crack? How does your voice chat work when it says microphone detected? Make sure you click on the right microphone. Oh, I see a guy here. What's up, dude? Yo. Wait, I'm on like a running out of low-key food. Wait, what is this guy on? I'm 16. Oh, he's gonna have to get that horse. There's a guy just running around with 2 4s. I'm lagging us. Okay. Okay, so Dodd Leos has the katana. This guy's lagging. Holy shit. X Volpic is lagging. Okay. Who am I? Who's? Why? What? Okay. I'm gonna bow his horse. He's gonna run away. Okay, I just don't bow his horse. That. You should, yes, bro. You should if you want to. If you want to learn, yeah. Who's French toast, bruh? Oh my god, server's lagging. Okay. Wait, I know we're healing. More gaps. Okay, well, I just have G heads. It's not good. Why is the server lagging? Okay. I guess I can just keep this and this in my inventory in case I can pick something up. Wait, French toast killed someone. French toast is S tier food. Sure, I actually agree with you. What the fuck? Wait, like waffles are like L tier, right? Can you also agree with me on that? And pancakes are like C tier. French toast is like actual A tier breakfast food. Dude, someone else got trapped. What? Yo, Monkey Gaming, nice to follow. Appreciate it. Oh, I see full iron. Is this chest bacon? Oh, it's full iron. Pancakes still fire? Dude, I don't know. I feel like pancakes are just like dry as hell. I mean, from like any, like, I don't know. Pancakes are just really dry unless you have like a lot of syrup. Well, it's like French toast is like, damn. You know what I mean? French toast, you put a little bit of syrup and it's just fire. I just don't want to chase that. I'd rather just find a, like, there's so many full irons. What? Sufi. He's on 17. He's in a, I think this guy's trapping. I think. Watch. Is it a cave or is it a tree trap? Unless he doesn't do anything. Fight me. Fight me. This doesn't have a microphone. Yeah, this guy's trapping. Is he though? Oh, this is the guy I need. Dropped him. Oh! Oh no. I'm 39, what? Okay, well. Yo, why are you blowing me, bro? Guys, a flame. Okay. Okay, and that, what is this guy doing, bro? There's a guy with flame. Oh, 16. Yo, Senki, bro. Dude, there's someone behind you that's gonna clean us up, bro. All right, us. Honestly, I'm down to fight you. We gotta run though, a little bit, because there's a guy right behind us. Yeah, keep on. It's fine. Like, it's fine. I'd rather just communicate with you. Yeah. All right. He thinks I have no healing. I think 68. I'm 44. Fuck. You know what? I'm gonna get a hit on him. Really? God. Nice, GG, dude. By gaps, easy. What's his bow? He was bow locking me, so guaranteed like a power 4, right? Oh, power 3. Okay. Well. I have bones there. Okay. Where'd chestplate go? It's still down here. Yo, chat, how do you make an enchanter again? I always forget. Okay. Yo, I have a sharp 4, bruh. How do you make it again? I think it's like stone slab. I need wood blocks. Yeah, wood blocks you did. Okay. Sticks. Okay. I can make it. Yeah. Yeah, disenchanter. Watch you see. I think it's this. What texture do you pack for using your armor? It's not a texture pack. It's a mod that what's it called provides. The server provides you at the beginning when you first go to the server, go to Hoplite server, and it'll literally tell you what mods to use. And yeah, I use all the mods that they tell you to use. It's like, all right, let's see if we can do it. Yeah, go to the server. I have Doze. It worked, but does it work with my? It should, yeah. I should work with everything, bro. Just honestly, if you need help, go to the Discord and they can probably help you, man. Stone slab. What number you on the window? 15, 16, 15, 16. One of those two. It should be. I should be like. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we can get soon. Okay. And then we do this, and then I believe it's like this. No. There we go. Wait, give me those levels. Where'd it go? There you go. Someone has a thing though. Oh, sharp. You can make a sharp 3 now. Boom, boom. I already had a sharp 3. I already had a sharp 4. What the? Bro. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm NPCing out. Wait. Okay, I just forget that I have a sharp 4. Okay. I just made a sharp 3 sword. Yeah, definitely. Yep, sharp 3. I gotta back up for last bottles now because of that. Wait, I actually just NPC'd out. This French toast guy's gonna be really annoying with that bow. I'm guaranteeing it. Damn, bro, what did I just do? I just wasted like 7 levels there, or 5 levels. It's fine. Get sharp. We got some sand right now. We're good. Is there any sand? Right there. Who's like the? I think that Dodleo guy is gonna be stacked. If French toast can probably bow him off low key. Maybe make Pro 2 armor. We'll see what we can make right now. We will see. We will see. All right, that's 3. Bro. Gotta like enchant a book just to get that refresh. There we go. Prot right there too. Prot 2. Prot. Oh. 5. I can make a Prot 3, I think. We get lucky here with 10 seconds. What do I do here? Do I just... Oh, enchanting. There we go. Good chest plate. Perfect. All right. I low-key gotta go mid here, I think. God apple. Wait. Yampa? Maybe something good here? Maybe. Please give me something good. I mean, I've only got that earlier. Fuck, I mean, okay, it's fine. Need one arrow. Wow, okay. Better for me to chest here. I get done with shovel, too late now. I got no blocks. I gotta get blocks from mid actually. Yeah, this full diamond guy is gonna be annoying right now. He's full diamond with a sharp. Oh no. Holy shit. Yo. Yo. Wait, what was that bow? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo. Dude. Bro got so cocky, so I got for the full iron. Just get one tapped. Nah. Nah, dude. What? Yo, can someone clip that? Oh my god. Yo, was that you, farmer? No, bro. Dude, you basically just gave me the win, bro. Dude. I'm not gonna lie. That was actually GG's. Oh my god, bro. Ah, dude. Dude, we won by rushing full iron, bro. No way. Dude, you actually just clutched up and just killed that full diamond, bro. Wait, what was he on? Did you just one tap him? What'd you do? Oh, wait, there's another full diamond here. Wait, he's dying to the full iron, though. Oh my god. Bro actually just got crystal PvP'd. Oh, they're fighting right now. Oh my god, I think it was amazing. Oh shit, dude. You picked up the gear. I mean, he doesn't have a mic. I'll give him a fair 5 if he had a microphone, but I thought they were nerfed. I love my fans. he got out. Oh, the block in front of him broke. Or the block behind him. Wait, let me eat. Oh, well. Oh, I didn't get a kill. Wait, what? Oh, rip. God of what I'd be to get obby trapped by OG Qndres and Hoplite right now. I hate you simply. GG's chat. GG's. I'm editing that clip right now, bro. Yo, that was crazy. That was crazy. Yo, yeah, send me the middle. If you can send me the middle. Oh my god, bro. Bro was like, wait, what was his name? I want to know what his name was. Qndres, how did you get your name? I don't know. How did I get my name? Qndres, farmer. Qndres. GG's, chat, GG's. Low key though, yeah, send me the clip, and then I want to see it, and then I'll probably end stream because I'm really tired, low key. I'm streaming for like 6 hours already. Qndres, just like that. I see it. Send me the clip. Send me the clip. Send me this clip. Why are you friends with Danjeff? Yo, unadd Danjeff as a friend. Give me 2 minutes max, I bet. Bet. That's crazy, bro. That guy's definitely mad. Bro had katana. Bro had a sharp 2 katana. That was a win. That was a win for him in his books. But he just threw that by not. Wait, was he on full health? What was his health? Chat, is there a clip of my POV? Or no? Is there no POV for me? There's no way he was on full, right? I mean, he had a P3 boots on. Like, how did he die? No way it actually just one-taps you. That's broken. Sorry, Joker. I did not become top 10. Did you go all in? Joker. No way you went all in. I'm sorry, Joker. It's okay. So let me thank you, Joker. Yes. We just won this Hoplite game. Really, like, really cool. I don't know. We're gonna watch this clip and then yeah, clip is running. But oh, you're typing. I think you have it done already. Yo, trades. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. We're gonna watch this clip and we're gonna end here. We're gonna call it a day. We're gonna call it a day. We're gonna raid someone. Any friends that are live that I can raid? Let me find out if any of my friends are live that I can raid. I can rage. Oh, I can hear myself. Any friends on? Yo, Coach Ben. Thanks for the follow, guys. Appreciate it. I appreciate all the follows. Ooh, I carry TPK. I'll rate TPK. Is he? Yeah, I'll rate TPK. You start stream. Closing out my tab so it loads faster. Bet. What's up, Robert Big? I wanted to wait, what was his name? Farmer? Yes, raid right now. We're gonna raid in a bit. It's render, I bet. How long is this gonna take to render? Goddamn! I wanna watch it already, man. It's Robert. Oh, what's up, Robert? Oh, wait, you're Rob. Wait, are you Robert? Yo, biggest forehead. Thanks for the follow. Are you Robert in game? Are you a moderator? Or am I tripping? I have a 10-year-old computer, bro. Yeah, you got to get this shit replaced, bro. 24-hour stream. Oh, God. Robert. You're a moderator, right? Or am I dumb? Holy, yo, all these followers. Holy shit. Yo, Eskin Pobres. What's up? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Robert. Thank you for the Robert. Posting now, but no, I better not be 30 FPS, bruh. Wait, were you the dude trapping with a dripstone farmer? Yeah, thank you for the Robert. Thank you. We're waiting for this clip. Oh, you're not? Okay. Someone was trapping with dripstone. I wonder who it was. You're not, bro. You trapped at the TNT minecart. Oh, you were trapping? Oh, okay. Okay, Robert, I see you. Oh, Robbie's the trap. Okay, okay. Robbie is the moderator. Okay. Have any moderators on right now? Rain's live or Rain's on. Lackey's on. I Minecraft PvP. You were okay. All right. So every time I see you, I'll be falling away from you. I'll be running away. Wait, can you crack Crystal on the server or no? What if Crystal PvP? Can you Crystal PvP on the server? You can? Wait a second. Can I get Raspin on? Raspin and someone else? Yo. Cameo, I'm high tier 4. Wait, what tier is Raspin? Is Raspin good at Crystal? Yo, this 2 minutes has been like the longest 2 minutes of my life. I'm not gonna lie. There we go. No, why is it in 20F? Dude, it's in 20. All right, hold on. It's all there we go. It's better. It's better. It's better. Okay, chat. Everyone lurk. Everyone look at the stream. Everyone look at the stream. Let me that capture. What? Wait. Dude. I want to know his health though. Yo, this guy's toxic. No, you said skill issue. Okay, really, dude? No. Dude literally popped, bro. Oh my god. Dude. How are you so fat? TNT, minecart. I thought the max it did was a row of hearts. That thing did a row +2. Like what? And I wonder what this guy's health was. He was definitely on full HP though. And it Pro 3 boots? Qndres, he blew up, not me. Wait, what? What do you mean? You did blow up. Look. You see? What do you mean you didn't? Wait, what? You literally blew up, bruh. You literally blew up. Oh, wait, you're right. Wait, you're so right, dude. This guy had a flame bow. Wait, this guy's an idiot. Wait. You go cart, minecart, and he bows it. Wait, this guy's bro. No way. I just witnessed that in my own screen. Yo, I need my POV, bro. I need my POV now. Hold on. Look at my POV. In my POV, it looks like you. Hold on. Where is it at? Here. POV. Okay. Wow. Okay. I go in there with 6 gaps, 1 G head, 1 god apple. Okay. Yeah, this full diamond guy is gonna be annoying right now. Yeah, watch. Full diamond with a sharp. Oh, okay, no. Wait. What was his health? What was his health? What was his health? No blocks. I gotta get wait. Actually, but I gotta hold on. Wait, hold on. I gotta pause myself. This guy is gonna be annoying right now. He's full diamond with the sharp. He is on 39. Oh no. Do I check his HP or no? Yo. Wait, I just messed it up. That was actually GG's. Yo. Dude, what is he doing? Wait. Yeah, so that makes sense. If you okay, wait, that's actually not broken at all. It's probably like if you TNT minecarted it, he probably would have still been like on a row of hearts. but he TNT minecart himself. So that's why it's like an instant, it's like a suicide bomb, you know? It's like he, what the fuck? I need to watch that like full dime with a sharp. Oh no. Hold on. 0.25 speed. Okay. I get the arrows. He goes for me. You try to go for the TNT marker there. I just realized that. Okay. You miss it. He's killing you. I just don't look at that arrow. Okay. Wait, you also have a flame. Hi, Bit Otter. Hello, Bit Otter. Hi, Bit Otter. Hi, Bit Otter. Hi, Bit Otter. Bit Otter. Look at this. Look, Bit Otter. Look. Okay, so look. You go down. You TNT minecart right here, right? You TNT minecart. Let me actually full screen this. So you TNT minecart, right? And all this guy has to do is like literally just fight you, and you're pretty much fine. But no, this guy decides. He decides to take out his bow and bow you from 1 block distance, which results in an arrow going down, and he blows himself up. What the Yo! Bro just threw. Yeah, this guy really did not know what was coming. 58. Like right. 54 right here. We gotta watch that again. Okay, why do I sound like that? Yo, Storm, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay. I sound so weird. Wait, you're literally right. You're gonna win at 1 account, right? No, but the thing is though, is like if you set the TNT minecart, I'm pretty sure you die, but the other guy gets really low because it's normal. It's on normal, so explosions are nerfed. But because he set the minecart on fire, he died. Like, look, like, so he gets really cocky. He goes for me, right? I just go back and just boom. He's looking at someone else. He's literally trying to kill him. He misses the TNT minecart here, and then wait, really? I can blow it up, but he still get one-shotted. I've done it. Oh shit! Wait, really? Okay, never mind. But like, right here, like look at this. Like, he's jumping up. He has nothing in his hand. Wouldn't you just like want to go for like the melee here? Like, why did he pull his bow so close into the minecart? Like, what? This is just like all over. It's just like, it just happens in a split second. He bows him right here. The arrow goes down. Like, look at this. Look, you don't even have your, like, you just placed in TNT minecart. He pulls out a bow, switches to his his sword, and boom, just pops. Dude. Dude. Okay, why do I sound like that? Anyways, that's just raps. That's just a GG, dude. Holy shit. You somehow won me the game like that. You somehow won me the game. All right. I'm done though, chat. I am going to go. 6-hour stream. I love it to the max. What can I say? I'm going to rate someone though. I'm going to rate chat. Anyone? I'm actually. Fulham CPK. Actually, CPK rated me the other day. All right, CPK. All right, chat. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. I'm leaving. Thanks for watching the stream. Join the raid. CPK is live. Yeah, so go join the stream. Okay. Bye, everyone. Good night. Enjoy your day. Tomorrow, I will ping everyone on Discord when I'm live. Just like join my Discord. Thanks for all the raids today, for all the follows. Tier 1 subs. You guys are crazy. Thanks, guys. I'll be back tomorrow. 07. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Bye. Good night, everyone. Peace, peace, peace. Wait, join my Discord, though. Actually, join my Discord. Join that. Okay, cool. Bye.